The whispers in room 217. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight when I pulled into the parking lot of the Pinewood Motel. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the dated neon sign flickering weakly above the office. Vacancy. The red glow pulsed against the rain-slick pavement, creating rippling pools of crimson. I needed to stop. My eyelids had grown heavy an hour ago, the white lines of the highway beginning to blur and dance before me. Another 50 miles to go before reaching my sister's place, but the storm had worsened, and the mountain roads ahead would be treacherous even for a well-rested driver. The motel stood alone, set back from the highway, surrounded by towering pine trees that swayed in the wind. A two-story building shaped like an L, with exterior corridors and doors facing the parking lot. Most rooms were dark. A faded blue sedan and a pickup truck were the only other vehicles in sight. I grabbed my overnight bag and made a dash for the office, the cold rain immediately soaking through my jacket. The bell above the door chimed as I entered, shaking water from my hair. An elderly man sat behind the counter, illuminated by the glow of a small television set. He glanced up, his eyes taking a moment to focus on me. "Evening," I said, water dripping onto the worn carpet. "Got room for the night?" He nodded slowly, reaching for a registration card. "Just passing through." "Yeah, heading to Millbrook. Storm's getting bad. Smart to stop." His voice was gravelly, like he'd spent decades smoking cigarettes. "Got a single on the ground floor, room 108. Or there's 217 upstairs. Better view, a little quieter." I hesitated. The thought of carrying my bag upstairs in the rain wasn't appealing, but something about the man's tone when he mentioned the ground floor room made me pause. "I'll take 217, I said, pulling out my credit card. His eyes lingered on me for a moment too long. "Sure thing." The transaction was completed in silence, the only sounds the patter of rain against the windows and the muted voices from the television. He handed me an actual key, not a key card, attached to a plastic fob with the room number written in faded marker. "Stairs at the end," he said, pointing. "Continental breakfast starts at 6. Nothing fancy." I thanked him and stepped back into the rain, which had somehow intensified in the few minutes I'd been inside. The staircase was slippery, metal steps slick with water. My shoes squeaked against the concrete walkway of the second floor as I counted down the room numbers. 215, 216, 217. The key stuck slightly in the lock, requiring a firm jiggle before the door swung open. Musty air greeted me, the distinctive smell of a room that had been closed up too long. I fumbled for the light switch, illuminating a space that hadn't been updated since the early 1990s. Floral bedspread, wooden veneer furniture, a television that still had dials, but it was clean, and the heater worked when I turned it on, immediately pushing warm air into the chilly room. I set my bag on the luggage rack and pulled out my phone. No service. The motel had advertised Wi-Fi, but a quick check showed no networks available. I was cut off. After a hot shower, I settled onto the bed, flipping through limited cable channels before landing on a rerun of an old sitcom. The sound was low, just enough to provide background noise against the steady drumming of rain on the roof. Despite my exhaustion, sleep felt suddenly distant. The unfamiliar room, the isolation of the place. My mind refused to power down. It was just past midnight when I first heard it. A soft sound. almost imperceptible beneath the rain and the murmur of the television. I muted the TV, listening. There it was again, a faint whisper, seeming to come from the heating vent near the bathroom. Words just below the threshold of comprehension, like a radio tuned between stations. I sat up, straining to hear. The whisper faded, then returned, slightly louder. "Hello," I called out, immediately feeling foolish. It was just the heating system, pipes expanding, or perhaps voices carrying from another room. I turned the television back on, raising the volume slightly, but now that I'd noticed the whispers, I couldn't unhear them. They continued intermittently, rising and falling like distant conversation. Sleep came eventually, but it was light and troubled, punctuated by periods of wakefulness when the whispers seemed particularly clear. Dreams and reality blurred. At one point, I was certain I heard my name, softly called, drawing me toward consciousness before dissolving into the white noise of rain. Morning arrived gray and sodden, the storm showing no signs of abating. I dressed quickly, eager to check out and continue my journey. The elderly clerk was gone, replaced by a middle-aged woman with tired eyes who took my key without comment. As I loaded my bag into the car, a maintenance man emerged from room 108, carrying a toolbox. Our eyes met briefly. He nodded, then looked away. I hesitated, then approached him. "Excuse me. I was in room 217 last night. Is there something wrong with the heating system there?" He looked at me sharply. "Why do you ask?" I kept hearing, "I don't know, voices or something, coming from the vent." His expression changed subtly, a flicker of something recognition, crossing his face before being carefully masked. "Old building. Pipes make noise." It sounded like whispers, like people talking. He closed his toolbox with a decisive click. "Happens sometimes. Sound carries funny in these old places." He hesitated. "Did you, sleep okay otherwise?" There was an odd undertone to his question. I nodded slowly. "Good," he said, seeming genuinely relieved. "Safe travels." Rain followed me for another 30 miles before finally breaking. By the time I reached my sister's house, the strange night at the motel had faded into a mildly interesting anecdote, which she dismissed as either a dream or other guests being overheard through thin walls. 3 weeks later, I began the return journey. Different weather, different circumstances, sunny skies, daylight hours. Yet as I approached the area where the Pinewood Motel stood, a peculiar urge took hold. I found myself taking the exit, telling myself I was just curious, perhaps needed a brief rest. The motel looked smaller in daylight, less imposing. I parked near the office, not entirely sure why I was there. The same elderly man sat behind the counter, recognition dawning slowly in his eyes. "Passing through again?" he asked. "Yes." I hesitated. "I stayed here a few weeks ago. Room 217. Something shifted in his expression. "I remember. I was wondering." I stopped, suddenly feeling foolish. This will sound strange, but I heard some unusual sounds that night, like whispers coming from the heating vent. The silence stretched between us. He studied me for a long moment before speaking. "You're not the first to mention that," he finally said, voice low. "Room 217 has." He cleared his throat. A history." "What kind of history?" He glanced toward the door, as if ensuring we were alone. "About 15 years ago, before I owned this place, Young couple checked in, had some kind of argument. Husband left. Wife stayed behind. He paused. They found her 3 days later. She... He made a slicing motion across his wrists. My stomach tightened. She killed herself? That's the official story, he said, emphasis suggesting there might be an unofficial version. They found the bathroom walls covered in writing. Same phrase over and over. They won't stop whispering. A chill ran through me despite the warm day. You're saying... I'm not saying anything. He cut in quickly. Just telling you what happened. We've renovated since then, of course. New carpet, new paint. But some guests in 217, they mention sounds. Why keep renting the room? He shrugged. Small business. Can't afford to have rooms sitting empty. Besides, he added, most people sleep fine. Never notice a thing. I thought back to his relief when I checked out without incident. Has something happened to other guests? His eyes darted away from mine. Nothing serious. Some leave in the middle of the night. One man was found wandering the parking lot at 3 a.m., talking to himself. Said the whispers told him to get out. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Probably just had too much to drink. I should have thanked him and left. Instead, I heard myself asking, is room 217 available tonight? He stared at me. You want to stay there? Again, just curious, I said, trying to sound casual. Maybe what I heard has a simple explanation. Your funeral, he muttered, then flinched at his poor choice of words. I mean your choice. Cash only this time, though. That night, I sat in room 217 with a digital recorder running, all lights on, the television muted. The rational part of my brain told me I was being ridiculous, that what I'd heard before had been pipes, or air conditioning, or simply the product of a tired mind. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened, just the occasional creaks of the building settling and distant sounds of cars on the highway. I began to feel silly, watching the recorder capture hours of nothing. Then, at 11:42 p.m., the whispers began, faint at first, originating from the bathroom vent as before. I picked up the recorder and approached slowly. The whispers intensified slightly, still maddeningly unclear. I pressed record closer to the vent. Should never have come back. The words were so clear, so distinct, that I jerked away from the vent, heart hammering. A woman's voice, soft but perfectly audible. Hello, I called out, voice unsteady. Is someone there? The whispering paused, then resumed, more urgent now. Multiple voices overlapping. Can't help you. Leave while you can. They're coming. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. My breath fogged in front of me, though the heater was still running. The voices grew more distinct, no longer confined to the vent, but seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. They'll hear you. They're listening. They always listen. My hands trembled as I backed toward the door. This was no pipe noise, no overheard conversation. The recorder slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. In the sudden silence that followed, a new sound emerged. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the ceiling above, which should have been impossible on the second floor. The footsteps crossed the length of the room, paused, then began moving toward the bathroom. Directly overhead, something heavy dragged across the ceiling, plaster dust sifting down onto the bedspread. I lunged for the door, fumbling with the lock. Behind me, The bathroom door slowly swung closed with a soft click. The whispers rose to a crescendo. Too late. You stayed too long. Now you're one of us. The main door finally opened, and I stumbled onto the walkway, gasping in the cool night air. Below, the parking lot was empty except for my car. The motel office was dark. I ran down the stairs, keys clutched in my shaking hand, leaving everything behind. My overnight bag, the recorder, all evidence of what I'd heard. The only thought on my mind was escape, to put as much distance between myself and room 217 as possible. As I started the car, my gaze was drawn upward. In the window of room 217, a figure stood watching. Not my reflection. The lights inside were now off. Just a dark silhouette, motionless, observing my panic. I sped away, tires screeching on the asphalt, not slowing until the motel had disappeared from my rearview mirror. For months afterward, I told myself it had been an elaborate hoax, the motel owner creating local folklore to generate interest in his failing business. Perhaps hidden speakers and events, theatrical tricks to frighten gullible guests. I almost convinced myself, until the whispers started in my own apartment. They come most often at night, when the world grows quiet. Faint at first, easily dismissed as neighbors talking or television, sounds bleeding through walls. But they've grown stronger, more insistent. They know my name now. I've tried moving. The whispers follow. I've sought medical help, been prescribed medications for auditory hallucinations. Sometimes they help, dulling the voices to a distant murmur, never silencing them completely. They tell me things, secrets about people around me, predictions that come true with disturbing accuracy, suggestions that grow darker with each passing day. Last week, I found myself writing on my bathroom mirror with lipstick, the same phrase repeated over and over. They won't stop whispering. I don't remember doing it. Sometimes at night, I hear footsteps crossing my ceiling, though I live on the top floor. Heavy, deliberate steps, followed by a dragging sound, moving toward my bathroom. I've stopped looking in mirrors. I'm afraid of what might look back. If you're reading this, it means I've finally listened to what the whispers have been telling me to do for months now. I've resisted for so long, but my strength is fading. The voices are too persistent, too persuasive. Whatever you do, avoid room 217 at the Pinewood Motel. But if you've already stayed there, if you've already heard them, I'm sorry. They never stop whispering, and soon my voice will join theirs. The Watcher in the Woods. I inherited my grandfather's cabin after his funeral last autumn. A small, rustic structure nestled deep in the pine forests of northern Michigan, miles from the nearest neighbor. My family had spent summers there when I was young, but I hadn't visited in nearly 15 years, not since I was 12. The lawyer who handled the estate seemed surprised when I expressed interest in keeping the property rather than selling it. It's quite isolated, he cautioned, and your grandfather became somewhat reclusive in his final years. Something in his tone made me ask, "What do you mean, reclusive?" He shuffled papers, avoiding my gaze. He stopped coming into town, had groceries delivered at the road entrance. The delivery people said he seemed anxious, paranoid perhaps. About what? He mentioned being watched. The lawyer cleared his throat. The medical examiner attributed such concerns to early dementia. Nothing unusual for a man living alone in the woods at his age. I remember my grandfather differently. Sharp-minded, practical, not given to imagination. But people change, minds deteriorate. I signed the papers and took the keys, telling myself a quiet place to write would be perfect for finishing my long-delayed novel. The drive to the cabin took nearly 3 hours from the nearest town, the last 40 minutes on unmarked dirt roads, winding through increasingly dense forest. October had painted the woods in brilliant reds and golds, leaves cascading down with each gust of wind. Beautiful, but somehow disorienting, the constant movement in my peripheral vision creating a sense that the forest itself was restless. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. Weather-beaten logs had darkened with age, the small porch sagging slightly at one corner. Inside, everything remained largely as it had been in my childhood. Simple furniture, wood-burning stove, kerosene lamps for when the temperamental generator failed. No television, no internet, limited self-service. The perfect writer's retreat. I spent that first day cleaning, opening windows to release the stale air, sweeping away dead insects and dust. In the bedroom, my grandfather's personal items remained untouched, clothing still hanging in the closet, reading glasses on the nightstand, a notebook beside them. I hesitated, then opened the notebook, curious about his final thoughts. Most pages contained mundane entries, weather observations, wildlife sightings, maintenance tasks. But the entries from his final months grew increasingly unsettling. June 12th saw it again today, standing between the trees. When I approached, it retreated deeper into the forest. Not a bear, not a deer. Upright, watching. July 3rd, 3 nights now. It stands at the edge of the clearing, doesn't move, even when I shine the flashlight, just watches. I've stopped opening the curtains after sunset. August 19th, found prints in the soft ground by the generator. Not animal, not quite human either. Too narrow, fingers too long. It's coming closer. The final entry, dated just 2 weeks before his death. September 30th, knows I've seen it. No longer hides. Stood on the porch last night, looking in through the window. For hours. Smiling. They won't believe me. No one will come. It's patient, waiting for me to let it in. A chill ran through me despite the afternoon warmth. The medical examiner's assessment suddenly seemed convenient rather than accurate. I closed the notebook, telling myself these were indeed the delusions of an aging mind. Yet I found myself checking that all windows were securely latched before darkness fell. That first night passed uneventfully. I woke to birdsong and golden light, filtering through pine branches. The forest was peaceful, inviting. I spent the morning setting up my writing space at the kitchen table, overlooking the clearing behind the cabin. Words flowed easily in the silence, my novel's protagonist finally finding her voice after months of resistance. It was late afternoon when I first felt it, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, a sudden certainty that I was being observed. I turned toward the window, but nothing was there except the swaying pines and lengthening shadows. Just my imagination, sparked by reading my grandfather's disturbing notes. As dusk approached, I built a fire in the wood stove. The temperature dropped sharply with the sun, and I hadn't yet figured out how to operate the ancient heating system. Outside, the wind picked up, branches scratching against the cabin's exterior like fingernails seeking entrance. The scratch of branches, nothing more. I forced myself to keep writing until my eyes grew heavy. The cabin creaked and settled around me. Familiar old house, sounds that had once been comforting. Now each noise made me glance up, expecting to see a face pressed against the darkened glass. I slept fitfully, waking off into unfamiliar forest sounds. The hoot of an owl, the distant yip of coyotes, the constant whispering of wind through pine needles. Just before dawn, a particularly loud creak pulled me fully awake. The distinct sound of weight on the porch steps. Frozen in bed, I listened. Another creak, closer to the door. Then silence. Minutes passed. I convinced myself it had been a raccoon or some other nocturnal visitor. Yet I remained motionless until the first gray light of morning gave me courage to leave the bedroom. Nothing unusual greeted me. The door remained locked, windows secured. Outside, a light dusting of early snow had fallen, covering the porch. No footprints, no evidence of any visitor. I laughed at myself, at how quickly isolation had fed my imagination. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and lost myself in writing. The day passed productively. I ventured outside briefly to bring in more firewood, enjoying the crisp air and the hushed quality of the snow-dusted forest. The sense of being observed had faded with daylight, seeming more ridiculous with each passing hour. But as afternoon once again surrendered to evening, the feeling returned, stronger, more insistent, a weight of attention that seemed to press against the glass. I kept my eyes on my laptop screen, refusing to look toward the windows. The rational part of my brain argued that nothing was there, that I was allowing my grandfather's paranoia to infect my thoughts. Still, I found myself turning on every available light as darkness descended, creating a bright island in the midst of the vast, darkening woods. That night, I dreamed of standing at the bedroom window, looking out into the darkness. In the dream, my breath fogged the glass as I peered into the black spaces between trees. For a long time, I saw nothing. Then a subtle movement. A figure, so still it had blended with the trunks, took one step forward, then another, moving with unnatural slowness toward the cabin. In the dream, I couldn't move, couldn't look away as it approached, its form becoming more distinct with each step. Not quite human in its proportions, limbs too long, head slightly misshapen. Its face remained in shadow, but somehow I knew it was smiling. I woke with a start, heart racing. The bedroom was dark, the fire in the wood stove having died to embers hours before. Outside, the wind had stopped. The forest was unnaturally silent, and there was someone on the porch. The distinctive creak of a footstep, weight shifting on old boards. Another step. A shadow passed by the bedroom window, just a darker patch against the night, but unmistakably there. I reached for my phone with trembling hands. No signal. The landline had been disconnected years ago. I was alone, miles from help. The doorknob rattled gently. Testing. I held my breath, eyes fixed on the bedroom door I had left partially open. Beyond it, the front door remained locked, its deadbolt engaged. Whatever was outside couldn't enter unless I allowed it. My grandfather's last journal entry flashed through my mind. It's patient, waiting for me to let it in. The rattling stopped. Footsteps again, moving along the length of the porch. A gentle tap against each window as it passed. Not forceful, almost polite, like a visitor announcing their presence. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat upright in bed, a heavy flashlight clutched in one hand, waiting for dawn. The presence remained on the porch until the first hint of gray light touched the eastern sky. I never heard it leave, but somehow I knew when it was gone. The weight of attention lifted. When full daylight arrived, I finally gathered my courage and looked outside. Fresh snowfall had wiped away any tracks, if they had existed. No evidence remained of my nighttime visitor, except a small detail that sent ice through my veins. On one window, 5 narrow streaks cut through the condensation on the outer glass, like fingers drawn slowly downward. I should have left then, packed my belongings, and returned to the safety of the city. But some combination of stubborn disbelief and writerly curiosity kept me there. Perhaps it was a local playing pranks on the newcomer. Perhaps an animal, though I couldn't rationalize what creature would leave such marks. I spent the day continuing to clean and organize the cabin, trying to tire myself physically in hopes of uncomplicated sleep. In a storage closet, I found a box of my grandfather's old hiking equipment, including a trail camera designed to capture wildlife movements, the kind triggered by motion with night vision capability. Before sunset, I mounted the camera facing the clearing behind the cabin, angling it to capture the back porch and the edge of the tree line. If something was visiting in the night, I would have evidence. That evening, I made a show of preparing for bed early, turning off lights and moving quietly to the bedroom. But instead of sleeping, I sat in darkness by the window, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders against the cold, watching the forest. For hours, nothing moved except the occasional snow falling from overloaded branches. The moon rose, casting blue-white light across the clearing, creating deep pools of shadow between trees. I began to doubt myself, to question whether stress and isolation had caused me to misinterpret ordinary forest sounds. Then I saw it. At the exact boundary where moonlight met shadow, a figure stood. So still it might have been a slender tree trunk, but there had been nothing there minutes before. I couldn't make out details at that distance, just a tall, thin silhouette, darker than the darkness surrounding it. I remained motionless, barely breathing, watching. It made no move toward the cabin, no threatening gesture. It simply stood observing, waiting. We maintained this strange vigil for nearly an hour, neither approaching nor retreating, locked in silent acknowledgement of each other's presence. Then, as a cloud passed over the moon, temporarily dimming the clearing, it was gone. I must have fallen asleep eventually, slumped against the window frame. Morning woke me, stiff and cold, my breath having created a patch of frost on the inside of the glass. Outside, fresh snow covered the clearing, unmarked except for the delicate tracks of birds and small animals. The trail camera. I'd forgotten about it in my exhausted state. I fumbled with cold-numb fingers to remove the memory card, then inserted it into my laptop. Dozens of images had been captured. Most showed nothing, branches moving in the wind, a deer passing through the frame, the shadow of an owl in flight. I scrolled quickly, heart beating faster as the timestamps approached midnight. 11:53 p.m., nothing visible. 11:54 p.m., still empty. 11:55 p.m., a blur at the edge of the frame. Something moving too quickly for the camera to capture clearly. 11:56 p.m., empty again. Then 12 a.m. exactly. It stood centered in the frame, fully visible in the camera's infrared illumination. My breath caught. The image was clear, unmistakable, and nothing like what I had expected. It had the basic shape of a human, 2 arms, 2 legs, upright posture, but there the resemblance ended. The proportions were wrong. Limbs too thin and elongated, hands reaching nearly to its knees. Its skin, where visible, had a strange texture, almost like bark but with an unsettling smoothness in places. The face was the most disturbing element. Features arranged in approximately human positions, but flattened, as if drawn by someone who had only heard descriptions of faces, but never seen one. And it was looking directly at the camera, directly at me. The next image, timestamp 12:01 a.m., showed it closer to the cabin, and the next, closer still. In the final image, at 12:07 a.m., it stood on the back porch, hand outstretched toward the door, face turned upward toward what I realized was my bedroom window, where I had been watching. It knew exactly where I was. I closed the laptop, hand shaking uncontrollably now. This was no person in a costume, no misidentified animal. This was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. I threw essential items into my bag, no longer caring about the writing project or anything else beyond escape. As I moved through the cabin, gathering keys and wallet, a new sound stopped me cold. Footsteps on the porch. In daylight, they moved unhurriedly to the front door. A gentle knock followed. 3 soft taps, evenly spaced. I stood paralyzed in the center of the room, staring at the door. The knock came again. Then a voice. The first time I had heard it make any sound. Soft, slightly rasping, like dry leaves moving against each other. "I know you're in there." Pause. "I've been waiting for you." The voice was almost human. Almost. Your grandfather understood. Eventually. Another pause. "Will you?" My voice, when I found it, emerged as a whisper. Understood what? A sound from outside. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. That this has always been our place. You are the intruders, the watchers, not us. What do you want? The same agreement I had with him. Mutual respect. Territory. Boundaries. The voice lowered further. He broke those boundaries near the end. Ventured where he shouldn't have. Saw things not meant for human eyes. I thought of my grandfather's declining mental state, his increasing paranoia. Did you hurt him? He died of natural causes. Fear, perhaps. Age. The human heart is fragile. A scraping sound against the door, like nails or claws. Will you open the door? It's considered respectful to conduct such negotiations face to face. Every instinct screamed against it, yet something deeper, more primal, understood that whatever stood outside operated by rules older than civilization, rules that carried both danger and protection. My hand moved to the deadbolt, hesitated, then turned it. The door swung inward slowly. It stood there, exactly as the camera had captured it, yet somehow more substantial in person, tall enough that it had to stoop slightly beneath the porch roof. Its skin was indeed reminiscent of bark, but moved like flesh, rippling subtly with each breath. The face, that almost but not quite human arrangement of features, regarded me without blinking. "The terms are simple," it said, remaining on the threshold without attempting to enter. "You may stay. This structure," it gestured to the cabin with one elongated hand, "is yours. The clearing, to the edge of the trees, is your territory. Beyond belongs to us." Us. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Its head tilted slightly. You didn't think I was alone? Something like a smile stretched across its face, revealing teeth too numerous and too sharp. We've always been here. Long before your kind built roads and houses. We watch from the trees. We listen. We learn. What happens if I cross the boundary? The smile widened fractionally. Your grandfather discovered the answer to that question. I would not recommend following his example. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening, what was being offered. And if I refuse, if I leave, then the cabin returns to the forest. Eventually, it looked past me into the cabin's interior. We are patient, but it would be a waste. You have the right blood, the right sight. Its gaze returned to my face. You saw me, just as he did. Most cannot, even when we stand before them. I remembered my grandfather's patient teaching when I was young. How to move quietly through the woods. How to sense when you were not alone. How to recognize patterns that didn't belong. Skills that had faded in my urban life, but had never completely disappeared. Why reveal yourself to me? Balance, it said simply. Your kind spreads, builds, destroys. We recede, but not here. Not yet. Here, we maintain the old agreements. Its head tilted again, considering me. You came to create stories, words on pages. You can do that here in safety, in exchange for respect, for silence. Understanding dawned. You want me to keep your existence secret. Again, that not quite laugh. Who would believe you? No, we want recognition of boundaries, acknowledgement of territory. Your grandfather understood, until fear overcame wisdom. I thought of the unfinished novel on my laptop, the protagonist who walked in two worlds, never fully belonging to either. The character who had, until now, refused to reveal her true motivations to me. If I agree, if I stay, will I see you again? We are always here, always watching. Whether you perceive us depends on your willingness to see. It stepped backward, already beginning to blend with the shadows beneath the porch roof, despite the daylight. Consider carefully. Leave a sign of your decision by sunset. A kitchen light. Lit if you choose to stay under our terms. Dark if you choose to leave. And then it was gone, moving with impossible speed into the tree line, vanishing among the trunks. I spent the remainder of the day in a state of numbness, alternating between rational explanations, hallucination, elaborate hoax, stress-induced breakdown, and acceptance of what I had witnessed. I reviewed the trail camera images repeatedly, confirming that whatever had visited was objectively captured, not merely imagination. As sunset approached, I packed my car, ready for either decision. The keys sat heavy in my pocket as I stood in the kitchen, hand poised over the light switch. Everything logical told me to leave, to run from whatever existed in these woods, to return to the comfortable certainty of the city. But something else, something that had recognized the truth in those inhuman eyes, knew that I had finally found what all writers ultimately seek. A story unlike any other. A truth hidden beneath the surface of the accepted world. I flipped the switch. The kitchen light cast a warm glow through the window, spilling onto the back porch, a beacon announcing my decision. That was 6 months ago. Winter has surrendered to spring. Forest floor now carpeted with wildflowers and new growth. I've stayed within the boundaries, never venturing past the tree line. My novel is nearly complete, transformed into something deeper and stranger than I had originally conceived. Sometimes I glimpsed them moving at the forest's edge, not just one, but many, forms that shift between shadow and substance. They no longer approach the cabin, but their presence is a constant weight in my awareness, watching, waiting, honoring our agreement as long as I honor mine. At night, I leave small offerings on the back porch, arrangements of stones, intricate knots tied in twine, symbols I somehow know are right without being told. By morning, they're always gone, replaced sometimes with other tokens, oddly shaped roots, feathers arranged in patterns that almost form words, berries that grow nowhere near this forest. I found my grandfather's journal again, reading beyond the fearful final entries to his earlier observations. For years, he maintained a balance, recognized the boundary. Only near the end, when dementia began clouding his judgment, did he cross into their territory, witness things that stopped his heart. I won't make the same mistake. I understand now what he tried to teach me as a child, that the world extends far beyond human perception, that some boundaries exist for our protection rather than our limitation, that sometimes the watcher becomes the watched. The locals from the nearest town rarely venture this far into the woods. The few delivery drivers who bring my supplies never stay past sunset, their uneasiness palpable even if they cannot articulate why. They call this area the Hollow, speaking the words with an instinctive lowering of their voices, though none can tell me why the name originated or what it signifies. I know. I've seen what dwells in these woods. I've spoken with it, reached an understanding. The boundaries hold, the watchers remain, and the forest keeps its secrets, except in my stories, where truth hides within fiction, where readers will shiver without knowing why, sensing somewhere deep in their primitive brains that the monsters I describe are not entirely imagined. They're listening now as I write these words. I can feel their attention through the walls, their curious regard for this human activity of transferring thoughts to permanence. They're learning, always learning, and so am I. The caller. The first call came at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday. I remember checking the time as I fumbled for my phone in the darkness, the glow of the screen momentarily blinding me. Unknown number. My thumb hovered over the decline button. Who calls at this hour except to deliver bad news? But something compelled me to answer. Hello. My voice was thick with sleep. Silence stretched across the connection. Then, very faintly, what sounded like breathing. Measured, deliberate, waiting. Hello? Who is this? I asked more firmly now. The breathing continued for another 3 seconds. Then the call disconnected. I stared at the phone, suddenly wide awake. Probably a wrong number, I told myself. Someone realized their mistake and hung up without speaking, or a robocall glitch, or a pocket dial. Despite these rational explanations, sleep proved elusive for the remainder of the night. The sound of that breathing, patient, almost expectant, had left an unsettling impression, like the caller had gotten exactly what they wanted from the brief exchange. By morning, I'd mostly dismissed the incident. A single strange call hardly warranted concern in an age of constant spam and missed dials. I went about my day, teaching 2 classes at the community college, meeting my thesis advisor for coffee, grocery shopping on the way home, without giving it further thought, until the second call came. Again at 3:17 a.m., again from an unknown number. This time, I was prepared to ignore it, let it go to voicemail. But after 4 rings, curiosity overcame caution. I answered without speaking, listening. The breathing was there immediately, slightly louder than before, more present somehow. After 10 seconds of this unsettling respiration, a single word came through the connection. Emma, my name, spoken in a voice I couldn't identify as definitively male or female. Soft, slightly raspy, like someone who hadn't spoken in a long time. I sat bolt upright, fully awake now. Who is this? The call ended. Sleep was impossible after that. I paced my small apartment, checking window locks, jumping at every creak the old building made as it settled. How did they know my name? My number wasn't listed anywhere public. I'd made sure of that after a bad experience with an ex-boyfriend years earlier. My social media accounts were set to private. My professional contact information limited to email only. Morning brought clarity and embarrassment over my midnight paranoia. The caller probably just had the wrong Emma. It wasn't an uncommon name, or perhaps it was someone I knew playing an ill-conceived prank. I resolved to ask around casually, see if anyone gave themselves away with a knowing smile or pointed question about my sleep quality. No one did. My colleagues noticed my tiredness, but attributed it to end-of-semester stress. Friends suggested melatonin and earlier bedtimes. No one asked if I'd received any strange calls lately. That night, I took precautions anyway. I blocked unknown callers on my phone, turned on Do Not Disturb mode, and for good measure, left the device in the living room while I slept in the bedroom with the door firmly closed. At 3:16 a.m., I woke suddenly, heart racing before I even knew why. 1 minute before the now expected call time, I lay rigid in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment. My landline rang. I hadn't even remembered I had one, a relic left over from the previous tenant that I'd never bothered to disconnect since it came bundled with my internet service. The ancient phone sat unused on my desk, collecting dust. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard it ring. I didn't answer. Couldn't bring myself to cross the room in the darkness, to lift that receiver to my ear. After 4 rings, the answering machine picked up, my awkward outgoing message from months ago playing into the quiet apartment. Then the beep, breathing, louder than before, close to the microphone on the other end. And my name again, this time followed by more. Emma, I can see you. The machine cut off after 30 seconds of silence, following those 4 horrifying words. I remained frozen in bed, eyes straining in the darkness, suddenly convinced I could feel someone watching me through the windows despite the drawn blinds. When dawn finally arrived, I called in sick to work. I spent the morning researching how to track unknown callers, but the advice was unhelpful without police involvement. And what would I tell them? That someone had called me by name and said they could see me? They'd suggest changing my number and advise me to call back if something more concrete happened. Instead, I took matters into my own hands. I unplugged both phones completely, disconnected the landline from the wall jack, powered down my cell phone, and removed the battery for good measure. Whatever game this person was playing, they couldn't reach me if there was no way to call. That night, I slept with my bedroom door locked, a chair propped under the handle. Excessive, perhaps, but the precautions brought some comfort. I even managed to fall asleep before midnight, exhaustion finally overcoming anxiety. The knocking woke me. 3 precise taps on my bedroom door. I jerked awake, disoriented. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The chair still braced the door handle. No one could be on the other side. I lived alone, and my apartment door had been deadbolt. I held my breath, listening. Had I dreamed the sound? 3 more knocks, exactly like before. Deliberate, measured, waiting. Who's there? My voice emerged as a terrified whisper. Silence answered. I remained motionless, hardly breathing, eyes fixed on the door. Minutes passed. Nothing further happened. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because morning sunlight was streaming through the blinds when I next opened my eyes. The chair remained in place. The apartment, when I finally gathered the courage to emerge from my bedroom, was empty. All doors and windows locked, just as I'd left them. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Old buildings make strange noises. Pipes knock. Neighbors move around at odd hours. But deep down, I knew better. The knocking had been too deliberate, too precisely timed to be coincidental. That afternoon, I visited a home security store and purchased door alarms, motion detecting lights, and a small camera system that would alert my email if it detected movement. The sales associate raised his eyebrows at my selections. Having some trouble with intruders? He asked casually. I forced a smile. Just being cautious. Smart, he said, scanning the items. Better safe than sorry. I spent the evening installing everything, testing each component multiple times. The camera had a clear view of my front door and the main living area. The motion lights illuminated every corner. The door alarms would shriek if any entrance was breached. I felt marginally better, though a persistent sense of dread continued to build as nightfall approached. At 11 p.m., I received a text message from a number I didn't recognize. None of that will help, Emma. My hand shook so badly, I nearly dropped the phone. I deleted the message, blocked the number, then shut off my phone entirely. As an afterthought, I unplugged my Wi-Fi router too. If someone had hacked my network, had accessed my camera feed, this would prevent them from watching. Despite my exhaustion, I forced myself to stay awake. Sitting in the corner of my bedroom where I could see both the door and the window, the baseball bat I dug out from my closet rested across my lap. I wouldn't sleep, wouldn't give them, whoever they were, the satisfaction of catching me vulnerable again. My resolve lasted until just after 2 a.m., when my eyelids grew impossibly heavy. I jerked awake sometime later to complete darkness. The power was out. The digital clock beside my bed was dark. Even the street light that usually cast an orange glow through my blinds had gone black. Hard hammering. I reached for my phone before remembering I'd turned it off. The baseball bat was still in my lap. I gripped it tighter, straining to hear any sound in the abnormal silence. No traffic noise from the street below. No hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Just absolute stillness. And then, breaking that silence, a whisper directly beside my ear. "I've been trying to reach you, Emma." I screamed, swinging the bat wildly toward the voice, hitting nothing but air. I scrambled across the bed, falling to the floor on the opposite side, then pushed myself into the corner, bat held out before me like a sword. "Who's there?" I shouted, voice cracking with terror. "What do you want?" No answer came. The darkness remained complete, impenetrable. With trembling fingers, I felt for the flashlight I kept in my nightstand drawer. Its beam cut through the blackness, revealing an empty room. No intruder. No sign that anyone had been there at all. I swept the light across every corner, checked under the bed, inside the closet. Nothing. The chair still braced the bedroom door, undisturbed from where I had placed it hours earlier. Had I dreamed the voice? Was I losing my mind? I kept the flashlight on, its beam directed at the bedroom door, until the first hint of dawn lightened the sky outside my window. Only then did I dare move, muscles stiff from hours of rigid vigilance. The power returned suddenly. All lights and appliances I'd left on blaring back to life simultaneously. The shock of it, after hours of darkness and silence, sent me into near hysterics, half laughing, half sobbing with relief. Later that morning, bleary-eyed and moving on autopilot, I called my doctor and scheduled an urgent appointment. Sleep deprivation could cause hallucinations. Stress could manifest in bizarre ways. There had to be a medical explanation for what was happening. The doctor listened patiently to my carefully edited account, nodding occasionally, expression neutral. I omitted the more supernatural elements, focusing instead on the insomnia, the anxiety, feeling of being watched. "It sounds like you're experiencing some extreme stress," he said when I finished. "Possibly parasomnia, sleep disruptions that can include hallucinations during the transition between wakefulness and sleep." So I'm imagining it all. Part of me felt relieved at the suggestion. Another part bristled at having my experience dismissed so easily. "I wouldn't say imagining," he clarified. "These experiences feel very real to you. The brain is powerful. It can create sensory experiences that are indistinguishable from reality when certain systems are disrupted." He prescribed sleeping medication and recommended a therapist who specialized in stress management. As I left his office, a weight seemed to lift. There was a rational explanation, a solution. I wasn't being stalked by some supernatural entity. I was simply experiencing a stress response, exacerbated by lack of sleep. I filled the prescription immediately and spent the afternoon researching parasomnia. The information I found aligned with my experiences, the sense of a presence, auditory hallucinations during the transition to sleep. Even the specific timing made sense as part of REM cycle disruption. That night, I took the prescribed medication, set my newly recharged phone on the nightstand, ringer off but available for emergencies, and fell into the deepest sleep I'd experienced in days. The sound of my ringtone jolted me awake. Disoriented from the medication, I fumbled for the phone, checking the time before answering. 3:17 a.m. Unknown number. My finger hovered over the screen. The rational part of my brain, the part that had accepted the doctor's explanation, told me to ignore it, to roll over and go back to sleep. But a deeper instinct, something primal and certain, knew that whatever was happening transcended medical explanations. I answered, raising the phone slowly to my ear without speaking. The now familiar breathing greeted me, but this time it sounded different, labored, almost pained. "Emma." The voice was clearer than before. A woman's voice, I realized. Elderly, familiar in a way I couldn't immediately place. "You need to listen now." My mouth had gone dry. "Who are you?" "There isn't much time." The connection crackled with static. "You need to leave that apartment. Tonight." "What? Why?" "Because he's already inside." The call disconnected. I sat frozen, the phone still pressed to my ear, blood rushing in my head, so loudly it almost drowned out the soft click of my bedroom door unlocking. The chair scraped against the floor as the door pushed against it. Slowly, deliberately, I scrambled from the bed, grabbing my keys and phone, looking frantically for an escape route. The only option was the window, a 3-story drop to the concrete below. The chair gave way with a final screech, the door swinging open into darkness. I couldn't see anyone there, just empty blackness where the hallway should be. Then a silhouette, darker than the darkness, filled the doorway. Tall, unnaturally thin, standing perfectly still. My scream caught in my throat. The figure took one step into the room, then another. No features were discernible, just a human-shaped absence of light, moving with terrible purpose toward me. The phone in my hand rang again, startling us both. Unknown number. Without thinking, I answered. The closet. The woman's voice commanded, urgent and clear despite the static. Now, I dove for the closet door, slamming it shut behind me just as the shadow figure lunged. Hands, cold and possibly strong, scraped at the wood. I braced myself against it, knowing I couldn't hold it for long. Under the floorboard, the voice continued from the phone still clutched in my hand. Back right corner. Hurry. My fingers scrabbled against the carpet, pulling it back to reveal wooden floorboards beneath. In the corner, one board was slightly raised. I pried it up with trembling hands, revealing a small space below. The pounding on the closet door intensified. Wood splintered. Inside the floor cavity was a small cloth pouch, tied with red string. I grabbed it just as the closet door burst open, returning the floorboard to its place in the same motion. The shadow filled the doorway, its outline rippling like heat waves. It had no face that I could discern, just a darker void where features should be. Open the pouch. The voice on the phone instructed, barely audible now through increasing static. Throw it at. The connection cut out completely. The shadow figure reached for me, arms extending unnaturally long across the small closet space. With nothing to lose, I yanked the string on the pouch and flung its contents toward the entity. Fine gray powder billowed out, filling the air between us. The shadow recoiled as if struck. A high-pitched keening sound emanated from it, a noise like metal scraping metal, building to an unbearable pitch. It thrashed wildly, form growing less distinct with each movement until it seemed to tear apart, shredding into wisps of darkness that dissipated into the air. Then silence, complete and absolute. I remained huddled in the closet corner until dawn, afraid to move, afraid to believe it was truly gone. When sunlight finally filtered through the apartment windows, I emerged cautiously. Everything appeared normal. No sign of destruction, no evidence of the previous night's confrontation. Even the splintered closet door was intact, showing no damage whatsoever. Had it all been another hallucination? A vivid nightmare induced by the sleeping medication? My phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. With trembling fingers, I answered. Hello, Emma. The same elderly female voice, clearer now without the static. You're safe now, dear. Who are you? I demanded. What was that thing? What's happening to me? A soft sigh came through the connection. Check the bookshelf in your living room. Behind a row of paperbacks on the second shelf. There's an envelope there. It will explain everything. How do you know about? I lived in that apartment before you, Emma. Just as someone lived there before me. It's been waiting for a very long time, coming closer with each tenant. You were to be its doorway. Doorway to what? Some places are thin, dear. The barriers between, well, let's just say between here and elsewhere. Your apartment sits on such a place. What you encountered was merely a scout, testing your defenses, preparing the way for others. I sank onto the edge of my bed, legs suddenly unable to support me. Others. The envelope, Emma. Read it, then pack your things and leave. Today, the binding powder I left behind the floorboard was the last of what I had. It won't stay banished for long. Why are you helping me? A long pause. Because someone once helped me, and because I failed to help the woman after me. Her voice softened. We're connected. All of us who've lived there, who've heard the calls. I'm sorry I couldn't reach you sooner. Phone connections to where I am now are difficult at best. The implication of her words sent ice through my veins. Find the envelope, Emma. Go quickly. And when you're settled somewhere new, find a young woman with red hair. She lives in Denver now. Naomi Chun. Tell her what happened. She'll understand. Wait. Goodbye, Emma. I won't be able to call again. The effort is considerable. Her voice faded slightly. One last thing. If your phone ever rings at 3:17 a.m. again, don't answer. No matter what. The connection ended. This time, I knew it was final. I found the envelope exactly where she said it would be. Yellowed with age. Sealed with wax impressed with a symbol I didn't recognize. Inside was a letter dated 43 years earlier, written in faded blue ink. To whoever finds this, if you're reading these words, then you've experienced what I have. The calls, the visitations, the growing sense that something is trying to reach through from somewhere else, using you as its conduit. My name is Margaret Sullivan. I moved into this apartment in 1977 after my husband's death left me alone and in need of smaller accommodations. The first call came 3 weeks after I arrived, always at the same time, always with the same presence on the other end. I learned what I could from research at the library. This building stands on land with a troubled history. Before the apartment complex, a sanitarium occupied this site for nearly 50 years. Before that, the land was considered cursed by local indigenous tribes who refused to set foot on it. Some places are doorways, unwitting portals to realms beyond our understanding. This is one such place. The entity you've encountered is not a ghost or spirit as we conceive of such things. It is a scout, a seeker, testing the boundaries between our world and theirs, looking for minds receptive to their influence. They need invitation, permission, a willing participant to open the way fully. That is why they call, why they gradually increase contact. They're wearing down resistance, creating familiarity, preparing their chosen vessel, you, to ultimately welcome them. I discovered a temporary solution in my research. A binding agent created from specific herbs and minerals that repels them for a time. I've left what remains behind the floorboard in the bedroom closet, back right corner. Use it if you must, but understand it is a temporary measure at best. The only true solution is to leave, immediately, without looking back. When you are safe, find Naomi Chun. She was here before me, survived what you and I have experienced. She knows more than I do about what these things are and what they want. She can help you as she helped me. And someday, you may need to help whoever comes after you. With hope for your safety, Margaret Sullivan. I read the letter 3 times. hands shaking more with each reading. Then I packed a single suitcase, called a friend to ask if I could stay for a few days, and left the apartment without bothering to contact the landlord or collect my security deposit. That was 6 months ago. I've since moved to another state, changed my phone number, and begun researching everything I can about this phenomenon. Margaret's letter and the empty binding powder pouch are kept in a fireproof safe, along with my own detailed account of what happened. I found Naomi Chun last month, elderly now, living in an assisted living facility outside Denver. Her mind remains sharp, her eyes clear and knowing when I introduced myself and mentioned Margaret's name. "So," she had said, gesturing for me to sit beside her wheelchair. "You heard the calls too." We talked for hours. She explained more about the entities, the thinning barriers between worlds, the places throughout history that have served as potential doorways. She confirmed what I had already suspected, that Margaret Sullivan had died years ago, yet had somehow managed to reach across some boundary to warn me, to help me as Naomi had once helped her. "They're patient," Naomi told me before I left. "They exist on a different timescale than we do. They'll wait for the next tenant, and the next. Eventually, someone will answer that final call, will invite them through completely. Then shouldn't we do something?" I asked. "Warn people, destroy the building." She smiled sadly. "The building isn't the doorway, dear. The location is. Whatever is built there becomes the conduit. And as for warnings," she gestured to the letter I'd brought, "to my own written account. That's exactly what we're doing, isn't it? Passing knowledge to the next link in the chain." Before I left Denver, Naomi gave me a book, ancient and written in multiple languages, with additions and notes from countless hands over what appeared to be centuries. Names and dates, locations worldwide where similar phenomena had been reported, techniques for temporary protection, theories about what waited on the other side of these thresholds. "Your contribution will be valuable," she told me, pressing the book into my hands. "Your experience unique. Add to it, then find the next person who needs it." I've done as she asked, detailing everything that happened in those terrifying days. The calls, the visitations, the final confrontation, Margaret's intervention from beyond death. My phone never rings at 3:17 a.m. anymore, but sometimes I wake at exactly that time, feeling watched, feeling waited for. Sometimes, very faintly, I think I can hear breathing in the darkness beside my bed. Patient, deliberate, waiting. I know now that I haven't escaped, not really. I've merely postponed the inevitable. They found me once. Given enough time, they'll find me again. So I research. I prepare. I add to Naomi's book. And I never, ever answer calls from unknown numbers. The long drive home, the stretch of highway between Millerton and home had never seemed so endless. Sarah glanced at the dashboard clock, 1:17 a.m. The green digits cast a sickly glow across the interior of her car, the only light besides her headlamps illuminating the empty road ahead. 3 more hours of driving, assuming the fog didn't worsen. She'd stayed too long at her mother's house, listening to the same circular conversations, the same thinly veiled criticisms. By the time she'd made her excuses and escaped, night had fallen completely, and the familiar anxiety of a long, solitary drive had settled over her like a shroud. The radio offered little comfort, static-filled stations fading in and out as she passed through the rural countryside. She'd given up trying to find music an hour ago, opting instead for the hum of tires on asphalt and her own thoughts for company. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a road sign emerging from the mist. Carver Junction, 5 miles. She didn't remember a Carver Junction on her usual route, but it had been almost a year since she'd visited her mother. Perhaps she'd forgotten. The fog thickened suddenly, billowing across the road in dense clouds that her headlights struggled to penetrate. Sarah leaned forward, fingers tightening on the steering wheel as visibility dropped a mere feet ahead. She eased her foot off the accelerator, the speedometer needle drifting down from 60 to 40, then 30. A shadow loomed ahead, another vehicle, moving much slower than her reduced speed. Sarah hit the brakes harder than intended, her car fishtailing slightly before straightening. The taillights ahead glowed dully red through the fog, so close she could now make out the vehicle's shape. An old station wagon, wood-paneled sides, the kind nobody had manufactured in decades. The station wagon continued at a crawl, perhaps 15 miles per hour now. Sarah's frustration mounted. The two-lane highway offered no safe passing opportunities in this fog, but at this rate, her 3-hour drive would become 6. She tapped her horn lightly, a gentle request for the driver to either speed up or pull over. No response. The station wagon maintained its maddeningly slow pace. Sarah checked her rearview mirror, no headlights behind her. She considered her options, eyeing the broken yellow line separating the lanes. The fog made passing dangerous, but the road ahead appeared straight. If she accelerated quickly, she could overtake the station wagon and be safely back in her lane within seconds. Decision made. She pressed the gas pedal and pulled into the opposing lane. The station wagon grew larger in her side window as she accelerated past it. Through the passenger window, she caught a glimpse of the driver, an elderly woman, hands positioned precisely at 10 and 2 on the wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead, never acknowledging Sarah's passing car. Something about the woman's profile, the sharp nose, the severe set of the mouth, triggered a memory Sarah couldn't quite place. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the night air seeping through her car's aging heating system. Back in the proper lane and putting distance between herself and the station wagon, Sarah expelled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The fog thinned momentarily, revealing a green road sign. Carver Junction, 3 miles. 2 miles covered, though it had felt like crawling. The taillights of the station wagon had disappeared behind her, swallowed by fog and distance. Good riddance. The radio suddenly came to life, startling her enough that the car swerved slightly. Through bursts of static, a weather alert warned of dense fog throughout the county, advising motorists to delay travel if possible. Sarah snorted, a bit late for that advice. As the weather announcement ended, the radio settled on a station playing old music, a melancholy tune from the 1950s that Sarah vaguely recognized. A woman singing about waiting for someone who would never return. The song's eerie melody filled the car, somehow making the fog outside seem more oppressive. A small green sign appeared. Carver Junction, 1 mile. Sarah frowned. She really didn't remember this town from previous trips. Perhaps her usual route had been diverted due to construction. She reached for her phone to check the map, only to find it dead despite having been plugged into the charger. The screen remained stubbornly black, no matter what buttons she pressed. Great. No phone, no GPS. Just an unfamiliar road through an unfamiliar town in the middle of nowhere, shrouded in fog. The plot of every horror movie she'd ever regretted watching. The lights of Carver Junction appeared ahead, muted by fog, but unmistakably a settlement of some kind. A few street lamps, the illuminated windows of what might be a gas station. Sarah felt a wave of relief. She could stop, reorient herself, maybe get her phone charged enough to confirm her route. As she approached the first buildings, her headlights swept across a figure standing at the roadside, a thin man in dark clothing, arm outstretched, thumb raised in the universal gesture of a hitchhiker. Sarah's mother had instilled in her from childhood, never pick up hitchhikers, especially not in the middle of the night, especially not when alone. She kept her eyes forward, pretending not to see him as she passed. In her rearview mirror, the man's silhouette remained motionless, watching her car continue down the road. The town of Carver Junction proved to be little more than a cluster of buildings straddling the highway. A gas station with ancient pumps, a diner with a flickering open sign, and what appeared to be a small motel set back from the road. All appeared to be from another era, preserved like insects in amber. Sarah pulled into the gas station, relieved to see lights on inside the small attached convenience store. A bell jingled as she pushed open the door, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The store was empty of customers, just a man behind the counter who looked up from a newspaper as she entered. He was older, perhaps in his 60s, with deep-set eyes that assessed her with undisguised curiosity. "Evening," he said, folding his newspaper. "Or morning, I suppose it is now." "Hi," Sarah replied, suddenly self-conscious under his steady gaze. "I think I might have taken a wrong turn somewhere. I'm trying to get to Lakeside." The man's expression remained neutral. "Lakeside? That's a fair distance from here." "I know. I'm coming from Millerton. Usually takes about 4 hours. But this fog..." She gestured vaguely toward the windows. "Is this the main highway through to Lakeside?" "It is, yes." He studied her for a moment longer. "You've not come through Carver Junction before?" Sarah shook her head. "I don't remember it from previous trips. My phone died, so I can't check the map." "Ah," he nodded slowly. "Well, you're on the right road. Just follow it straight through town, and you'll be on your way. Though in this fog." He glanced out the window. "Might be safer to wait till morning. Motel across the way has vacancies. Always does." Something in his tone made Sarah uneasy. "I really need to get home tonight. Work tomorrow." He shrugged. "Suit yourself. But drive carefully. Road gets tricky about 10 miles ahead. Lots of curves following the river." "Thanks for the warning." Sarah placed her dead phone on the counter. "Any chance I could charge this for a few minutes? Just enough to get the map working again." The man eyed the phone. "No chargers here that would fit that. Modern technology." He said the words like they tasted bitter. "But your route is simple enough. Stay on this road. Don't take any turns, even if it seems like a shortcut. Especially not Old Mill Road, should you come across it." Sarah frowned. "Old Mill Road. Just a local route. Doesn't go where you need to." He turned away, signaling the end of the conversation. "Restrooms are around back if you need them. Coffee's fresh if you want some for the road." Sarah hesitated, then grabbed a cup of coffee and a packaged sandwich from the refrigerated section. She hadn't realized how hungry she was until now. As she paid, she noticed a local newspaper on the counter. The date caught her eye, nearly 2 years old. "Your paper's out of date," she commented. The man glanced down, then quickly slid it beneath the counter. "Just keeping it for the crossword," he muttered. Outside, the fog swirled around the gas pumps, so thick now that the diner across the street was barely visible. Sarah hurried back to her car, an inexplicable sense of urgency overriding her fatigue. Something about this place, about the man in the store, felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. As she pulled back onto the empty highway, the radio, which had fallen silent during her stop, suddenly blared to life again. The same song as before, the woman singing about endless waiting. Sarah reached to change the station, but every frequency produced either static or the same haunting melody. She switched it off with an irritated jab. The buildings of Carver Junction receded behind her, swallowed by fog. The highway stretched ahead. A narrow ribbon of asphalt bordered by dents was now invisible in the darkness. According to the clerk, she had 10 miles of straight road before the curves began. 5 minutes later, Sarah's headlights illuminated a road sign partially obscured by encroaching branches. Old Mill Road. An arrow pointed to a narrow turnoff to the right, disappearing into the trees. The gas station attendant's warning echoed in her mind. Don't take any turns, especially not Old Mill Road. She kept driving, eyes fixed on the highway ahead, but a nagging thought took root. Hadn't the man seemed oddly insistent about avoiding that particular road? What if it actually was a shortcut, and he'd wanted her to stay on this isolated stretch for some reason? Her imagination conjured images of traps set further ahead, of locals preying on travelers. "Stop it," she told herself firmly. "You've watched too many movies." He was just a helpful local giving directions. The highway continued its straight path through the fog. Sarah glanced at her dashboard clock, 1:52 a.m. It felt like hours had passed since she'd checked the time before arriving in Carver Junction, yet only 35 minutes had elapsed. The night seemed to be stretching, elastic and distorted. Headlights appeared in her rearview mirror, approaching rapidly from behind. Sarah tensed, grip tightening on the steering wheel. The vehicle closed the distance quickly, high beams flashing, a signal to move over, though there was nowhere to go on the narrow two-lane road. Heart racing, Sarah maintained her speed, refusing to be intimidated. The vehicle behind her, a large truck from what she could make out, pulled dangerously close to her bumper, headlights filling her car with harsh white light. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the truck swerved into the opposing lane and accelerated alongside her. Sarah kept her eyes resolutely forward, refusing to look at the driver, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. The truck lingered beside her for what felt like minutes, matching her speed precisely. Finally, she risked a glance. The truck's passenger window was level with her, rolled down despite the cool night. The driver leaned over, face illuminated by the glow of the dashboard. A man, younger than the gas station attendant, but with the same deep-set eyes, stared directly at her. He raised a hand, pointing emphatically ahead, then made a slashing motion across his throat. Sarah's blood ran cold. Was he threatening her? Warning her? Before she could react, the truck accelerated sharply, pulling ahead of her and disappearing into the fog. Seconds later, her headlights caught the reflective markings of another road sign, Old Mill Road. the same sign she'd passed earlier, or one identical to it. Sarah slowed, confusion and dread forming a knot in her stomach. How could she be passing the same road again? She'd been driving straight, hadn't turned around. She shook her head. It had to be a different sign for the same road, intersecting with the highway at multiple points. That made sense. She pressed on, trying to ignore the voice in her head whispering that nothing about this night made sense anymore. The fog thickened impossibly further, reducing visibility to mere feet beyond her hood. Sarah slowed to a crawl, leaning forward as if those few extra inches might help her see through the soupy whiteness enveloping her car. A shape materialized directly ahead. A vehicle stopped in the middle of the highway. Sarah slammed on her brakes, tires squealing in protest as her car skidded toward the obstruction. She stopped inches from the vehicle's rear bumper, a station wagon, wood-paneled sides, the same one she had passed hours earlier. Shaking with adrenaline, Sarah honked her horn. The station wagon remained motionless, no brake lights, no indication that anyone was inside. She waited, counting her heartbeats, watching for movement. None came. After a full minute, Sarah carefully steered around the station wagon, giving it wide berth. As she passed, she peered through the windows. Empty. No driver, no passengers. Just an abandoned vehicle in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through her. She accelerated, suddenly desperate to put distance between herself and the empty station wagon, between herself and Carver Junction, between herself and whatever twisted loop the night had become. Another sign loomed out of the fog. Old Mill Road. Sarah hit the brakes hard enough to make her seatbelt lock. This was impossible. She'd been driving straight, maintaining a constant speed. How could she keep ending up at the same place? Unless she was meant to take this road. The thought formed unbidden, unwelcome. Sarah had never considered herself superstitious, but nothing about this night followed the rules of her rational world. 3 encounters with the same road sign couldn't be coincidence. She idled at the intersection, headlights illuminating the narrow dirt road disappearing into dense woods. Every instinct screamed against turning, against ignoring the gas station attendant's explicit warning. Yet a deeper impulse, something primal and inexplicable, urged her forward, whispering that this was the only way home. Decision made. Sarah turned onto Old Mill Road. The moment her tires touched the dirt path, the radio sprang to life again, this time blaring static so loud she jumped, hands flying from the wheel momentarily. She fumbled for the volume control, but the knob spun uselessly under her fingers, the noise unaffected by her attempts to silence it. The dirt road narrowed, trees pressing close on either side, branches occasionally scraping against the windows like fingernails. Despite the density of the forest, the fog persisted, her headlights reflecting back at her, creating the disorienting sensation of driving into a white wall that continuously dissolved and reformed. The static from the radio gradually shifted, patterns emerging within the noise, almost like voices, multiple conversations overlapping, though no distinct words could be discerned. Sarah found herself leaning closer to the speaker, straining to understand, before catching herself and sitting back, hands gripping the wheel tightly. "Just interference," she said aloud, her voice startlingly clear in the confined space of the car. "Just radio waves bouncing around the mountains." The road curved sharply, then began to descend. Sarah tapped her brakes, uncomfortable with the steepening grade and poor visibility. Through breaks in the fog, she caught glimpses of a valley below, pinpricks of light suggesting another settlement. As the road leveled out, the trees thinned, revealing dilapidated structures, the ruins of what might have once been a mill town. Abandoned buildings lined what had been a main street, their windows dark and empty, many missing walls or roofs. At the center stood the blackened skeleton of a large industrial building, the old mill itself, Sarah presumed. She slowed further, unnerved by the ghost town emerging from the fog. This place had been abandoned decades ago, judging by the advanced decay and vegetation reclaiming the structures. Yet as she crept forward, her headlights swept across a figure standing in the middle of the road. The hitchhiker, the same man she'd passed in Carver Junction, his arms still outstretched, thumb raised. His face became visible as she approached, young but gaunt, with hollow cheeks and dark-circled eyes that reflected her headlights like an animal's. Sarah's foot hovered over the brake pedal. Every warning she'd ever received about strangers, about isolated places, about the vulnerability of women alone at night screamed through her mind. Yet something about the man's posture, weariness, a desperation she recognized, gave her pause. He looked like someone who had been waiting for a very long time. Before she could question her own judgment, Sarah pulled alongside him and rolled down her passenger window. "Where are you headed?" she called, voice steadier than she felt. The man bent slightly to look into the car. His face, closer now, seemed to shift subtly, as if viewed through heat waves rising from summer asphalt. "Lakeside," he replied, his voice carrying an echo that shouldn't have been possible in the dense fog. Sarah's destination. Coincidence. "I can take you as far as the main highway," she offered, the words emerging before she'd fully decided to speak them. "But I'll need to see some ID first." A small precaution, perhaps meaningless if he meant her harm, but it made her feel more in control of the situation. The man nodded, reaching into his jacket pocket and producing a worn leather wallet. He handed it through the window. Sarah opened it, finding a driver's license behind a cloudy plastic sleeve. The photo matched the man outside her car, though it showed a healthier version, with fuller cheeks and clear eyes. The name read Daniel Harper. The expiration date caught her attention, over 30 years ago. Sarah looked up sharply, but the man's expression remained impassive, expectant. She handed back the wallet. "That's expired." "Everything expires eventually," he replied, the strange echo still present in his voice. Warning bells rang in Sarah's mind, yet her hand still moved to unlock the passenger door. The man slid into the seat beside her, bringing with him a cold that immediately fogged the windows and penetrated her jacket, chilling her to the bone. "Thank you," he said simply. "The road ahead is difficult to navigate alone." Sarah nodded, rolling up the window and putting the car in drive. "Do you live around here?" she asked, hoping casual conversation might ease her growing unease. "I did once." He stared straight ahead, profile sharp against the foggy window. "Now I just passed through, like everyone else." The ruins of the mill town receded behind them as the road began to climb again. The radio static had subsided to a low hum, almost beneath the threshold of hearing. "We need to hurry," Daniel said suddenly. "The crossing is only open until dawn." Crossing. Sarah glanced at her passenger. What crossing? The bridge ahead. He pointed through the windshield. It's not always here. It appears for those who need it, when they need it most, when they've been driving in circles, unable to find their way forward. A cold weight settled in Sarah's stomach. I don't understand. Daniel turned to her then, his eyes reflecting green in her dashboard lights, like an animal's in a flashlight beam. Don't you? You've been passing the same points repeatedly, finding yourself back where you started despite driving straight, time stretching and contracting. The same station wagon, empty now but driven earlier. Sarah's hands tightened on the wheel. How do you know about the station wagon? Because I've been watching, waiting for someone who would stop, someone who could see that the usual road wouldn't take them home tonight. His voice softened. The fog comes 3 times a year, always on the anniversary of the accident. What accident? The question emerged as barely a whisper. Daniel looked ahead again. 33 years ago, a chartered bus, returning from a seniors' community day trip. The fog was like this. The driver took Old Mill Road, thinking it would be a shortcut back to the highway. There's a sharp curve ahead, just before the bridge. The bus missed it. 17 people died. Sarah felt lightheaded, her vision narrowing to the small portion of road illuminated by her headlights. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand where you are, what this place is. He turned toward her again. Everyone here is just trying to find their way home, including me, including the woman in the station wagon. The road curved sharply, and Sarah slowed, her entire body tense. Through the fog, the dim outline of a bridge appeared ahead, an old wooden structure spanning what seemed to be a deep ravine. There it is, Daniel murmured. The crossing. As they approached, Sarah could see the bridge more clearly. It looked ancient and fragile, wooden planks supported by weathered beams, barely wide enough for a car. Beyond it, the fog appeared to thin, revealing stars and a clearing sky. I can't drive across that, Sarah protested. It doesn't look safe. It's the only way forward, Daniel insisted. The only way to break the loop. What loop? What are you talking about? Fear had given way to frustration. I just took a wrong turn in the fog. That's all this is. Daniel sighed, a sound so profoundly weary it silenced Sarah's protests. Look at your dashboard clock, he said quietly. Sarah glanced down. 1:17 a.m. The same time she'd noted before arriving in Carver Junction hours ago. That's not possible, she whispered. Time works differently here, in the in-between places. Daniel gestured toward the bridge. You have a choice now. Cross over, or remain in the loop, passing the same points again and again until the fog lifts with the dawn. Then you'll find yourself back on the highway, continuing your journey as if nothing happened. But you'll return here eventually. Everyone who enters the loop does. Sarah stopped the car a few feet from the bridge's entrance, mind racing. And if I cross, then you break free. Continue your journey home. He paused. But you'll need to leave something behind. A token. An offering. An offering? For what? Daniel's expression remained neutral. For those who can't cross. Those who are bound to this place. The implications of his words settled over Sarah gradually. A cold realization that had nothing to do with the unnatural chill emanating from her passenger. The people on the bus, she said slowly. They're still here. Daniel nodded. Some are. Others have found their way across. Over the years, those who leave something meaningful behind, something connecting them to the life they're returning to. Sarah's throat tightened. And you, why haven't you crossed? A sad smile touched his lips. I was the driver. The admission hung in the air between them, heavy with 33 years of guilt and penance. Sarah's instinct was to recoil, to order him out of her car, but the profound sorrow in his eyes kept her silent. I've guided others across, he continued quietly. It's my atonement, but I cannot cross myself. Not until everyone else is gone before me. Sarah stared at the bridge, mind struggling to process the impossibility of the situation. Part of her still insisted this was an elaborate hallucination brought on by fatigue and fog, that she'd wake up in her car on the side of the highway, having pulled over to nap. But the wooden bridge before her, the ghostly passenger beside her, the persistent clock reading 1:17 a.m., all felt more real than any dream. What kind of offering? She finally asked. Something that matters. Something that connects you to someone waiting for your return. Sarah thought of her apartment in Lakeside, of the people who might notice her absence, her job, where she was one of dozens of interchangeable employees, her friends, busy with their own lives, her mother, their relationship strained and formal. The truth was painfully clear. There was no one waiting with bated breath for her return, no one whose life would be shattered by her absence. Except her hand moved unconsciously to the gold chain around her neck, to the small locket that hung from it. Inside, a tiny photograph of herself as a child, seated on her father's lap. He'd been gone for 15 years now, cancer taking him piece by piece until nothing remained but memories. The locket had been her mother's originally, given to Sarah on her 18th birthday. It was the only sentimental gesture her mother had ever made, the only acknowledgement of their shared grief, their shared love for the man they'd lost. Daniel watched her, understanding dawning in his eyes. That would suffice, he said softly. Sarah clutched the locket. I can't. It's all I have of him. Then find something else, or remain in the loop. His voice held no judgment, just quiet acceptance of the choice before her. Sarah's fingers traced the outline of the locket through her sweater. The thought of parting with it physically hurt, yet the alternative, being trapped in this misty purgatory, driving endlessly past Carver Junction and Old Mill Road, was unthinkable. Will I remember this? She asked. After I cross? Daniel hesitated. Some do. Most don't. The mind protects itself from things it cannot reconcile with reality. But it is real. What's happening now, it's real. Reality is more flexible than most people understand. He nodded toward the bridge. Dawn approaches. If you intend to cross, it must be soon. Sarah took a deep breath, then reached behind her neck and unclasped the locket. She held it in her palm, the gold catching the dim light from the dashboard, before reluctantly extending it toward Daniel. He shook his head. Not to me. To the bridge itself. Leave it at the entrance. Sarah opened her car door, the cold fog immediately enveloping her. The wooden planks of the bridge creaked beneath her feet as she approached. At the entrance stood a small cairn of stones, and atop it, various small objects. Wedding ring, a military dog tag, a child's toy car, faded photograph, offerings from those who had crossed before her. With trembling fingers, Sarah placed her locket atop the pile. "I'm sorry, Dad," she whispered. When she returned to the car, Daniel was gone, the passenger seat empty, as if he had never been there. Only the lingering cold remained as evidence of his presence. Sarah stared at the vacant seat for a long moment, then turned her attention to the bridge ahead. Beyond it, the fog was visibly thinning, stars shining through in places, promising clarity, promising a way home. She put the car in drive and began to cross, wooden planks groaning beneath her tires. Halfway across, the radio suddenly blared to life again, not static this time, but the clear, haunting melody of the song she'd heard earlier. The woman singing about endless waiting, about someone who would never return. As Sarah reached the far side of the bridge, the music abruptly cut off. The fog dissipated as if it had never been, revealing a straight highway stretching ahead under a clear, star-filled sky. Her dashboard clock blinked once, then changed to 4:32 a.m. 3 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. The highway signs were familiar now, lakeside 20 miles. She was back on her usual route, as if the detour through Carver Junction and Old Mill Road had been merely a vivid dream. But her hand, rising instinctively to touch the locket that had hung around her neck for 15 years, found nothing, just smooth skin where the chain should have been. Sarah drove the remaining miles in silence, no radio, no attempt to fill the quiet with noise. Her mind replayed fragments of the night, the station wagon, the gas station attendant's warning, Daniel's sad eyes reflecting green in the dashboard lights. Already the details were beginning to blur, reality reasserting itself, offering rational explanations for the impossibilities she'd witnessed. By the time she reached her apartment, the first light of dawn was breaking over the eastern hills. Sarah sat in her parked car for a long time, watching the shadows retreat before the advancing day. Finally, she went inside, moving directly to the small box where she kept her jewelry. There, nestled among earrings and bracelets rarely worn, lay a gold locket on a delicate chain. With shaking hands, Sarah opened it, revealing the tiny photograph inside. Herself as a child, seated on her father's lap. Relief flooded through her, followed immediately by confusion. She had been wearing the locket. She was certain of it. She had taken it off, placed it on the cairn at the bridge entrance. Yet here it was, exactly where it should be if she had never worn it at all. Sarah closed the locket, placing it back in the box. Outside her window, the rising sun pushed back the last vestiges of night, illuminating a world that made sense, that followed rules and patterns she understood. She would not wear the locket again, would not think about bridges that appeared only in fog, or hitchhikers with eyes that reflected green, or clocks that read the same time for hours. But 3 times a year, when fog rolls in thick and disorienting, Sarah stays home, locks her doors, refuses to drive, no matter how important the destination, because deep down, beneath layers of rationalization and forgetting, she knows there's a loop waiting to claim her again, knows there's a token with her name on it, sitting atop a cairn at a bridge that exists only in the in-between places. And sometimes, in the moment between wakefulness and sleep, she hears it, a woman singing about endless waiting, about someone who will never return. The vacant apartment. When I first viewed apartment 3B, the silence struck me immediately. Not the peaceful quiet of an empty space, but an absolute absence of sound that felt almost pressurized against my eardrums. Standing in the center of the living room, I couldn't hear the traffic 5 stories below, or the neighbors through the supposedly thin walls, or even my own footsteps on the hardwood floors. "Is it soundproofed?" I asked the landlord, a thin man named Ellis, who stood awkwardly by the door, as if reluctant to enter further. "In a manner of speaking," he replied, eyes never quite meeting mine. Previous tenant was sensitive to noise. The rent was well below market value for this part of the city, suspiciously so, if I'm being honest. But after 6 weeks of viewing increasingly depressing apartments at astronomical prices, I was in no position to look this gift horse in the mouth. My savings were dwindling, my temporary housing arrangement ending in days, and my options non-existent. "I'll take it," I said. Ellis nodded, seeming neither pleased nor disappointed. "1 month's deposit. I'll need it in cash. No formal lease, month to month." He hesitated, then added, "Rent due on the 1st. If you're even 1 day late, you're out. No exceptions." The arrangement was unusual, but not unheard of in a city where housing demand far outstrips supply. I agreed to his terms, handed over the money the following day, and moved in that weekend with my minimal possessions, mostly books, clothes, and my laptop. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept deeply in the pristine bedroom, undisturbed by the city noises that had plagued my previous apartments. In the morning, I woke refreshed and optimistic about my new beginning. It was during my second night that I first noticed the breathing. I'd been drifting toward sleep, that liminal state where reality begins to blur, when I became aware of a sound breaking the apartment's perfect silence. Soft, rhythmic inhalations and exhalations, coming from somewhere near the foot of my bed. My eyes snapped open, heart immediately racing. The bedroom was dark, illuminated only by the city lights filtering through the blinds. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. Nothing, just the oppressive silence that had initially attracted me to the apartment. I must have imagined it, I told myself. A trick of consciousness as I slipped toward dreams. I closed my eyes again, willing myself back toward sleep. There it was again, unmistakable this time. The slow, measured breathing of someone standing at the foot of my bed, watching me in the darkness. I reached quickly for the lamp on my nightstand, knocking over a glass of water in my panic. Light flooded the room, revealing nothing. An empty bedroom, door closed just as I had left it. No hiding places for an intruder. Still, I searched the entire apartment, checking closets, looking under furniture, testing windows to ensure they were locked. Everything was secure. I was alone. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been a hypnagogic hallucination, one of those strange phenomena that occur on the edge of sleep. I changed my wet sheets, cleaned up the spilled water, and returned to bed with the light on. The breathing didn't return that night. In the morning, I almost managed to laugh at myself. Moving to a new place always unsettled me. This wasn't the first time my imagination had conjured threats from shadows. The apartment was a steal, perfectly located, and most importantly, mine for as long as I paid the suspiciously reasonable rent on time. The next few days passed without incident. I settled into a routine, working remotely from the small dining table that doubled as my desk, exploring my new neighborhood in the evenings, gradually feeling more at home. The unnatural silence of the apartment became comforting rather than disconcerting. I slept soundly, undisturbed by phantom breathing or other imagined intrusions. On the fifth night, I woke suddenly at 3:12 a.m., the time glowing red on my digital clock. I wasn't sure what had disturbed me until I heard it. A gentle tapping sound coming from the living room. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was deliberate, almost like Morse code. I lay frozen, listening as it continued for nearly a minute before stopping as abruptly as it had begun. Silence returned, heavy and expectant. I reached for my phone, using its flashlight function as I cautiously entered the living room. The beam revealed nothing unusual, just my sparse furniture and stacked moving boxes I still hadn't fully unpacked. The tapping didn't resume. I checked the windows, wondering if a bird or insect had somehow caused the noise. All were securely closed. The front door remained locked, deadbolt engaged. By the time I convinced myself the sound had a rational explanation, pipes settling, perhaps, or the building shifting, I was fully awake. I made tea and sat in the kitchen, not quite ready to return to the bedroom. As the kettle heated, I realized I couldn't hear its gradual build to a boil. Only when steam began visibly escaping did I become aware of any sound from it, and even then, it was oddly muted, as if heard through thick padding. The apartment's silence wasn't just unusual, it defied physics. I spent the remainder of that night researching soundproofing techniques on my laptop. Even the most sophisticated systems couldn't create the level of acoustic isolation I was experiencing. Something wasn't right. The next morning, I decided to meet some neighbors, hoping casual conversation might reveal something about the apartment's history or previous occupants. I knocked on 3A first, the door directly across the hall from mine. A middle-aged woman answered, smiling politely but with visible wariness. "Hi, I just moved into 3B, I said, gesturing across the hall. "Thought I should introduce myself as your new neighbor." Her smile faltered momentarily. 3B? When did you move in?" "Almost a week ago." She studied me for a moment. "Well, welcome to the building." She made no effort to introduce herself or invite further conversation. "Has the apartment been vacant long?" I asked, pressing my luck. "Before me, I mean." "You should ask Ellis about that." Her tone made it clear the conversation was ending. "Nice to meet you," she added without sincerity, closing the door before I could respond. I tried 3C next, but no one answered. 3D yielded similar results to 3A: brief, uncomfortable acknowledgement, followed by rapid retreat. By the time I reached the end of the hall, I'd spoken with 3 neighbors, none of whom seemed particularly pleased to learn about my occupancy of 3B. As I turned to head back to my apartment, I noticed an elderly man watching me from the stairwell door. Unlike the others, he approached me directly. "You're in Mara's place," he said without preamble. "Mara? Was that the previous tenant?" He nodded. "Strange girl. Kept to herself mostly." He glanced at my apartment door, then back to me. "How are you sleeping?" The question caught me off guard. "Fine, Elite. Why do you ask?" "No reason." He extended a weathered hand. "I'm Howard, for D, right above you." We shook hands, his grip surprisingly strong for his apparent age. "Have you lived here long?" I asked. 15 years. Seen tenants come and go, especially in 3B. He said this casually, but something in his expression suggested deeper meaning. "What happened to her?" "Mara," Howard shrugged. "Ellis said she moved out. Suddenly, in the middle of the night. left most of her things behind. He hesitated. That was 3 months ago. Apartment's been empty since then, or so we thought. Something cold settled in my stomach. What do you mean by that? Just that sometimes we would hear things coming from your place. He tapped his foot against the floor. Footsteps, moving furniture. Nothing concerning, just odd for an empty apartment. Could have been Ellis showing the place to prospective tenants, I suggested, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Howard made a noncommittal sound. Could have been. He turned toward the stairs, then paused. If you have any problems with the apartment, any at all, you come see me, day or night. With that cryptic offer, he disappeared up the stairwell. I returned to 3B, Howard's words echoing in my mind. The apartment felt different now, the silence more oppressive than peaceful. I tried playing music to fill the space, but even with my speakers at maximum volume, the sound seemed contained, never quite reaching the corners of the rooms. That night, I lay awake long past midnight, tension coiling in my muscles as I waited for some manifestation, breathing, tapping, anything to confirm I wasn't simply being paranoid. When the digital clock reached 3:12 a.m. without incident, I began to relax, eyelids growing heavy as sleep approached. Then I heard it, not breathing or tapping this time, but a soft scraping sound from inside my closet, like fingernails dragging slowly across the inner door. I sat upright, staring at the closet. The scraping continued for several seconds, then stopped. Silence stretched between us, me and whatever waited behind that door. Who's there? My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet room. No response. No movement. I reached for my phone, turning on the flashlight again as I approached the closet. My hand trembled as it gripped the handle. I counted silently 1, 2, 3, then yanked the door open, phone thrust forward to illuminate the interior. Empty hangers swayed gently, disturbed by the sudden movement of the door. My clothes hung neatly on the rod. Nothing lurked among the shoes arranged on the floor, but as I moved the light across the back wall, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Words written in what appeared to be pencil, faint enough that they would be invisible without direct light. I know you can hear me. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my phone. The message was at eye level, precisely where someone standing in the closet would have written it. I checked the closet again, more thoroughly this time, pushing aside hanging clothes, examining every corner. The words remained, but nothing else seemed amiss. No hidden entrance, no sign of how someone could have accessed my apartment to leave this message. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat in the living room until dawn, lights on, back against the wall where I could see all entrances. In the gray morning light, I returned to the closet, half expecting the words to have vanished. They remained, faint but undeniable. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That my suspiciously affordable apartment had strange acoustics and threatening messages hidden in the closet? That neighbors heard noises from my allegedly vacant apartment before I moved in? None of it constituted an emergency, and without evidence of a break-in, I doubted they'd take me seriously. Instead, I called Ellis. Who was Mara? I asked when he answered, skipping any greeting. A pause. Why do you ask? The neighbors mentioned her, said she left suddenly. Another pause, longer this time. I don't discuss previous tenants. Someone wrote something on the wall in my closet. I pressed on. In pencil. I know you can hear me. Was that Mara? What happened to her? I'll send someone to repaint, he replied, voice carefully neutral. No charge. I don't want paint. I want answers. What's wrong with this apartment? Why can't I hear anything from outside? Why is the rent so low? There's nothing wrong with the apartment, Ellis said, an edge entering his voice. And the rent is what it is. If you're unhappy, you can leave at the end of the month. No penalty. That's not. I have another call, he interrupted. I'll send the painter tomorrow. He hung up before I could protest further. I spent the day researching the building's history and previous tenants, finding nothing particularly illuminating. The structure dated to the 1920s, originally a hotel before being converted to apartments in the 1960s. No major incidents were reported in news archives, no fires, murders, or other tragedies that might explain haunting-like phenomena. As evening approached, I found myself reluctant to remain in the apartment. I considered visiting Howard, taking him up on his offer of assistance, but pride held me back. Instead, I went out for dinner, lingering at the restaurant until it closed, then walking the neighborhood until exhaustion outweighed fear. Back in apartment 3B, I performed what was becoming my nightly ritual, checking closets, looking under furniture, testing locks. I left lights on in every room before finally retiring to bed around 2 a.m., setting an alarm for 3 a.m. with the idea that being awake and alert might somehow prevent whatever typically occurred at 3:12. I must have drifted off despite my intention to stay awake, because the alarm startled me from shallow sleep. I silenced it quickly, then sat up, listening intently to the silence of the apartment. 3:05 a.m. Nothing unusual. 3:08 a.m. Still quiet. 3:11 a.m. I held my breath, watching the digital display. 3:12 a.m. The temperature in the bedroom plummeted instantly, my exhaled breath visible as condensation in the suddenly frigid air. The overhead light flickered once, twice, then stabilized. And in that moment of darkness between flickers, I saw her, standing at the foot of my bed, a young woman with dark hair obscuring most of her face, wearing what appeared to be a nightgown. Her form was indistinct, more suggestion than substance, but unmistakably present. When the light steadied, she was gone. I remained frozen, heart hammering so loudly I was sure it must be audible throughout the building. The cold lingered for several minutes before gradually returning to normal room temperature. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I went directly to the 4th floor and knocked on 4D. Howard answered quickly, as if he'd been expecting me. "You've seen her," he said. Not a question. I nodded, suddenly unable to speak. He opened his door wider. "Come in." Howard's apartment was the mirror image of mine in layout, but filled with the accumulated possessions of a long life. Bookshelves crowded with volumes, walls covered in framed photographs, furniture worn but well maintained. He gestured me toward an armchair, then disappeared briefly into the kitchen, returning with 2 mugs of coffee. "Cream or sugar?" I shook my head, accepting the black coffee with shaking hands. "Tell me what you saw," he said, settling into a chair across from me. I described the previous night's experience, the sudden cold, the flickering light, the woman's brief appearance. Howard nodded slowly. "That's consistent with what others have reported, though not everyone sees her. Some just feel the cold, or hear her." So I'm not the first, I said, a statement rather than a question. No, not by a long shot. He sipped his coffee. 3B has had 7 tenants in the past 3 years. None stayed longer than 2 months. Most left within weeks. And Mara was the last one. Yes, Howard set his mug down. She was different, though. She didn't seem bothered by the occurrences, said she found them fascinating. Started keeping notes, setting up recording equipment. Did she ever capture anything? Not that she shared, but toward the end, she became convinced she could communicate with whatever was in that apartment. He leaned forward. The last time I spoke with her, she told me she'd made a breakthrough, that it had started responding to her questions. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. What happened to her? Really, Howard's expression darkened. Officially, she moved out, left no forwarding address. But her brother came looking for her about a month later. Said she'd stopped answering calls, stopped showing up for work. He filed a missing persons report, but nothing came of it. He shrugged. Ellis cleaned out the apartment, put her things in storage, listed it for rent again. That's when the noises started. And now I'm living there, I said quietly. Now you're living there, Howard agreed, and seeing things the others saw, feeling what they felt. Why didn't Ellis warn me? Why rent an apartment he knows is, I couldn't bring myself to say haunted. Money, Howard said simply. Empty apartments don't pay bills. And he probably thought you'd be like the others, spooked enough to leave quickly, but not the type to make a fuss publicly. What do I do now? Howard studied me. That depends. Are you planning to stay? The question caught me off guard. Until that moment, I hadn't considered remaining in 3B a viable option. But the alternative, finding a new apartment, scraping together another deposit, moving again so soon, was equally daunting. I don't know, I admitted. I can't afford to move right now, but I can't keep living like this either, jumping at every sound, afraid to sleep. There might be a third option. Howard rose and went to a bookshelf, returning with a small, leather-bound journal. These are Mara's notes. She left them with me for safekeeping the day before she left. I accepted the journal hesitantly. Why would she give these to you? We had coffee sometimes, talked about the apartment. I think she trusted me because I didn't dismiss her experiences. He gestured to the journal. That might help you understand what you're dealing with. Maybe even how to address it. Address it? You mean get rid of it? Howard shook his head. I don't think that's possible. But perhaps coming to an arrangement. I leafed through the journal, pages filled with neat handwriting, dates, times, observations of phenomena similar to what I'd experienced. Did you read this? Some of it. Enough to know Mara believed the entity in 3B wasn't trying to harm her, but to communicate something urgent. What? That's what she was trying to figure out when she disappeared. Howard met my gaze directly. Be careful if you decide to follow her path. Whatever is in that apartment, it wants something, and it's been waiting a very long time. I returned to 3B with Mara's journal, spending the day immersed in her documented experiences. The similarities to my own were striking. The absolute silence, the 3:12 a.m. manifestations, the gradual escalation from sounds to physical phenomena. But Mara had gone further, actively attempting communication through various means, Written questions left in the closet, recorded prompts followed by periods of silence, even a makeshift Ouija board. According to her notes, results were minimal at first. Then, approximately 6 weeks into her residency, breakthrough. May 17 to 3:12 a.m. Asked aloud, "What do you want from me?" Immediate temperature drop, estimated 15 to 20 degrees. Light flickered, then words appeared on bathroom mirror in condensation. "Listen. No other manifestation tonight. Will attempt further communication tomorrow. May 18 to 3:12 a.m. Asked, "What should I listen for?" No response for several minutes. Then tapping began. Distinct pattern. Repeated 3 times. Recording for analysis. Temperature remained cold throughout. Returned to normal at exactly 3:17 a.m. The entries continued, documenting increasingly complex interactions. Mara had apparently decoded the tapping as Morse code, spelling out incomplete phrases. "Trap, need voice, help me." Her final entry was dated 3 months ago. June 4th, breakthrough tonight. Entity manifested visually for first time. Female form, young, dark hair. Voice audible but faint, like whisper from great distance. Said her name is Sarah, died here in 1973. Claims she's trapped between worlds, needs my help to cross over. Says process requires temporary sharing of physical form. Not sure what this means exactly, but she's been truthful so far. Will attempt assistance tonight at 3:12 a.m. Recording full session as backup. That was the last entry. Whatever happened during that assistance was never documented. I set the journal down, mind racing. If Mara had attempted to help this Sarah cross over and subsequently disappeared, the implications were disturbing. Had she been harmed? Had she herself somehow crossed over? Or was there a more prosaic explanation, that she'd suffered some psychological break and simply left? As evening approached, I faced a decision. Continue my residence in 3B and potentially encounter whatever had communicated with Mara, or leave immediately. Consequences be damned. Financial reality made the choice for me. I had nowhere else to go, at least not immediately. I would stay, but with boundaries. No active attempts at communication, no invitations for interaction. I would observe, document, and plan my exit strategy. That night, I prepared methodically. I positioned my phone to record video of the bedroom from 3:00 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. I lined the bedroom doorway with salt, a superstitious precaution I'd read about online. I kept all lights on and resolved to remain awake through the critical time period. Despite these preparations, exhaustion claimed me around 2:30 a.m. I woke suddenly at 3:12 exactly, the now familiar cold permeating the room. She stood at the foot of my bed again, more distinct this time. Young woman, perhaps early 20s, dark hair hanging limply around a pale face. Her form flickered like a television with poor reception, but her eyes remained fixed on mine, dark, intense, pleading. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, voice barely above a whisper. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. She raised a hand toward me, the gesture somehow both beckoning and warning. Then her image destabilized completely, dissolving into the darkness. The cold remained for exactly 5 minutes before dissipating. I checked my phone immediately. The recording showed nothing but an empty room, despite what I'd clearly seen with my own eyes. The next day passed in a fog of fatigue and growing dread. I couldn't focus on work, couldn't eat. couldn't think about anything beyond the approaching night and what it might bring. I considered spending the night elsewhere, but somehow felt that would be a betrayal, though of what or whom, I wasn't sure. By evening, a new resolve had formed. If I was to understand what was happening, I needed to be proactive rather than reactive. Mara's journal suggested the entity, Sarah, wanted communication. Perhaps addressing the desire directly would yield clarification, if not resolution. At midnight, I gathered supplies, a notepad and pen, a flashlight, a digital recorder borrowed from a colleague. I arranged these items on my bedside table, then spoke aloud to the empty apartment. I know you're here. I know you've been trying to communicate. I want to understand what you need, but I need assurances that you won't harm me. My voice sounded absurd in the silence, but I continued. I'll be awake at 3:12. If you have something to tell me, I'll listen. But I won't help you without understanding exactly what that means. Nothing responded, of course. I hadn't expected immediate feedback. The real test would come in the early morning hours. I set an alarm for 3 a.m., but found myself wide awake when it sounded. I sat up in bed, switched on the recorder, and waited, notepad ready on my lap. 3:12 a.m. arrived with the now familiar temperature drop. I forced myself to remain calm, to observe rather than react. Sarah, I said into the cold air, are you here? The light flickered once, then stabilized. In that brief moment of darkness, she appeared, not at the foot of the bed this time, but beside it, close enough that I could have reached out and touched her. Her lips moved, and this time, sound emerged, distant and distorted, like a badly tuned radio, but audible. Help me. I gripped the pen tightly. How? Let me in. A chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature ran through me. And where? You know. Her form flickered, momentarily more substantial before fading again. Like Mara. What happened to Mara? I demanded, fear giving way to anger. Where is she? Sarah's expression shifted, something like sadness crossing her features. Free. Is she dead? I pressed. Not dead. Not alive. Free. The entity moved closer, her form becoming more defined with each inch. I can only cross over with help. A vessel. Temporary. You want to possess me, I said flatly. Share, she corrected, briefly. To finish. Finish what? What was left undone? This cryptic exchange continued for several minutes, Sarah's responses becoming clearer the longer we spoke. She claimed to have died in this apartment in 1973, a suicide following a devastating breakup. Her spirit had remained trapped, unable to move on, without resolving unfinished business, namely, delivering a message to the man who had abandoned her. He's still alive, she insisted. Still in this city. I've seen him visit the building across the street. I need to speak to him, just once. Then I can go. And Mara, she helped you try to do this. Sarah's form flickered. She offered, willingly, but something went wrong. The connection was too strong. I couldn't separate afterwards. So you're saying you're still inside Mara, controlling her body? Horror crept through me. Not controlling, sharing, but yes, we left together. Her image stabilized briefly. She doesn't mind. She was unhappy here. Now we travel, see things she always wanted to see. I shook my head, backing away until I hit the headboard. That's not right. You can't just take over someone's life. Now share. Sarah's form began to fade. Think about it. One night, one conversation. Then I leave, move on. And you'll have silence. Real peace. With that, she vanished completely. The room's temperature gradually returned to normal, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the unsettling proposition she'd made. The recorder had captured nothing, no voice, no evidence of our exchange. Just the sound of me speaking to emptiness, asking questions that appeared to have no answers. I didn't sleep for what remained of the night. As dawn broke, I found myself facing an impossible ethical dilemma. If Sarah was telling the truth, Mara had willingly offered her body as a vessel and was somehow content with the arrangement, but that assumed a spirit could tell the truth, that this wasn't some elaborate deception to gain access to a physical form. Even if Sarah's intentions were exactly as stated, a brief borrowing to deliver a final message, could I trust that she would relinquish control afterward? That I wouldn't end up like Mara, passenger in my own body? Yet the alternative seemed equally untenable. Continuing to live in perpetual haunting, never sleeping properly, always waiting for the next manifestation. I spent the day researching, first, verifying Sarah's claimed existence. Libraries had digitized local newspapers going back decades, and after hours of searching, I found it. A small obituary from March 1973, mentioning Sarah Lowell, 24, who passed away suddenly at her residence. No cause of death given, but the address matched my building. Next, I looked into Mara's disappearance. Social media provided confirmation of Howard's account, concerned posts from family and friends dating back 3 months, with no resolution. The missing persons report had yielded no leads. By evening, I'd reached no clear conclusion. The evidence supported Sarah's basic claims, but offered no guidance on the crucial question: could she be trusted? I called Howard. "I've been reading Mara's journal," I said when he answered, "and I've seen Sarah, spoken with her." A long silence. Then, "What did she tell you?" "That Mara helped her, that they're together somehow, traveling." I hesitated. "Do you believe that's possible?" Howard sighed heavily. "I don't know what's possible anymore. But I do know this. Mara was deeply unhappy before all this started. Depressed, maybe even suicidal. She talked sometimes about wanting escape, about feeling trapped in her life." "But you think she might have willingly merged with Sarah?" "I think she might have seen it as an opportunity rather than a violation." He paused. "What does Sarah want from you?" "The same thing, apparently. A chance to deliver a message to someone still living. Then she claims she'll move on. And you're considering it." It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "I don't know. It seems insane." "It is insane," Howard confirmed. "But so is everything about that apartment. Whatever you decide, be careful. Set terms. Boundaries. You believe this is real then? Not just some psychological breakdown I'm experiencing." "I've lived above 3B for 15 years, he said quietly. "I've heard things, seen things, watched 7 tenants come and go, each experiencing the same phenomena. That's not collective delusion. That's something else entirely." We talked a while longer, Howard sharing what little he knew about previous tenants' experiences. None had reported communication as direct as what Mara and I had experienced, but all had encountered the same basic phenomena: the unnatural silence, The 3:12 a.m. manifestations, the growing sense of a presence trying to make contact. By the time we ended the call, night had fallen. Hours remained before Sarah's usual appearance time, but a decision loomed before me. Help her and potentially risk everything, or refuse and continue living in paranormal limbo. At midnight, I sat in the living room, lights dimmed, and spoke aloud again. Sarah, I've been thinking about your request. If you're listening, I need more information. I need to know exactly what helping you entails, what the risks are, and what guarantees you can offer that you'll leave afterward. No response came, but I hadn't expected one. The real conversation would happen at 3:12 a.m., as always. When that hour arrived, the familiar cold descended immediately. Sarah manifested before me, her form more solid than previous appearances, features clearer. She looked young and sad, her eyes holding decades of loneliness. "You've been researching me," she said, her voice stronger than before. "Yes, I found your obituary." She nodded slowly. They didn't mention suicide. It wasn't discussed openly then. "Why are you still here, after all this time?" "I thought he would come back," she said simply. "Richard, I left a note. I thought he would find me, understand why I did it, but he never came. By the time I realized he wouldn't, I was already stuck between places." "And you've seen him recently, after 50 years?" "Time passes differently for me. I see glimpses of the outside world. 2 weeks ago, I saw him entering the building across the street, older but unmistakably him." "What do you want to tell him?" Her form flickered briefly. "That I forgive him, that he shouldn't carry the guilt anymore." She moved closer. "Will you help me?" "How exactly would this work?" I asked, forcing myself to remain calm. "You said you would share my body. What does that mean?" "You would still be present, aware, but I would be able to speak through you, move through you, just long enough to find him, speak with him. And afterward, you'd leave. Once the message is delivered, I can move on. I'll have completed what was left undone." "But that's not what happened with Mara," I pointed out. "You're still with her." Sarah's expression shifted, became more guarded. That was unexpected. Our energies became entangled. "It won't happen again. I've learned." "How can I trust that? How do I know you won't just take over permanently?" "You don't," she admitted. "You can only take my word. But consider the alternative. Living here, with me, night after night, never truly at peace, always waiting for the next manifestation." She was right about that much. The prospect of continuing as we were, locked in this paranormal standoff, was unthinkable. "If I agree," I said slowly, "I want conditions. One night only. And I want some kind of signal I can use if I need to take back control immediately." Sarah considered this. "That's fair. A word or gesture that means enough. If you use it, I'll withdraw, regardless of whether I've completed my task." We negotiated further details, when the sharing would begin and end, how we would find Richard. Sarah had an address from observing his routine. What exactly she planned to say. Despite the surreality of the situation, the discussion felt almost businesslike. Finally, we reached agreement. The next night, Friday, at precisely 3:12 a.m., I would allow Sarah temporary access to my physical form. We would go to Richard's building, deliver her message, and return. By dawn, she would depart, moving on to whatever waited beyond this liminal existence. "Thank you," she said, her form already beginning to fade as 3:17 a.m. approached. "You won't regret this." But as her presence dissipated and warmth returned to the apartment, I already wondered if I'd made a terrible mistake. I spent Friday in a state of nervous anticipation, alternating between conviction that I was doing the right thing and certainty that I was either experiencing a psychotic break or willingly walking into supernatural possession. I called in sick to work, unable to focus on anything beyond the approaching night. At sunset, I visited Howard, sharing my decision and the conditions I'd negotiated. "I think you're crazy," he said bluntly, "but I understand why you're doing it." He pressed a small object into my hand, a simple silver pendant on a chain. This belonged to my late wife. She called it her protection charm. Probably superstitious nonsense, but it brought her comfort. Maybe it will do the same for you. I accepted the pendant gratefully, touched by his concern. "If I'm not back by noon tomorrow, or if you hear anything unusual from my apartment, call the police. Tell them whatever you think they'll believe." He nodded grimly. "Be careful. And remember, you're stronger than you think. It's your body, your mind. Don't let her take more than you've agreed to give." At midnight, I began preparations. I showered and dressed in comfortable clothes suitable for a night excursion. Jeans, t-shirt, sneakers, light jacket. I wrote down the signal word Sarah and I had agreed upon. Enough, on a piece of paper, and placed it on the nightstand where I could see it. Howard's pendant hung around my neck. I set alerts on my phone for 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., the latter being our agreed endpoint, when Sarah would depart regardless of whether her mission was complete. I doubted I'd need reminders, given my heightened state of anxiety, but backup systems seemed prudent. At 3 a.m., I sat on the edge of my bed, breathing deeply, trying to center myself. According to Sarah, the process would be smoother if I was calm and receptive rather than tense and resistant. 3:10 a.m. The room remained normally temperate, no sign yet of Sarah's presence. 3:11 a.m. I closed my eyes, continuing the deep breathing exercises. 3:12 a.m. Cold rushed through the room, more intense than any previous night. My eyes flew open, but I couldn't see Sarah's spectral form. Instead, the cold seemed to be coming from within me, spreading from my core outward to my extremities. A sudden pressure built behind my eyes, not painful but intensely uncomfortable. My vision blurred, doubled, then cleared, but something had changed. The room appeared sharper, details more defined, as if I was seeing through enhanced senses. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice emerging normally. "Yes," her voice sounded inside my head, clear as if spoken aloud, yet distinctly separate from my own thoughts. "I'm here." The sensation was indescribable, being simultaneously myself and aware of another consciousness occupying the same space. I could feel her emotions bleeding into mine, excitement, anxiety, eager anticipation. "This is strange," I said, hearing my voice but aware that I alone had chosen to speak. "It gets easier. May I?" I understood her question. She was asking to take more active control, to move my body rather than simply cohabitate in my mind. Slowly, I cautioned, "Let me get used to it." I felt a gentle pressure, like someone leaning against me. Then the bizarre sensation of my hand rising without my conscious command. Sarah moved my fingers experimentally, turned my wrist, then set my hand back in my lap. It works. Her thought voice contained wonder and relief. Thank you for this. Let's establish boundaries, I said firmly. I need to remain aware throughout. No blanking out or lost time. And if I say the word, you regain full control immediately. I remember our agreement. Okay, I took a deep breath. Then let's go. Rising from the bed felt strange, like being a passenger in a vehicle someone else was driving, yet still able to grab the wheel if necessary. Sarah moved my body with careful precision, each motion deliberate, as if she was remembering how physical form worked after long disembodiment. We collected my keys, phone, and wallet, then left the apartment. The hallway seemed different through our shared perception, shadows deeper, lights brighter, the faint sounds of sleeping neighbors suddenly audible despite the usual silence of 3B. The soundproofing, I whispered as we descended the stairs. It only works inside the apartment. It was never soundproofing, Sarah's thought voice explained. It's me. My presence creates a barrier. Sound can't penetrate where I fully manifest. This casual revelation that she had been responsible for the apartment's unnatural silence all along was unsettling, suggesting powers beyond what she disclosed. Outside, the night air felt electric against our shared skin. Sarah drew in a deep breath through my lungs, her joy at experiencing physical sensation again washing through our connection. It's been so long, she thought, directing my gaze upward to the stars. I'd forgotten how beautiful the world is. She oriented us quickly, moving with surprising confidence through the deserted streets toward Richard's building, an upscale apartment complex 6 blocks away. I remained alert, ready to assert control if she deviated from our agreement, but Sarah moved purposefully, clearly focused on her mission. We reached the building at 3:45 a.m., standing across the street to observe it. Lights were on in a few windows despite the hour, but most were dark. Which one is his? I whispered. 5th floor, corner apartment. She directed my eyes to a darkened window. He's there. I can feel him. How do we get in? The building will be secured. Sarah hesitated, her uncertainty flowing through our connection. We'll need to wait. Morning, perhaps, when residents are coming and going. That's hours from now, I protested. Our agreement was until 6 a.m. I'm aware, but I've waited 50 years. What's a few more hours? Her reasonable tone didn't mask the implication. She was already considering extending our arrangement beyond the agreed time frame. I felt a flicker of panic. The signal word stands. Reminded her. 6 a.m., regardless of whether we've made contact. Yes, of course. We found a bench in a small park facing the building, settling in to wait. The sensation of sharing consciousness became more comfortable as time passed, like muscles relaxing after initial tension. Sarah's thoughts occasionally brushed against mine. Memories of the neighborhood as it had been in the 1970s, observations about how much had changed, flashes of her human life before death. I found myself curious. How did you meet him? Richard. Sarah directed my gaze to a coffee shop across the street, now closed for the night, but still bearing the same name it had decades earlier. I worked there. He came in every morning for coffee. Lacked no sugar. She projected the memory. A handsome young man in early 1970s fashion, laughing at something she'd said. He was a law student, brilliant, charismatic. We dated for 2 years. I thought we would marry. What happened? He found someone else, someone from a wealthy family who could advance his career. He ended things abruptly, said I should have known it wouldn't last, that someone like him wouldn't settle for someone like me. Her pain, half a century old, flooded through me with surprising intensity. And that's why I was foolish, dramatic, thought he would regret it, come looking for me when I didn't show up at work, find my body and the note, and realize what he'd thrown away. But he never came. No, I watched from elsewhere, watched as the building manager found me, as they took my body away, as my few possessions were packed and removed. Richard never appeared, never even came to the funeral. Yet you want to forgive him after all that? Carrying anger and pain is what kept me trapped here. I need to release it, to forgive him, not for his sake, but for mine, so I can move on. Her sincerity felt genuine through our connection, whatever her other motives might be. This central purpose rang true. As dawn approached, activity in the building increased. Early risers leaving for work, a dog walker returning with several charges. At 5:30 a.m., Sarah tensed our shared body. There, the door. An elderly man emerged from the building, moving slowly but steadily toward a town car idling at the curb. His white hair was neatly combed, his suit expensive and well-tailored. Despite the decades that had passed, I recognized him from Sarah's projected memory. The same eyes, the same bearing, merely aged by time. Now, Sarah thought, standing our body abruptly, we crossed the street quickly, approaching Richard before he could enter the car. "Excuse me," Sarah said, using my voice but with an intonation subtly different from my own. "Mr. Richard Cooper?" The man turned, eyebrows raising slightly at being addressed by a stranger so early in the morning. "Yes. Do I know you?" "No, sir, but you knew someone I'm connected to." Sarah Lowell. His expression flickered, recognition, quickly masked by caution. "That was a very long time ago. How do you know that name?" "She wanted me to deliver a message," Sarah continued, my voice growing softer. "She wants you to know that she forgives you, that you don't need to carry the guilt anymore." The old man's face drained of color. He glanced at his waiting driver, then back to us. "Young woman, I don't know what game you're playing or how you know about Sarah, but this is highly inappropriate. She took her life because of you," Sarah pressed on, my voice hardening. "Left a note you never saw because you never came looking for her. She waited for you, Richard. For 50 years, she waited." "This is absurd." His composure cracked slightly. "Who put you up to this? How could you possibly know? Your last words to her were, 'Someone like me doesn't end up with someone like you.'" Sarah's anger and pain surged through our connection, nearly overwhelming me. "You said she was convenient but ultimately unsuitable, that she should have known it was temporary." Richard steadied himself against the car, truly shaken now. No one could know that. Those conversations were private, unless he studied our face intently. "This is impossible. She's been trapped, Richard, unable to move on because of unfinished business with you." Sarah softened my voice again. "She wants you to know she understands now, that she forgives you for the callous young man you were, and she hopes you've become someone better." Tears formed in the elderly man's eyes. I have thought about her every day for 50 years, he said quietly. What I did, how I treated her, it was unforgivable. I was ambitious, selfish. By the time I realized what I'd thrown away, it was too late. He wiped at his eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. How can she forgive me when I've never forgiven myself? Because holding on to anger hurts only the person carrying it, Sarah replied. She's ready to let go, to move on, and she hopes, by forgiving you, you might finally forgive yourself too. Something passed between them, a recognition, an acceptance, a closing of a circle opened half a century before. Richard nodded slowly. Thank her for me, he said, voice steady despite his tears. Tell her I'm sorry, that I've tried to be a better man than I was then. She knows, Sarah said softly. Goodbye, Richard. We turned and walked away, leaving the old man watching after us with an expression of wonder and grief combined. I could feel Sarah's emotions cascading through our connection. Relief, release, a profound sense of completion. It's done, she thought. Finally done. We returned to the apartment in silence, both physical and mental. Sarah's presence in my consciousness felt different now, lighter somehow, less substantial. As we entered 3B, the familiar oppressive silence enveloped us again, but even that seemed changed, less absolute. The clock read 5:52 a.m. Our agreement would conclude in 8 minutes. You did it, I said aloud, regaining full control of my voice. You delivered your message. Yes, her thought voice had grown fainter. Thank you for your help. Without you, I would still be trapped. Will you be able to move on now? Like you said, I believe so. I can feel it, the thinning of the barrier, the way forward. And Mara, what really happened with her? A hesitation. Then, she offered more than you did. A permanent sharing. She wanted escape from her life, and I was afraid to move on. Afraid of what might wait beyond. We reached an arrangement that suited us both, so you lied about being unable to separate from her. Not entirely. We could have separated if either of us had truly wished it, but neither did. And with me, were you planning to stay if I'd been willing? Another pause, longer this time. Perhaps, if you had offered. But our agreement was clear, and I will honor it. I glanced at the clock. 5:58 a.m. It's almost time. I know. Sarah's presence stirred within me, preparing to withdraw. One last thing. A gift for your help. Before I could question what she meant, a rush of energy surged through me. Not cold this time, but warm, almost electrical. The sensation centered in my throat briefly, then spread throughout my body before gradually fading. What was that? I asked, momentarily alarmed. The silence, she explained, her thought voice now barely perceptible. I've lifted it from the apartment. You'll hear normally now. No more unnatural quiet. The clock turned to 6 a.m. exactly. In that moment, I felt Sarah's presence withdraw, not abruptly, but like tide receding from shore, gradual yet inexorable. The temperature in the apartment rose perceptibly, and sound flooded in. Traffic from the street below, the hum of the refrigerator, a neighbor's shower running through pipes in the wall. Normal sounds, ordinary life. I stood alone in the center of the living room, my mind entirely my own again. The experience had been so intense, so all-encompassing, that this return to normality felt almost like a loss. Sarah, I called quietly, unsure whether I hoped for a response. None came. She was gone. I've lived in apartment 3B for 6 months now. The rent remains suspiciously reasonable, but the unnatural silence has never returned. No breathing disturbs my sleep. No tapping communicates coded messages. No entity manifests at 3:12 a.m. I've researched Sarah's story further, verifying what she shared through our connection. Richard Cooper is indeed a prominent attorney who rose from humble beginnings, now semi-retired but still connected to a prestigious firm. News archives confirmed his marriage to the daughter of a local judge shortly after Sarah's death, a union that undoubtedly advanced his early career. I've kept in touch with Howard, who seems both relieved and slightly disappointed that the apartment's paranormal activities have ceased. Almost missed the excitement, he admitted once, though we both know he's merely being nostalgic for the mystery, not the actual haunting. Mara remains missing. Her family continues to search, posting occasionally on social media, but the trail has gone cold. Sometimes I wonder where she and Sarah are now, what distant places they're exploring through their shared existence, whether the arrangement truly satisfies both parties, or if Sarah's possession eventually became something more sinister. I try not to dwell on such thoughts. The apartment is peaceful now. The rent is affordable, and I've finally begun to feel at home in this space that once terrified me. Yet sometimes, in the moment between wakefulness and sleep, I feel a gentle pressure behind my eyes, a brief doubling of vision, a fleeting sense of another consciousness brushing against my own. It passes quickly, might be nothing more than the normal hypnagogic phenomena of a brain transitioning between states, but I've taken to checking the clock when it happens. It's always 3:12 a.m. The whispers in room 208. The Caldwell Hotel had stood on the corner of Maple and Pine for almost a century. Its red brick exterior was weathered by decades of harsh winters and humid summers, giving it a time-worn character that newer establishments couldn't replicate. I hadn't planned on staying there. My intention had been to drive straight through to Portland for my cousin's wedding, but the sudden downpour made visibility nearly impossible. The rain drummed against my windshield and sheets. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the hotel's neon sign that flickered weakly against the darkening evening. Vacancy, it promised in buzzing red letters. I pulled into the cracked asphalt parking lot and made a dash for the entrance, my overnight bag held above my head in a futile attempt to stay dry. The lobby smelled of old carpet and furniture polish. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystal pendants coated with a thin layer of dust that dispersed the yellow light into odd patterns across the wood-paneled walls. Behind the front desk sat an elderly woman with silver hair pulled back into a tight bun. She looked up from her crossword puzzle, her reading glasses perched on the tip of her nose. "Caught in the storm, dear?" she asked, her voice gentle yet somehow hollow. "Yeah, looks like it's going to pour all night. Do you have any rooms available?" She nodded and turned an ancient-looking guest book toward me. "We have plenty of space tonight. Most people prefer those new chain hotels by the interstate these days." I signed my name and handed over my credit card. Her fingers were cold when they brushed against mine. She studied my card carefully before running it through an outdated machine. "Room 208, she said, handing me an actual metal key attached to a heavy wooden tag. "Second floor, down the hall to your right. The elevator is just around the corner." though it can be temperamental. Some guests prefer the stairs. I thanked her and headed toward the elevator, its brass doors tarnished with age. The button glowed faintly when I pressed it. The machinery groaned to life somewhere above me, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. The elevator moved upward with painful slowness. The lights inside flickered once, twice, before stabilizing. A faint smell of something metallic lingered in the small space. Was it blood? No, more like old pennies or rusty pipes. The second floor hallway stretched before me, lined with identical doors painted a deep forest green. The carpet beneath my feet muffled my footsteps, its pattern a busy floral design that seemed designed to hide stains. Every few feet, wall sconces cast pools of warm light that failed to fully illuminate the spaces between them. Room 208 was halfway down the corridor. The key turned with difficulty in the lock, the mechanism inside grinding in protest. When the door finally swung open, the hinges creaked loudly in the silence. The room was clean but dated. A queen-sized bed dominated the space, covered with a maroon comforter that matched the heavy curtains. A desk and chair sat beneath a window that overlooked the parking lot. The bathroom door stood ajar, revealing white tile and an old-fashioned clawfoot tub. I set my bag down and checked my phone. No service. The storm must have affected the towers. A landline phone sat on the nightstand, its beige plastic yellowed with age. After a quick shower, I settled into bed with a paperback I'd brought along. The rain continued its steady assault against the window. Occasionally, thunder would rumble in the distance, and the old building would seem to tremble in response. It was just after midnight when I first heard it, a subtle sound, like fingernails lightly dragging across the wall. I lowered my book and listened. Nothing. Just as I returned to reading, it came again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It seemed to be coming from the wall behind the headboard. Probably just the old building settling, I told myself, or perhaps mice in the walls. In a place this old, that wouldn't be surprising. I tried to focus on my book, but the scratching continued intermittently. Sometimes it would stop for several minutes, lulling me into thinking it was over, only to resume just as I was drifting off to sleep. Around 1 in the morning, the scratching changed. It became more deliberate, more rhythmic, almost like it was trying to communicate something. 3 quick scratches. Pause. 3 more. Pause. 3 again. I sat up in bed, fully alert now. "Hello," I called out, immediately feeling foolish. Who would be in the walls to answer? The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, pregnant with anticipation. I waited, hardly breathing, straining my ears for any sound. A whisper came from somewhere in the room, so faint I almost missed it. "Help!" I froze. My eyes darted around the darkened room, seeking the source of the voice. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to sound authoritative despite the tremor in my voice. No response. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand and switched it on. Golden light flooded the room, chasing shadows into corners, but revealing nothing unusual. The bathroom door remained as I'd left it, slightly ajar. The closet door was closed. Under the bed? I couldn't bring myself to check. The wind howled outside, rattling the window in its frame. Perhaps that's all it had been, the wind playing tricks on my tired mind. I laid back down, but left the lamp on. My eyes refused to close, fixed on the ceiling above me. The pattern of water stains resembled a face if I looked at it from a certain angle, a face contorted in agony. Sleep eventually found me, though it was fitful and filled with half-formed dreams. I woke several times, each time convinced someone was standing at the foot of my bed, but nobody was there. Just shadows and moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains. Morning couldn't come soon enough. When the first gray light of dawn crept into the room, I was already dressed and packing my bag. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a world washed clean. Water droplets clung to the window, refracting the early morning sunlight. As I zipped my bag closed, my gaze fell on the wall behind the headboard. Something caught my eye, a slight discoloration in the wallpaper. I moved closer to examine it. Small marks marred the floral pattern, clustered together in sets of 3. It looked like someone had repeatedly scratched the wall with something sharp. The wallpaper was torn in places, revealing older layers beneath, and in one spot, where the paper had peeled away completely, there appeared to be something written on the drywall. I leaned in closer, a name etched into the wall. Rebecca. A chill ran down my spine. I backed away from the wall, grabbed my bag, and hurried out of the room without a backward glance. The same elderly woman sat at the front desk, though she looked as if she hadn't moved all night. Her crossword puzzle appeared untouched. "Checking out?" she asked, her thin lips stretching into what might have been an attempt at a smile. "Yes," I replied, placing the key on the counter. "Room 208. Something flickered in her eyes. "Did you sleep well?" "Not really," I admitted. "I heard some strange noises, scratching in the walls." She nodded slowly, unsurprised. Old buildings make all sorts of sounds. Nothing to worry about. There was also, I hesitated, feeling foolish. I thought I heard someone whispering. The woman's expression didn't change, but her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around her pen. "The wind," she said dismissively. "It gets into the ventilation system and makes odd sounds." "Right," I said, unconvinced. "Of course." As she processed my checkout, I noticed a framed photograph on the wall behind the desk. It showed the hotel in its prime, perhaps 50 years earlier. A group of staff stood proudly in front of the entrance. My eyes were drawn to a young woman standing slightly apart from the others, her expression solemn. "Who's that?" I asked, pointing to the woman. The desk clerk glanced over her shoulder. "That's Rebecca. She was a maid here in the 70s. She turned back to me, her eyes suddenly sharp. "Why do you ask?" "No reason, Edith. She just stood out to me." She handed me my receipt. "Drive safely now." I nodded and turned to leave, eager to put the Caldwell Hotel behind me. As I pushed through the front doors, the elderly woman called after me. "Miss," I paused, looking back. "Next time you're passing through, we have other rooms available. Much nicer ones than 208. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Some of our guests find that particular room uncomfortable." I didn't respond. I walked briskly to my car, threw my bag in the back seat, and started the engine. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced up at the second floor. Room 208's curtains were closed now, though I was certain I'd left them open. Behind the fabric, I could have sworn I saw the silhouette of a woman, her hand pressed against the glass. But when I blinked, there was nothing there at all. Just an empty room waiting for its next guest. I didn't look back again as I accelerated onto the highway, leaving the Caldwell Hotel to its secrets and its whispers. The path through Oakwood Forest. The hiking trail had been Dean Mitchell's weekend escape for nearly 5 years. Every Saturday morning, rain or shine, he would drive the 40 minutes from his apartment in the city to the entrance of Oakwood Forest State Park. The familiarity of the trees, the well-worn path beneath his boots, the predictable chorus of birds, all of it provided relief from his high-pressure job as a corporate attorney. But today, something felt different. The October air hung unusually still between the trees. Leaves that should have rustled in the breeze remained motionless, as if holding their breath. Dean checked his watch, 7:15 a.m., earlier than his usual start, but he had a dinner engagement in the evening and wanted to complete his customary 8-mile loop with time to spare. The parking lot had been empty when he arrived, his car creating the only disturbance in the blanket of early morning mist. He shouldered his backpack, adjusted his cap, and headed toward the trailhead. A wooden sign marked the entrance. Oakwood Forest Loop Trail, 8 miles, moderate difficulty. Below it, someone had affixed a handwritten note. Trail maintenance today. Northern section closed. Dean frowned. The northern section contained his favorite overlook, a rocky outcropping that provided a spectacular view of the valley below. Still, the southern part of the loop was pleasant enough, winding alongside a creek before circling back to the parking area. He would make do. The first mile passed uneventfully. Dew-heavy spider webs glistened between branches. Squirrels darted across the path, gathering acorns for the coming winter. Dean settled into his rhythm, his breathing steady, his mind gradually emptying of the week's stresses. At the fork in the trail, he paused. To the right lay the northern section, supposedly closed for maintenance. To the left, the southern route followed the creek. Dean glanced down both paths. No signs of maintenance crews on either. No vehicles. No equipment. Perhaps they were scheduled to arrive later. He hesitated only briefly before turning right. He would go just far enough to reach the overlook, he reasoned, then turn back and take the southern route. He'd be gone before any maintenance workers arrived. The trail narrowed as it began its gradual ascent toward higher ground. Oak trees gave way to pines, their scent sharp in the cool morning air. Dean noticed the silence again, more pronounced now. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Even his footfalls seemed muffled, as if the forest were absorbing all sound. A movement caught his eye. 20 yards ahead, something crossed the trail. Something large. A deer perhaps, or maybe a coyote. It had moved too quickly for him to identify it clearly. Dean continued walking, more alert now, scanning the trees on either side of the path. The trail curved to the left, and as he rounded the bend, Dean stopped abruptly. A tree had fallen across the path, a massive oak, its root system torn from the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the earth. The tree appeared healthy, its leaves still green. Strange that it would fall without the provocation of strong winds or storms. Dean considered turning back, but noticed that other hikers had already created a small detour path around the obstacle. He followed it, carefully navigating through the underbrush before rejoining the main trail on the other side. The silence of the forest now felt oppressive. Dean found himself whistling softly, an old habit from childhood when he'd been afraid of the dark. The sound seemed swallowed by the trees almost instantly. He reached for his water bottle, suddenly aware of Adrianus in his throat. As he drank, his eyes caught on something unusual just off the trail. A splash of color against the browns and greens of the forest floor. He stepped closer to investigate. A backpack, red nylon, similar to his own. It lay on its side, partially obscured by fallen leaves, as if it had been there for some time. Dean glanced around, expecting to see its owner nearby, but the forest remained empty and silent. "Hello," he called out. "Anyone lose a backpack?" His voice sounded flat in the still air. No response came. Dean approached the abandoned bag cautiously. He nudged it with his foot, turning it upright. The zipper was partially open. Against his better judgment, he knelt and peered inside. Water bottle, energy bars, a map of the trail system, a small first aid kit, standard hiking gear. Nothing unusual, except for a small notebook wedged in the front pocket. Dean hesitated, then pulled it out. The cover was plain black, weathered at the edges. He opened it to the first page. "Property of Samuel Reeves" was written in neat block letters, along with a phone number. The following pages contained what appeared to be journal entries, observations about the trail, wildlife sightings, weather conditions. The final entry was dated October 15th, exactly 1 year ago today. Day 3 on the new trail section. Not on any map. Found strange stone formation about 2 miles in. Feels like it's watching me. Will investigate closer tomorrow. There was no tomorrow entry. Dean closed the notebook and returned it to the backpack. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air ran through him. He stood, suddenly eager to be back on a main trail, back to familiar ground. As he turned to leave, something caught his eye. A smaller path, barely visible, branching off from the main trail. It was little more than a game trail, winding between the trees before disappearing into Thadenser Forest. Had this been the new trail section mentioned in the journal? Dean checked his watch again. 8:30 a.m. Still plenty of daylight left. The smart choice would be to continue on the marked trail, complete his hike, and report the found backpack to the park rangers. Yet curiosity tugged at him. What stone formation had Samuel Reeves discovered, and why did he feel it was watching him? Against his better judgment, Dean stepped onto the narrow path. The underbrush seemed to close behind him almost immediately, as if eager to conceal his passage. The canopy thickened overhead, dimming the morning light to a perpetual twilight. Dean moved carefully, aware that he was leaving the established trail system behind. The path wound deeper into the forest, occasionally becoming so faint that he wondered if he was following a trail at all. Just as he was considering turning back, the trees thinned, and he found himself at the edge of a small clearing. In the center stood a circle of stones, 7 in total, each about waist-high, arranged in a perfect circle. They weren't the rough boulders one might expect to find naturally occurring in a forest. These were smooth, almost polished, with strange markings etched into their surfaces, spirals, concentric circles, lines radiating outward like sunbursts. Dean approached slowly. The silence here was absolute. Even the sound of his own breathing seemed distant, disconnected. He reached out to touch one of the stones. The surface was cool against his fingertips, but not the coolness of rock. It felt almost like glass, or metal left too long in shade. The markings seemed to shift beneath his touch, though when he looked directly at them, they remained static. A trick of the light, surely. Dean moved around the circle, examining each stone in turn. They were identical in size and shape, differing only in the patterns carved into their surfaces. In the center of the circle, the ground appeared disturbed, as if someone had been digging. Recent digging, the soil still dark and moist. Dean knelt to examine it closer. A shallow depression, roughly the size and shape of a human body. His heart rate quickened. He stood abruptly, suddenly aware of how far he had wandered from the marked trail. The forest seemed different now, the trees positioned in a way that felt deliberate, as if they were standing guard around the clearing. Dean turned to leave and froze. The path he had followed into the clearing was gone, or rather, not gone, but multiplied. Where there had been one faint trail leading in, there now appeared to be 7, radiating outward from the stone circle like spokes from a wheel. Which one had he come from? They all looked identical. Dean spun slowly, trying to identify a landmark, anything that might indicate the correct path back to the main trail. Nothing seemed familiar. A sound broke the silence, the first he'd heard since discovering the backpack. A soft humming, almost at the threshold of hearing. It seemed to be coming from the stones themselves, vibrating at a frequency he could feel in his chest more than hear with his ears. The humming grew louder. The stones began to emit a faint glow, barely perceptible in the filtered daylight. Dean backed away, his rational mind struggling to process what his senses were reporting. He needed to leave. Now, Dean chose a path at random and hurried along it, no longer concerned with observing his surroundings or maintaining hiking etiquette. Fear drove him forward, his boots pounding against the earth in a desperate rhythm. The path twisted and turned, leading him deeper into unfamiliar territory. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block out more and more light. The air grew colder, damper. The smell of decay intensified. Dean stopped out of breath. This wasn't right. He should have reached the main trail by now. He pulled out his phone to check the GPS, but there was no signal, not even an emergency line. The screen showed only the time, 10:45 a.m. He'd been walking for over 2 hours. Something moved in his peripheral vision. Dean turned quickly, but saw nothing, just trees and shadows. Then again, a flicker of movement between 2 distant trunks. A person, an animal. The shape was upright, but seemed wrong somehow. The proportions weren't quite human. "Hello," Dean called out, his voice cracking slightly. "Is someone there? I'm lost. Can you help me find the main trail?" No response came, but the feeling of being watched intensified. Dean turned in a complete circle, scanning the forest around him. Nothing. Then a sound behind him, a twig snapping underfoot. He whirled around. A figure stood on the path 30 yards ahead, human-shaped but somehow not quite right. Too tall, too thin. Its features were obscured by distance and shadow. "Hello," Dean called again, his voice weaker now. "Can you help me?" The figure didn't respond. It stood motionless for several long seconds, then turned and walked away, disappearing around a bend in the path. Dean hesitated, then followed. What choice did he have? This might be his only chance to find his way back to civilization. He rounded the bend and stopped short. The figure was gone, but the path continued ahead, straighter now and wider than before. Hope fluttered in Dean's chest. This looked more like a proper trail. Perhaps it would lead back to the main loop. He walked faster, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, searching for trail markers or signs. The trees began to thin. Sunlight dappled the ground in increasingly larger patches. The air felt warmer, less oppressive. The path widened further, and suddenly Dean recognized where he was. This was the main trail, just a quarter mile from the parking lot. Relief washed over him. He had made it back. His pace quickened to a jog as he covered the remaining distance to the trailhead. The wooden sign came into view, looking exactly as it had when he started his hike. The handwritten note about trail maintenance was still there. Dean reached the parking lot, breathing hard more from relief than exertion. His car sat where he had left it, but it was no longer alone. 3 other vehicles had arrived during his absence: a park ranger's truck and 2 ordinary cars. A small group of people stood near the trailhead. As Dean approached, he realized they were gathered around a notice board he hadn't noticed earlier. They turned to look at him, their expressions solemn. "Are you all right, sir?" the park ranger asked, stepping forward. She was young, probably in her late 20s, with short brown hair tucked beneath her uniform cap. "Yes," Dean replied, suddenly self-conscious about his disheveled appearance and obvious distress. "I just got a little turned around on the trail. There's a backpack about a mile in, abandoned. Red nylon. Belongs to someone named Samuel Reeves." The ranger's expression changed. The other hikers exchanged glances. "Where exactly did you find this backpack?" the ranger asked, her voice carefully neutral. Dean described the location as best he could: the fallen tree, the fork in the path, the small trail leading to the stone circle. With each detail, the ranger's face grew more concerned. When he mentioned the stone circle, one of the hikers, an older man with a gray beard, made a small noise and turned away. "Sir," the ranger said finally, "we've been searching for Samuel Reeves for exactly 1 year. He disappeared on a solo hike last October. His car was found in this very parking lot, but he never returned from the trail." Dean felt the blood drain from his face. "But I just found his backpack today. It looked relatively new, not like it had been sitting in the forest for a year." The ranger shook her head. "We've combed every inch of these trails, multiple times, with dogs, with volunteers, with thermal imaging. We never found any trace of him or his belongings." "And the stone circle?" Dean asked. 7 stones arranged in a perfect circle, with strange markings? The older hiker turned back to face him. "There's no stone circle in Oakwood Forest," he said firmly. "I've been hiking these trails for 20 years. Know them like the back of my hand." Dean pulled out his phone. "I took pictures," he said, though he couldn't actually remember doing so. He scrolled through his photo gallery. Nothing from today's hike. Strange. He was certain he'd taken at least a few shots of the unusual formation. The ranger was watching him closely. "Sir, what's today's date?" "October 15th, Dean replied automatically. "And the year?" Dean stared at her. 2023, of course." The ranger exchanged glances with the others. The older hiker muttered something under his breath and walked away. "Sir," the ranger said gently, "today is October 16th, 2024. You've been missing for a year." Dean laughed. It had to be a joke. A sick, twisted joke. He looked down at his phone again, at the date display he'd ignored before. October 16th, 2024. "That's impossible," he whispered. "I started my hike this morning, a few hours ago." The ranger approached him slowly, as one might approach a frightened animal. "Your car has been sitting in this lot since last year. After 3 days, we called the number on your parking permit. Your employer reported you missing. There's been an ongoing investigation." Dean's mind reeled. He looked down at himself. Same clothes he'd put on this morning. Same boots. Same backpack. Nothing seemed changed. He didn't feel hungry or thirsty beyond normal exertion. His beard wasn't longer. His hair hadn't grown. "This doesn't make sense," he said, his voice hollow. "Sir, I think you should sit down," the ranger suggested. "We have medical personnel on the way." Dean allowed himself to be led to a bench near the trailhead. Shock was setting in, making his extremities tingle and his thoughts scatter. "The journal," he said suddenly, "in Reeves' backpack. His last entry was exactly 1 year before my hike. October 15th, 2022. He found the stone circle too." The ranger was taking notes now. "And you're certain you found this backpack today? Can you show us where?" Dean nodded numbly. "I can try." 2 hours later, a search party had scoured the area where Dean insisted he'd found the backpack. Nothing was there. No fallen tree. No faint side trail. No sign that anyone had disturbed the area in months. The stone circle, too, proved impossible to locate. Dean led them along the path he was certain he'd taken, but the forest looked different now. The landmarks he remembered were either missing or positioned incorrectly. It was as if the geography itself had shifted. As dusk approached, the search was called off. Dean sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket around his shoulders, despite the mild evening temperature. Medical personnel had examined him and found nothing physically wrong. His vital signs were normal. No signs of dehydration or malnutrition. No injuries. By all medical measures, he had not spent a year in the wilderness. Yet his car had a layer of dust and pollen that spoke of seasons passing. The registration sticker was out of date. The battery was dead. Inside, he found a newspaper dated October 16th, 2023, a year after he thought he'd started his hike. His phone, when charged in the ranger's truck, showed hundreds of missed calls and messages, the most recent dated just days ago. As the ambulance prepared to transport him to the hospital for further evaluation, Dean caught sight of the trailhead sign in the fading light. The handwritten note about trail maintenance was gone, replaced by something else, a missing person flyer with his own face staring back at him, and beneath it, newly posted another flyer, this one showing the face of a middle-aged woman named Karen Williams, reported missing 3 days ago while hiking alone. Dean wondered if she, too, had found the stone circle, if she, too, had touched the markings and felt them shift beneath her fingers, if she, too, would emerge a year later with no memory of the time past. As the ambulance doors closed and the vehicle pulled away from Oakwood Forest, Dean gazed out the small rear window at the darkening trees. For just a moment, he thought he saw 7 faint lights glowing among them, arranged in a perfect circle. But when he blinked, there was nothing there at all, just the forest and its silence, and the path that led into its depths. The neighbor in apartment 3B. I noticed the silence first, the kind that isn't really silence at all, but the conspicuous absence of familiar sounds. No footsteps overhead, no muffled conversation from next door. No water running through pipes, just the soft hum of my refrigerator and the occasional car passing on the street below. My apartment building wasn't large, just 4 stories with 3 units per floor, built in the 1940s. It had the charm of high ceilings and original hardwood floors, but also the quirks of aged plumbing and temperamental heating. The walls were surprisingly thick for a building of its era, but sound still traveled in unpredictable ways. I'd grown accustomed to the symphony of my neighbors' lives playing in the background of my own, which is why the silence was so noticeable. It started on a Tuesday in late November. I remember because I'd taken the day off work to recover from a minor dental procedure. The Novocaine had worn off by early afternoon, leaving me with a dull ache in my jaw and a prescription for pain medication I was reluctant to take. I was making tea in my small kitchen when I realized I couldn't hear Mrs. Abernathy in two-way moving her furniture. Every Tuesday at precisely 1:15 p.m., Mrs. Abernathy rearranged her living room. The scraping of chair legs across her floor was as reliable as a clock. I'd never asked why she did this. We weren't close, just elevator acquaintances who exchanged pleasantries about the weather. But the sound had become part of my weekly routine. Its absence felt wrong somehow. I finished making my tea and moved to the living room, settling into the worn armchair by the window that overlooked the street. Perhaps Mrs. Abernathy was ill or visiting family. People's routines changed. There was no reason to be concerned. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The building felt emptier than usual, despite all the cars in the parking lot indicating residents were home. I hadn't passed anyone in the hallway when I'd gone out for soup earlier. Hadn't heard any doors opening or closing. I sipped my tea and tried to focus on the novel I'd been reading. A thriller about a woman who discovers her husband isn't who he claims to be. The protagonist was just finding a hidden passport with a different name when a sound drew my attention away from the page. A thump, distinct and solid, like something heavy being dropped on carpet. It came from above me, apartment 3B, directly overhead. This was odd for 2 reasons. First, because I'd never heard much from 3B before. The tenant was a middle-aged man who I rarely saw. Second, because the timing was strange. It was the middle of a weekday when most residents were at work. I returned to my book, but my focus was broken. I found myself listening for more sounds from upstairs. For several minutes, there was nothing. Then, just as I managed to re-immerse myself in the story, another thump, followed by what sounded like something being dragged across the floor. Moving furniture, perhaps. Maybe 3B had the same Tuesday habit as Mrs. Abernathy. The sounds continued intermittently throughout the afternoon. A thump here, a scrape there. Nothing alarming, but unusual for a neighbor who was typically silent. By evening, when I was heating leftover pasta for dinner, the noises had stopped. That night I dreamt of knocking, a persistent tap-tap-tap that seemed to come from inside my walls. In the dream, I followed the sound, pressing my ear against different sections of wallpaper, trying to locate its source. The tapping led me to my closet, where I found a small door I'd never noticed before. As I reached for the handle, I woke with a start. My bedroom was dark and quiet. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. I lay still, listening. Nothing but the soft tick of the bathroom faucet that never quite turned off completely. I was drifting back to sleep when I heard it. A creak overhead. The distinct sound of weight shifting on old floorboards. My upstairs neighbor was awake too. I thought little of it as I fell back asleep. Insomnia wasn't uncommon. I'd paced my own apartment at odd hours many times when sleep proved elusive. The next morning, I left for work earlier than usual, hoping to catch my dentist before his first appointment to ask about the lingering soreness in my jaw. In the hallway, I nearly collided with a woman I didn't recognize. She wore the navy blue uniform of the building's cleaning service, though I'd never seen her before. "Excuse me," I murmured, stepping aside. She nodded without meeting my eyes and continued toward the elevator, pulling a cart of cleaning supplies. As the doors closed behind her, I realized she was heading up, unusual, since Wednesday was the day they typically cleaned the lobby and ground floor common areas. At work, I found myself distracted by thoughts of my building, the silence, the unusual sounds from 3B, the unfamiliar cleaning woman. None of these things were significant on their own, but together they created a vague sense of unease that I couldn't shake. By the time I returned home that evening, I decided to stop by Mrs. Abernathy's apartment. I'd make up an excuse, perhaps say I'd received her mail by mistake, and confirm that everything was all right. I knocked on 2A's door and waited. No response. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just as I was turning to leave, I heard movement inside, a soft shuffling sound, but the door remained closed. "Mrs. Abernathy?" I called through the door. "It's Alex from 1B. I think I got some of your mail." Silence. Then, very quietly, almost too faint to hear, "No mail. Go away." The voice didn't sound like Mrs. Abernathy. It was lower, with none of her usual cheerful lilt. But people sounded different when they were ill or upset. "Are you all right?" I pressed. "I haven't heard you moving furniture lately." A long pause. "I'm fine. Please leave." Something in the tone sent a chill through me. It wasn't just that the voice sounded different. It was the flatness of it, the complete absence of emotion or inflection. I returned to my apartment unsettled. During dinner, I found myself listening again for sounds from above. There were none until around 8:30 p.m., when the thumping resumed. One heavy drop, then another, then silence for several minutes before a series of irregular thumps, as if something was being rearranged. I tried to distract myself with television, but the sounds were persistent enough to keep pulling my attention away from the screen. Eventually, I muted the show entirely and just listened. The pattern was strange. Periods of complete silence, punctuated by brief bursts of activity. Always thumps and dragging sounds. Never footsteps or voices, or any of the normal sounds of someone living in a space. At 10:15 p.m., I had enough. I put on shoes and walked upstairs to the third floor. I'd never been to 3B before and realized I wasn't even sure who lived there. I had a vague memory of a man in his 40s or 50s with salt and pepper hair, but I couldn't recall ever having a conversation with him. The hallway on the third floor was identical to mine. Same faded carpet runner, same off-white walls with framed prints of landscapes, same brass numbers on the doors. Point 3B was at the end of the hall, positioned directly above my unit. As I approached, I noticed something peculiar. A faint odor hung in the air near the door, sweet and organic, like overripe fruit or rotting flowers. Not strong enough to be alarming, but distinctive. I knocked firmly on the door. The sound echoed in the quiet hallway. No response came from inside, though I could have sworn I heard movement, a subtle shifting, like someone standing very still and trying not to make noise. I knocked again. "Hello? It's your downstairs neighbor from 1B. Nothing. The silence stretched uncomfortably. I pressed my ear against the door, but could hear nothing beyond it. As I turned to leave, a door opened further down the hallway. A woman peered out from 3A, her expression wary. "Are you looking for Mr. Kessler?" she asked. "The tenant in 3B? "Yes." She glanced nervously at the closed door, then back at me. "He's not there." "I heard sounds coming from the apartment," I explained. "Thumping noises." The woman, I thought her name might be Diane or Denise, stepped further into the hallway, lowering her voice. "That's not possible. Robert Kessler died 3 weeks ago." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "What?" She nodded. "Heart attack. They found him in his apartment. I was the one who called the police when I noticed the smell." She trailed off, her eyes darting again to 3B's door. "The apartment's been empty since then." "Are you sure? Maybe someone new moved in." She shook her head firmly. "Management hasn't listed it yet. They're still dealing with his belongings. His sister from Buffalo is supposed to be coming to clear the place out, but she hasn't shown up." I tried to process this information. If the apartment was empty, what had I been hearing? "Thank you," I said finally. "I must be mistaken about where the sounds are coming from." She retreated into her apartment without another word, the door closing with a definitive click. I stood in the hallway a moment longer, staring at 3B's door. The smell seemed stronger now that I was paying attention to it. Not just overripe fruit, but something else beneath it, something less pleasant. That night, I researched Robert Kessler online. It wasn't difficult to find his obituary in the local paper. Robert James Kessler, 54, died unexpectedly at his residence on October 31st, survived by a sister, Margaret Kessler of Buffalo. No service information was provided. October 31st was over 3 weeks ago, well before the sound started. I slept poorly, waking frequently to listen for noises from above. None came. The apartment overhead remained silent until morning. When my alarm went off at 6:30 a.m., I was already awake, staring at the ceiling. I dreamt of tapping again, but this time it hadn't been from inside the walls. It had been at my front door, a gentle, almost hesitant knock that repeated at regular intervals throughout the night. I showered and dressed mechanically, my mind still occupied with the mystery of 3B. As I waited for my coffee to brew, a possible explanation occurred to me. Perhaps the woman from 3A, Diane or Denise, was mistaken. Maybe she had confused Kessler with another tenant. Or possibly the apartment hadn't remained empty. Management could have rented it quickly to someone new. The thumping sounds resumed as I was finishing my coffee, heavy and deliberate, like furniture being moved. I stared at the ceiling, tracking the sounds as they moved across the floor above, from the living room toward what would be the bedroom and the unit upstairs. I needed to talk to the building manager. Gina Walsh had managed the property for as long as I'd lived there, a no-nonsense woman in her 60s who kept the building running with impressive efficiency. Her office was in a converted storage space off the lobby, and she usually arrived by 8 a.m. I found her unlocking the office door when I came downstairs, a coffee in one hand and a ring of keys in the other. "Morning, Alex," she greeted me. Everything okay with your unit? No issues with the heat now that it's getting colder? The heat's fine, I assured her. I actually wanted to ask about apartment 3B. Is someone new living there? Gina's expression changed subtly. No, that unit is currently vacant. Why do you ask? I hesitated. Hearing noises from an empty apartment sounded like the beginning of a ghost story. I thought I heard someone moving around up there. Furniture being moved. Ah, she nodded. That would be the cleaning service. They're preparing the unit for rental. The previous tenant passed away recently. Robert Kessler. Yes. She unlocked her office door and pushed it open. Did you know him? No, not really. Just a nod hello. I paused. When is the cleaning service there? The noises have been bothering me. They're only scheduled for Monday and Thursday mornings, Gina said, setting her coffee on her desk. If you're hearing noises at other times, it might be the pipes or the building settling. These old structures make all sorts of sounds. Monday and Thursday mornings. Today was Thursday, so that explained the current activity. But what about the sounds on Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday evening? What about Mr. Kessler's belongings? I asked. I heard his sister was supposed to be collecting them. Gina gave me a curious look. That's correct. Margaret arrived 2 days ago. She's been sorting through his things and arranging for furniture removal. 2 days ago. Tuesday. The day the sounds had started. Is she staying in the apartment? Gina shook her head. No, that wouldn't be allowed. She's at a hotel downtown. She just comes by during business hours to pack up personal items. I thanked Gina and headed to work, my mind slightly more at ease. The mystery had a logical explanation. Margaret Kessler was clearing out her brother's apartment, which accounted for the furniture moving sounds. The cleaning service explained the unfamiliar woman I'd seen. Everything made sense, except for the sounds at night, when no one should have been in the apartment. I pushed the thought aside and focused on my workday. By the time I returned home that evening, I had almost convinced myself that I'd imagined or exaggerated the nighttime noises. The lobby was empty when I entered, but voices echoed from the stairwell, a woman speaking in firm, measured tones, and a man responding in a placating manner. As I approached, they came into view on the landing between the first and second floors. The woman was in her early 50s, with short gray hair and angular features that suggested a family resemblance to the vague image I had of Robert Kessler. She wore a practical pantsuit and sensible shoes. The man with her wore the uniform of a local moving company. Absolutely unacceptable, she was saying as I reached the stairs. I specifically requested everything be removed by today. My flight leaves tomorrow morning. Yes, ma'am, the mover replied. We're doing our best, but the sofa won't fit through the door with the current configuration. We'll need to disassemble it or try another angle. I nodded politely as I passed them on the stairs. The woman, who I assumed was Margaret Kessler, barely glanced at me, but the mover gave me a look that silently communicated his frustration. The encounter further reassured me. Margaret was indeed clearing out the apartment, and the difficulty with the furniture explained the strange pattern of thumps and dragging sounds I'd heard. Mystery solved. But when I entered my apartment, the first thing I noticed was a fresh water stain on my ceiling, directly beneath where 3B's bathroom would be. I stared at the discolored patch. It wasn't large, perhaps the size of a dinner plate, but it definitely hadn't been there this morning. The building's plumbing was old, and leaks weren't uncommon, especially in bathrooms where seals around tubs and toilets deteriorated over time. Normally, I would have immediately called Gina to report it, but something held me back. An apartment that was supposedly vacant shouldn't be having plumbing issues. No one should be using the water, unless Margaret had been using the bathroom while sorting through her brother's belongings. That would be reasonable. I decided to wait and see if the stain grew. If it did, I would report it tomorrow. That evening passed quietly. No sounds came from above, not even the now familiar thumps and dragging. I assumed the movers had finished removing the furniture. I was halfway through a documentary about deep-sea creatures when my phone rang. The screen showed an unfamiliar local number. "Hello, is this Alex Jensen?" A woman's voice, clipped and businesslike. "Yes. Who's calling?" "This is Margaret Kessler. I understand you live below my brother's apartment." I sat up straighter. "That's right. I'm in 1B. The building manager gave me your number. She mentioned you've been asking questions about activity in Robert's apartment." There was an edge to her tone that made me uncomfortable. I heard some noises and was curious about the source. That's all. A pause. "What kind of noises?" "Thumping. Things being dragged across the floor." I assumed it was related to moving furniture. "I see." Another pause. "Mr. Jensen, I've been in my brother's apartment during business hours only, sorting through his personal effects. The movers were there just today, for 3 hours. If you're hearing noises at other times, they aren't coming from me." My mouth went dry. The cleaning service, perhaps? According to Ms. Walsh, they were only there Monday morning and briefly today. Her voice softened slightly. "Is it possible you're hearing sounds from another unit? Sound can travel strangely in these old buildings." "Maybe," I conceded, though I knew I wasn't mistaken about the source. "I'm sorry for the confusion." "It's fine. I just wanted to clarify the situation." She hesitated. "My brother lived a solitary life, Mr. Jensen. He didn't have many connections. Did you know him at all?" "No, not really. I might have nodded hello in the hallway, but we never spoke." "That sounds like Robert," she said with a hint of sadness, always keeping to himself. After a moment of silence, I asked, "Have you finished clearing out his apartment?" "Almost. Just a few boxes left that I'll deal with tomorrow. After that, the unit will be completely empty." We exchanged awkward goodbyes and ended the call. I sat in silence, the documentary forgotten as it continued playing on the television. If Margaret was telling the truth, and I had no reason to doubt her, then the noises I'd heard at night couldn't be explained by her activities or the cleaning service, which meant either I was hearing things from another unit and mistaking the source, or something else was happening in 3B when it should have been empty. The water stain on my ceiling caught my eye again. It didn't appear to have grown, but its presence bothered me. I stood on a chair to examine it more closely. The paint was bubbling slightly around the edges, indicating the water damage was recent. As I was climbing down, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small dark spot on the ceiling, separate from the water stain, near the corner of the living room. I moved closer to examine it. It wasn't a stain or discoloration. It was a hole, tiny, no bigger than the tip of a ballpoint pen. I wouldn't have noticed it if the light hadn't hit it just right. I stared at it, puzzled. It looked almost like a drill hole, But why would there be a drill hole in my ceiling? A sudden thought made my stomach clench. I dragged the chair to position it directly beneath the hole, stood on it, and snapped a photo with my phone, using the flash. When I examined the picture, my suspicion was confirmed. Inside the tiny opening was the glint of something glass-like, a camera lens. My mind raced. Had Robert Kessler drilled a hole through his floor to spy on me? The idea seemed absurd, yet there was a camera in my ceiling. I felt violated and furious in equal measure. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That my deceased neighbor might have been spying on me through a pinhole camera? They would think I was paranoid or seeking attention. I needed more information before taking action. I needed to see what was in apartment 3B. The rational part of me knew breaking into another unit was illegal and potentially dangerous. But the thought of someone watching me in my own home, recording me without my knowledge, overrode my better judgment. Margaret had said she was finished except for a few boxes. She wouldn't be back until morning. The apartment would be empty overnight. I waited until after midnight. The building was quiet, most residents asleep. I took a flashlight and a screwdriver from my toolbox and slipped into the hallway. The third-floor corridor was dimly lit by emergency exit signs that cast a reddish glow over the worn carpet. No sound came from any of the apartments as I made my way to 3B. I examined the door. Like all units in the building, it had a standard deadbolt and doorknob lock. I wasn't skilled at lock-picking, but I knew from accidentally locking myself out once that the doorknob locks were relatively flimsy. I slipped the screwdriver between the door and frame, feeling for the latch. After several tense minutes of maneuvering, I felt something give. The door swung inward with a soft creak. The smell hit me immediately, stronger than it had been in the hallway. Sweet decay overlaid with chemical cleaners, as if someone had tried to mask the organic odor without addressing its source. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing an apartment that mirrored my own in layout, but was nearly empty of furniture. Just a few boxes stacked near the entrance and odd items that had apparently been deemed unwanted. A lamp with a cracked shade, a small bookcase missing a shelf, a kitchen chair with a broken leg. The air felt heavy and cold, unnaturally cold for an interior apartment, even in November. My breath fogged slightly as I moved further in. The living room floor was bare except for rectangular indentations in the carpet where furniture had once stood. I directed my flashlight toward the corner that would be above the spot where I found the camera hole. There was nothing there now, but the carpet showed signs of recent disturbance, fibers pressed in a circular pattern, as if something had been mounted there. I moved to the bathroom next, drawn by the question of the water stain. The room was small and utilitarian. The shower curtain had been removed, leaving just the metal rod above the tub. All personal items were gone from the counter and medicine cabinet. I checked the sink and tub faucets. Both were tightly off. The toilet tank wasn't running. Nothing explained the water leak. As I turned to leave the bathroom, my flashlight beam caught on something in the tub, a dark line running from the drain up the porcelain side. I leaned closer. It wasn't dirt or mold, but looked almost like hair. A single long strand, dark and coarse, trailing from the drain. Curiosity overcame disgust. I reached down and gently tugged on the hair. It resisted slightly, then began to come free from the drain, inch by inch. It was longer than I expected, at least a foot in length. As more emerged, I saw it wasn't a single strand, but several, clumped together with something sticky. I let go, suddenly repulsed. The hair fell back toward the drain, but not all the way in. Something was preventing it from disappearing completely. The bedroom was the last room to check. Like the living room, it was mostly empty. Just more indentations in the carpet where a bed had once been. The closet door stood open, revealing vacant space except for a few wire hangers. I was about to leave when I noticed a trapdoor in the ceiling, access to the building's attic. Every unit had one, though I'd never used mine. This one showed signs of recent use. The paint around its edges was chipped, and the pull cord hung lower than it should have, as if someone hadn't properly secured it after closing. Standing on tiptoes, I could just reach the cord. I hesitated, then pulled. The trapdoor resisted at first, then swung down with a shower of dust, unfolding a ladder that reached to the floor. The opening above was pitch black. I directed my flashlight upward, but could see little beyond the immediate entrance. Just wooden beams and insulation. The attic space connected all the apartments on the top floor, serving as a common utility access area. I placed my foot on the first rung of the ladder, testing its stability. It held firm. Slowly, I began to climb, keeping my flashlight aimed into the darkness above. The attic was cramped and dusty. I had to crouch to avoid hitting my head on the rafters. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a narrow pathway between insulation bats, leading deeper into the space. I followed it carefully, mindful of where I placed my feet to avoid stepping through the ceiling below. The path appeared to be used regularly. The insulation was compressed, and the dust was disturbed in a way that suggested frequent passage. After about 15 feet, the path ended at a cleared area approximately 6 feet square. What I saw there made me freeze in place. A makeshift living space had been created. A thin foam mattress lay on plywood sheets that had been placed over the ceiling joists. A plastic storage bin served as a table, holding a battery-powered lamp, several bottles of water, and packaged food. A second bin contained clothing, dark, nondescript items folded with military precision. Most disturbing were the electronics. A small laptop, currently closed. A power strip connected to an extension cord that disappeared through a hole in the attic floor, likely tapping into the building's electrical system, and multiple small cameras with trailing wires. Someone was living in the attic, someone who was spying on the apartments below. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed to leave, to call the police. As I turned, my flashlight beam swept across something that stopped me cold. A photo pinned to one of the rafters. A photo of me, sitting in my living room, unaware I was being watched. Next to it, photos of other residents. Mrs. Abernathy arranging her furniture. The woman from 3A cooking in her kitchen. Others I recognized from the building going about their private lives. And Robert Kessler. His photo was different from the others. He was facing the camera directly, his eyes wide with fear. Behind him stood a figure, blurred but recognizable as human, with a hand on Kessler's shoulder. A sound from below broke through my horrified trance, the soft click of a door closing. Someone had entered apartment 3B. I extinguished my flashlight immediately, plunging myself into darkness. My eyes strained to adjust as I listened intently. Footsteps moved across the living room floor, unhurried and deliberate. Too heavy to be Margaret Kessler. I had two choices: try to make it back to the trapdoor and hope I could descend and escape before being discovered, or remain hidden in the attic and hope whoever had entered wouldn't come up. The decision was made for me when I heard the distinctive sound of the ladder being extended from below. Someone was coming up. I pressed myself against the sloped roof, sliding as quietly as possible behind a large HVAC duct. The beam of a flashlight appeared through the trapdoor, scanning the attic space. The light was followed by a figure climbing into the attic, a man's shape, tall and lean. I couldn't make out his features in the darkness, but his movements were confident, familiar with the space. He walked directly to the makeshift living area, set down a bag he'd been carrying, and switched on the battery-powered lamp. In its dim glow, I could finally see him. He wore dark clothing and moved with the careful precision of someone accustomed to silence. But what struck me most was his face, or rather, the lack of recognition it stirred in me. This wasn't a resident I knew. This wasn't anyone I'd ever seen in the building before. He sat on the foam mattress and opened the laptop. The screen's blue light illuminated his features more clearly. Angular face, close-cropped hair, expression intent as he typed. I remained frozen in my hiding place, scarcely breathing. My phone was in my pocket, but I didn't dare try to reach it. Any movement might give me away. The best I could hope for was that he would eventually sleep, giving me a chance to escape. After about 20 minutes on the computer, he closed the laptop and reached for his bag. From it, he removed something that made my blood run cold. A security uniform identical to the one worn by the building's night watchman, complete with name tag and embroidered logo. He changed into the uniform efficiently, tucking his own clothes into the bag. Then he picked up a radio, the kind security staff used, and spoke into it in a low voice. Perimeter check complete. All secure on the east side. He paused, apparently listening to a response I couldn't hear. Then he nodded to himself and returned the radio to his belt. This man was impersonating building security. The realization sent a wave of nausea through me. How long had this been going on? Was the real night watchman aware that someone was posing as him? Or worse, had something happened to the actual security staff? My thoughts were interrupted when he turned toward the trapdoor, preparing to leave. Relief washed over me. I might survive this encounter after all. But then he stopped, his head tilting slightly as if listening. Had I made a sound? I didn't think so. But my heart was pounding so loudly in my ears that I might have missed it. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping the shadowy recesses of the attic. For a terrible moment, I thought his eyes locked with mine. But then he looked away, reaching into his uniform pocket. What he withdrew wasn't a weapon, as I'd feared, but a small glass vial. He opened it and shook a few drops of liquid onto the foam mattress, then recapped it and returned it to his pocket. With one last survey of his living space, he descended the ladder and disappeared from view. I heard the trapdoor being closed from below, then footsteps crossing the apartment, and finally the unit door opening and closing. I remained motionless for several minutes, ensuring he was truly gone. Then, on trembling legs, I made my way to the trapdoor and peered down. The apartment was dark and empty once more. With extreme caution, I descended the ladder and crossed the apartment, listening intently for any sound that might indicate the man's return. The hallway was clear when I slipped out of 3B and hurried back to my own unit. Once safely inside with the door locked and chained, I called the police. The next few hours passed in a blur of official statements and questions. Police officers searched the attic space and found everything exactly as I described. The makeshift living quarters, the surveillance equipment, the photos. They were particularly interested in the picture of Robert Kessler with the figure behind him. "We'll need to re-examine the autopsy results," one detective told me. Mr. Kessler's death was ruled natural, a heart attack. But given these circumstances, I learned that the building's actual night watchman had called in sick for the past week. No replacement had been officially assigned. No one named Richard Bailey, the name on the fake security badge, worked for the company that provided security to our building. By dawn, the police had established a perimeter around the property and were interviewing all residents. Mrs. Abernathy, when finally coaxed from her apartment, admitted that a security guard had knocked on her door the previous week, claiming there had been reports of a gas leak. She'd let him in to check her unit. "He was very professional," she told the officers. But afterward I felt strange, like things in my apartment had been moved slightly, and ever since then, I've had this feeling of being watched. Similar stories emerged from other residents. The woman in 3A, whose name was indeed Diane, reported that her shower drain had been clogged with hair that wasn't hers. Another resident found tiny holes drilled in their bathroom ceiling. Margaret Kessler arrived amid the chaos, shocked to find police tape across her brother's apartment door. When shown the photograph of Robert with the unidentified figure, she went pale. "Robert called me about a month before he died," she told the detectives. "He said he thought someone was living in the attic. I told him that was ridiculous, that he was being paranoid." Her voice broke. "He said he would check it out himself if maintenance wouldn't. That was the last time we spoke." The police advised all residents to temporarily relocate while they conducted a thorough search of the building. They were particularly concerned that the suspect, now aware his hiding place had been discovered, might return. That night, I stayed at a hotel 5 miles from the apartment building. Despite the distance and the knowledge that police were watching the property, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I checked and rechecked the locks on the hotel room door. I inspected the ceiling for tiny holes or cameras. I kept the bathroom light on all night. When sleep finally came, I dreamt of attic spaces and narrow beams of light cutting through darkness. I dreamt of photos pinned to rafters, their subjects unaware of the eyes watching them. I dreamt of Robert Kessler's frightened face and the blurred figure standing behind him. And I dreamt of my apartment, empty now but not quite vacant, of someone moving silently through rooms that used to be mine, of someone knowing exactly where everything was because they'd been watching me for months, of someone waiting patiently for my inevitable return, just as they had waited for others, because buildings like ours have so many spaces where a person could hide, so many dark corners and forgotten cavities, so many ways to disappear into the walls themselves. And the worst part wasn't knowing that someone had been living above me all this time. It was wondering how many other buildings had similar spaces, how many other attics harbored watching eyes, how many other ceiling holes looked down on people who believed they were alone. 3 weeks later, police still hadn't located the man I'd seen in the attic. His fingerprints weren't in any database. The cameras he'd installed were basic models available at any electronics store. The laptop contained encrypted files that specialists were still working to access. Most residents eventually returned to their units after security upgrades were installed, better locks, motion sensors, regular attic inspections. But even with these measures in place, the building never felt the same. The community that had once existed, however loosely connected, was fractured by suspicion and fear. I gave notice and found a new apartment across town. Ground floor, no attic above. As I packed my belongings, I kept glancing upward, half expecting to see a tiny hole I'd overlooked, a lens watching my departure. On my last day in the building, I ran into Mrs. Abernathy in the lobby. She looked smaller somehow, more fragile. "I don't move the furniture anymore," she confided in a low voice. "I used to do it because my Herbert always said it was good to change your perspective now and then. See your home with fresh eyes." She clutched her purse tighter. "But now I don't want fresh eyes on anything of mine." I nodded in understanding and wished her well. As I carried the last of my boxes to the car, I noticed new tenants being shown apartment 3B. A young couple, excited about their first home together. I considered warning them, telling them to check the attic, inspect the ceiling, listen for sounds that didn't belong. But what would I say? That the walls have eyes? That silence isn't really silence when someone else is holding their breath. Some warnings sound too much like madness until it's too late to heed them. Instead, I drove away, windows down to feel the rush of air, radio turned up to fill the car with noise. Ahead lay a new apartment, new routines, new neighbors I would greet with distant politeness, but never truly know. And behind me, growing smaller in the rearview mirror, the old building stood watch over its occupants, both the ones who paid rent and the ones who might, even now, be finding new places to hide, new ceilings to drill, new lives to observe from dark, quiet spaces just beyond the reach of casual attention. Because the most terrifying thought isn't that someone might be watching you. It's that they already have been, for longer than you could possibly know. The old radio. The estate sale was winding down by the time I arrived. Cardboard boxes that once held carefully arranged knickknacks were now mostly empty, their contents dispersed among bargain hunters who had arrived at the proper time. I hadn't intended to stop at all, but the hand-painted sign at the end of the gravel drive caught my eye as I was heading home from an unsuccessful job interview. Estate sale, everything must go, proclaimed in careful red letters, an arrow pointing up the long driveway to a two-story farmhouse that had seen better days. The white paint was peeling from its clapboard siding, and several shutters hung at awkward angles. Still, it retained a certain dignity, like an elderly person straightening their spine despite the weight of years. I wasn't in the market for anything specific. My apartment was already cluttered with more possessions than the small space could comfortably hold. But there was something about estate sales that always drew me in, the chance to sift through the accumulated treasures of a stranger's life, to find the one object they had cherished that might speak to me as well. A tired-looking middle-aged woman sat at a folding table near the front porch, a cash box open before her. She barely looked up as I approached, engrossed in counting small bills. "Is it too late to look around?" I asked. She shrugged without meeting my eyes. "Sale ends at 5. You've got about 20 minutes. Most of the good stuff is gone, but help yourself to whatever's left. We're pricing to move at this point." The interior of the house was dim after the bright autumn sunlight outside. Dust motes danced in the few beams of light that managed to penetrate the heavy curtains. The living room had been picked over thoroughly, empty spaces on shelves and sun-faded rectangles on the wallpaper indicating where pictures had once hung. I wandered from room to room, finding little of interest. Kitchen gadgets that had outlived their usefulness, paperback novels with yellowed pages, a collection of ceramic figurines that had somehow avoided being claimed earlier in the day. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed a door at the end of the hallway that stood slightly ajar. It hadn't been propped open with a doorstop like the others, which made me wonder if this room wasn't part of the sale. Curiosity pushed me forward anyway. I eased the door open wider and found a narrow staircase leading to what must be the attic. No signs prohibited entry, so I began to climb. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight, announcing my ascent to the empty house. The attic was stifling hot, the sloped ceiling creating a sense of enclosure that was almost oppressive. Unlike the rest of the house, this space appeared untouched by the estate sale preparations. Cardboard boxes and old trunks were stacked haphazardly. A dress form stood in one corner, draped with what looked like a wedding gown from the 1950s. A tarnished mirror leaned against one wall, reflecting my distorted figure in its clouded surface. I was about to retreat from the heat when a shape beneath the dust cover caught my attention. I pulled back the sheet to reveal an antique radio. It was a floor model about 3 feet tall, with a wooden cabinet that curved elegantly at the top. The front panel featured an illuminated dial with numbers and city names: Chicago, New York, Cincinnati, St. Louis. 2 knobs flanked the dial, one for volume, one for tuning. Despite a layer of dust, the wood gleamed with the warm patina that only decades of careful polishing can produce. I ran my fingers over the smooth surface, admiring the craftsmanship. I'd always had a fondness for vintage electronics, not because I was particularly skilled at restoring them, but because they reminded me of my grandfather, who had tinkered with such things in his garage workshop. This radio was exactly the sort of project he would have undertaken with enthusiasm. On impulse, I carried it down the attic stairs, struggling slightly with its unexpected weight. The woman at the folding table raised her eyebrows when I emerged from the house with it. "I didn't even know that was still up there," she said, showing interest for the first time. It was my uncle's. He was obsessed with that thing. "How much?" I asked, already calculating whether my meager bank account could handle the expense. She waved a dismissive hand. $20, just to cover the effort you'll spend lugging it out of here." I handed over the cash before she could reconsider, then navigated the awkward process of fitting the radio into my hatchback. The drive home required careful turns to prevent it from tipping over in the back of my car. My apartment greeted me with its familiar stuffy air. I cleared a space in the living room corner, positioning the radio where it would be a feature rather than an obstruction. It looked strangely at home there, as if it had been waiting for just that spot. After a shower to wash away the attic dust, I settled on the couch with a glass of wine and contemplated my new acquisition. It was even more handsome than I had initially realized. The wood was walnut, I thought, with a subtle inlay around the speaker grill. The fabric covering the speaker was frayed in places, but largely intact. I wondered if it still worked. These old tube radios were often remarkably durable, especially compared to modern electronics that seemed designed for obsolescence. I located an outlet behind my bookshelf and plugged in the cloth-covered cord. half expecting a spark or the scent of burning dust. Nothing happened. I waited a moment, then remembered that tube radios typically had a warm-up period. I turned the power knob clockwise and was rewarded with a soft amber glow from behind the dial. A low hum emanated from the speaker, not unpleasant, but reminiscent of a living thing breathing slowly. The tuning knob turned smoothly in my hand as I explored the bandwidth. Static, more static, then a fragment of music, something classical, perhaps Chopin, before it dissolved back into white noise. I continued turning the dial, more out of curiosity than expectation. Static gave way to a man's voice, clear and resonant, temperature holding at 72 degrees under partly cloudy skies. The time is now 9:17 p.m., and you're listening to WKRN. I smiled at my luck. Finding a station on the first try with an antique radio was unexpected. I settled back on the couch, letting the voice wash over me as the announcer moved from weather to news headlines. It had been years since I had actually listened to broadcast radio, having long ago switched to streaming services and podcasts. And now, the announcer continued, we return to our evening program already in progress. The voice faded, replaced by the opening strains of what sounded like a radio drama, the kind that had been popular in the 1940s and 50s, before television became the dominant medium. A narrator with a rich baritone set the scene. Darkness falls over the small town of Millfield. Main Street lies empty, shopkeepers having locked up for the night. Only the pharmacy remains open, its neon sign casting a red glow over the sidewalk where a solitary figure stands, waiting. I found myself drawn into the story, a noirish tale about a pharmacist who discovers his night clerk has been dispensing a strange preparation to selected customers. The production values were impressive, with musical cues and sound effects that created a vivid atmosphere. I wondered if this was some local public radio station specializing in vintage entertainment, or perhaps a program created by enthusiasts. The story built to a tense confrontation between the pharmacist and his clerk, who revealed himself to be part of a cult that believed the preparation would allow them to see beyond the veil. Just as the pharmacist was about to call the authorities, the program cut to a commercial break. Except it wasn't a commercial. It was a strange interlude of soft, rhythmic sounds, something between breathing and whispering, punctuated by occasional clicks that might have been a tongue against teeth. The effect was unsettling, particularly through the warm, slightly distorted speaker of the old radio. After about 30 seconds, the drama resumed without acknowledgement of the interruption. I continued listening, engrossed in the increasingly bizarre plot. The pharmacist discovered that the preparation actually worked. Users reported seeing shadowy figures at the edges of their vision, hearing whispered conversations from empty rooms. The night clerk insisted these were benevolent entities trying to communicate across dimensions. The conclusion left me unsatisfied. The pharmacist, after trying the preparation himself, destroyed his notes and disappeared from Millfield. The night clerk continued to dispense the mixture to his select clients. The narrator closed with a cryptic statement. The veil remains, but once you've glimpsed beyond it, you never stop looking for another tear in the fabric. As the final music faded, the announcer returned. You've been listening to The Night Clerk, Episode 17 of Shadows at the Threshold. Join us tomorrow evening as we present The Vacant Room, a tale of a hotel maid who discovers why certain guests never leave behind personal items. The time is now 10 p.m. This is WRN, broadcasting from the crossroads. Static gradually overwhelmed the voice until I could hear nothing else. I turned the dial, trying to find the station again, but encountered only white noise across the entire bandwidth. Perhaps atmospheric conditions had changed, or the station had reduced its broadcast power for the late hours. I switched off the radio, noticing that the amber glow behind the dial faded reluctantly, as if the tubes were reluctant to cool. The apartment seemed unusually quiet after an hour of listening to the rich audio landscape of the drama. That night, I dreamed of pharmacies with red neon signs and shelves lined with dark bottles. In the dream, I approached a counter where a clerk with a pale, expressionless face measured powder from a glass jar. "It helps you see," he told me, though I hadn't asked. "It helps you hear them when they call." I woke before dawn, unsettled but not precisely frightened. Dreams had always been vivid for me, especially when I was stressed about money and employment. I made coffee and tried to focus on my job search, sending out applications to positions I was increasingly overqualified for, each rejection having pushed me toward greater desperation. As evening approached, I found myself drawn back to the radio. I was curious whether I could find the station again, perhaps catch another episode of the unusual drama series. I switched on the power and waited for the tubes to warm up, then slowly turned the tuning knob. Static, a fragment of a pop song I didn't recognize. More static, then clarity. Humidity at 45%. The time is now 9:17 p.m., and you're listening to WKRN. The same time announcement as yesterday, which struck me as a strange coincidence. Perhaps it was a pre-recorded introduction that the station used nightly. And now, the familiar announcer continued. We returned to our evening program already in progress. The musical theme I'd heard the previous night began, but this time introducing the vacant room. As promised, the story centered on a hotel maid who noticed that certain guests never left behind the typical forgotten items. No toiletries, no stray socks, not even the standard amount of trash. The production quality was again impressive, with ambient sounds that created the bustling atmosphere of a hotel. The maid's footsteps echoed convincingly as she moved down hallways, the master key jingling at her belt. Her discoveries became increasingly disturbing. Rooms that appeared untouched despite being occupied overnight. Beds without indentations. Bathroom mirrors that showed no condensation from showers. Like the previous night's episode, this one included a strange interlude. The same breathing, whispering sounds punctuated by clicks. This time, I thought I could almost discern words within the rhythmic audio texture, though nothing specific enough to understand. The story concluded with the maid discovering a maintenance door that opened onto an impossible space, a vast, dimly lit area between floors where she encountered the actual guests, described only as elongated figures that unfolded from the shadows. The narrator closed with the maid's new understanding that the hotel existed in multiple dimensions, and that some guests never left possessions behind because what they brought with them wasn't something our eyes could perceive as objects. As the final music faded, the announcer returned with the same closing format, promoting the next night's episode. Once again, as he mentioned, broadcasting from a crossroads. The signal deteriorated into static that resisted all my attempts to tune it back in. A pattern established itself over the following week. Each evening at exactly 9:17, I could tune into WKRN and catch their broadcast of Shadows at the Threshold. Each episode featured ordinary people encountering subtle tears in reality. A mail carrier who delivered letters to addresses that didn't exist. A piano tuner who heard voices emanating from the strings. A school janitor who found classroom desks arranged in arcane symbols every morning. And each episode contained that strange interlude of whisper breathing and clicking sounds, which seemed to grow slightly longer and more complex night by night. I became mildly obsessed with the program. During the day, I researched radio stations with the call sign WRN, but found only a television station in Nashville with those letters. I looked for information about Shadows at the Threshold on various websites dedicated to old-time radio dramas, but came up empty. I even posted in a forum for radio enthusiasts, describing the program and asking if anyone else had encountered it. The few responses suggested it might be a low-power community station or perhaps a podcast that was being broadcast locally by hobbyists. One evening, about 2 weeks after purchasing the radio, I decided to record the broadcast. I positioned my phone near the speaker and started a voice memo just before 9:17 p.m. As usual, the station came through precisely on time, with the same announcer and format. That night's episode, The Night Watchman, told the story of a security guard at a storage facility who discovered that certain units contained nothing but chairs facing the walls. The building's blueprints showed more units than actually existed, and at exactly 3:33 a.m. each night, the guard heard doors sliding open and closed in sections of the facility that should have been solid concrete. The whispering interlude came as expected, longer now and somehow more insistent. For the first time, I distinctly heard what sounded like my name among the sibilant sounds, though I told myself it was just the pattern recognition tendency of the human brain, finding familiar shapes and random noise. After the broadcast ended and faded to static, I checked my phone to make sure the recording had worked. It showed a voice memo of the expected length. I pressed play. Static. Nothing but static for the entire duration of the recording. I tried again the following night with a digital recorder borrowed from a friend, positioning it directly against the radio speaker. The result was the same, perfect static, as if the radio had been tuned to dead air instead of broadcasting a clear, detailed audio drama. By the third week, several things had changed. First, I'd run out of money for even the most basic expenses, having received no responses to my job applications. Second, I'd stopped sleeping well, my dreams increasingly dominated by images and themes from the radio dramas, shadowy figures glimpsed peripherally, whispered conversations just beyond comprehension, ordinary spaces that somehow connected to vast, impossible architectures. Third, and most disturbingly, the radio had started turning itself on. The first time it happened, I was in the shower. I emerged to hear the familiar voice of the WRN announcer giving the weather conditions, despite it being 2:14 in the afternoon, according to my phone. When I hurried into the living room, dripping wet, the radio went silent as I approached. The power knob was in the off position. 2 days later, I woke at midnight to the sound of the whispering breathing interlude coming from the living room. By the time I switched on the lights, the radio was silent and dark. I considered getting rid of the thing, but found myself unable to take concrete steps toward that end. I'd look up electronics recycling facilities, then abandon the search halfway through. I'd tell myself I would carry it down to the donation box on the corner, then find excuses not to leave the apartment. The idea of selling it never even formed completely in my mind before dissolving. The nightly broadcasts continued, but their content began to shift. The stories still featured ordinary people encountering strange phenomena, but now these encounters led to transformations rather than just discoveries. The mail carrier began delivering letters to the non-existent addresses, disappearing for longer periods each day. The piano tuner started embedding messages from the voices and the instruments he serviced. The hotel maid learned to fold herself into the spaces between rooms, and the interludes of whispering and clicking grew longer, more coherent. I could now clearly hear my name, followed by what seemed to be directions or instructions, though still too indistinct to follow with confidence. On the night marking 1 month since I brought the radio home, the broadcast began differently. Instead of the usual weather report and time announcement, the announcer said simply, "We've been waiting for you to understand. Tonight's program is being broadcast especially for our listener at Cedar Street Apartments, number 214. My address, my apartment number." I froze with my hand on the volume knob. "You've been patient," the voice continued, listening night after night as we explained the nature of the thresholds, how ordinary places and objects can serve as crossroads between what you perceive as reality and what exists beyond your limited senses. The radio you rescued is such a threshold, not the only one, but the one that called to you. The whispering began, but this time without the pretense of a dramatic interlude. It rose and fell in waves, sometimes resolving into almost words before dissolving back into rhythmic patterns of breath and sibilance. We exist in spaces between what you perceive. The announcer's voice emerged again from the whispers, in the static between stations, in the shadow behind a door, in the moment between sleep and waking. You've been listening to us for weeks now. Tonight we need you to speak back. A cold weight settled in my stomach. "What do you want me to say?" I asked the empty room, feeling foolish but compelled to respond. The radio emitted a burst of static, then clarified into a sound like dozens of voices speaking just slightly out of sync. "Your name, your true name. Speak it directly into the threshold." I stood up, intending to unplug the radio, to end whatever strange hallucination or prank this was, but my legs carried me closer to the wooden cabinet instead. I found myself kneeling before it, as if in prayer to some ancient altar. "My name is..." I began, then hesitated. Something warned me against completing the sentence, some primitive instinct for self-preservation. "Who are you?" I asked instead. The whispers intensified, taking on a frustrated edge. The cabinet vibrated slightly beneath my hands. "We are the listeners between wavelengths," the chorus of not quite synchronized voices replied. "The watchers between heartbeats. Name yourself to us, and we will show you what exists beyond the threshold." "What exists beyond the threshold?" I echoed. "Freedom," they whispered, "from material constraints, from the linear progression of time, from the isolation of individual consciousness." It sounded beautiful and terrible all at once. My mind filled with images from the radio dramas, the elongated figures unfolding from shadows, the impossible spaces between walls, the messages hidden in piano strings. Was this what they were offering? A transformation like those experienced by the characters in their nightly broadcasts? All you must do, the voices continued in their unsettling chorus, is speak your name into the threshold and then listen to tonight's program in its entirety. Do not turn off the radio before the conclusion. Do not leave the room. When the static returns, the crossing will be complete. I remained kneeling, aware that I stood at my own personal crossroads. I could walk away, perhaps finally find the strength to remove the radio from my apartment, or I could do as they asked, speak my name, and discover what waited beyond the threshold. The rational part of my mind argued that this was all delusion, a hallucination born of stress and isolation. There were no entities speaking through an antique radio. There were no thresholds between dimensions. I needed sleep, food, human contact, and probably professional help. But another part of me, a part that seemed to grow stronger in the amber glow of the radio dial, whispered that perhaps this was why nothing had gone right in my life recently. Perhaps I had always been meant to find this particular radio, to hear these particular broadcasts, to make this particular choice. Your name, the voices urged. Speak your name, and the threshold opens. I leaned closer to the speaker grill, my lips almost touching the frayed fabric. My name formed in my mouth, ready to be released into whatever waited on the other side of this impossible crossroads. But as I drew breath to speak, a sharp knock at my apartment door shattered the moment. I jerked back from the radio as if burned. 3 more knocks followed, insistent. The radio emitted a burst of angry static, then fell silent. The amber glow behind the dial faded. Though I hadn't touched the power switch, the knocking continued. Unsteadily, I rose to my feet and crossed to the door, checking the peephole before opening it. My landlord stood in the hallway, looking irritated. "Your rent is 2 weeks overdue," he said without preamble. "And the tenant below you has complained about noise coming from your apartment at night. Specifically, she mentioned talking and strange static sounds between 9 and 10 p.m. "I'm sorry," I said automatically. "I've been having trouble finding work, but I'll have the rent by Friday." The excuse felt distant and irrelevant, disconnected from what had just occurred with the radio. He gave me the skeptical look of someone who has heard too many similar promises. "Friday," he repeated, "and keep the noise down, whatever you're doing in here." After he left, I stood in the center of my apartment, looking at the now silent radio in its corner. The encounter with my landlord had broken whatever spell I'd been under, allowing rational thought to reassert itself. I had nearly, spoken my name to imaginary voices coming from an antique radio, believed I was communicating with entities from another dimension. The absurdity of it struck me all at once. I had allowed loneliness and financial stress to overcome my common sense, had fallen into an elaborate fantasy centered around late-night radio dramas that probably weren't even real broadcasts, but some quirk of the old radio picking up fragments of podcasts or online streams. I unplugged the radio decisively, then carried it to the closet and buried it behind winter coats and boxes of old textbooks. Whatever had just happened, whatever I'd been about to do, I needed distance from the object that had become the focus of my delusions. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks, my dreams ordinary and forgettable. In the morning, I received a call about a job interview, followed by an email from a former colleague offering freelance work to tide me over. By afternoon, I'd secured enough income to pay my overdue rent and begin rebuilding my financial stability. Life improved steadily over the following months. I settled into a new job, reconnected with friends I'd been neglecting, even began dating someone I met through a work project. The radio remained in my closet, untouched and largely forgotten, until tonight. I woke suddenly at precisely 3:33 a.m., the same time mentioned in the Night Watchman episode. My bedroom was filled with a soft amber glow that I initially mistook for early sunrise before realizing it was emanating from the closet. From behind the closed closet door came the sound of whispers and rhythmic breathing, punctuated by familiar clicking noises. As I lay paralyzed in bed, the closet door began to open slowly, revealing not the jumble of coats and boxes I expected, but a warm amber light that seemed to extend into an impossible distance. The whispering grew louder, resolving gradually into words I could almost understand. My name. They were still calling my name. The door opened wider. From within the amber light, elongated shapes began to unfold themselves, reaching outward with limbs that bent at impossible angles. I could make out no features, just the suggestion of forms that stretched and compressed in ways that human bodies cannot. One reached toward my bed, extending further than the dimensions of my apartment should allow. As it approached, the whispering clarified into a chorus of voices speaking almost in unison. The threshold remains open once invited. You spoke enough of your name for us to find you. Tonight we complete the crossing. I should be terrified. I should be screaming or running or calling for help. But instead, I feel a strange calm spreading through me, a sense of recognition. Perhaps I've always known about the thresholds. Perhaps everyone does, deep down, in the spaces between thoughts and the shadows between heartbeats. As the elongated figure reaches for me, its form rippling like smoke but with the density of liquid, I realize I have one final choice. I can resist, cling to the world of linear time and material constraints, or I can allow the transformation, step across the threshold, and discover what exists in the spaces between. The amber light grows brighter, filling my vision. The whispering surrounds me like a cocoon of sound. The figure's touch is neither warm nor cold, but a sensation I have no words to describe. I make my choice, and the static rushes in. The call from Crooked Creek Road. The first thing Ellie noticed was the old-fashioned telephone. It sat on a small table near the window, its black bakelite housing gleaming softly in the late afternoon sunlight. The rotary dial looked pristine, as if it had never been touched by human fingers. "Is that included?" she asked the real estate agent, nodding toward the antique. "Oh, that old thing." The agent, Marjorie something, consulted her clipboard. "It's not specifically listed in the inventory, but I don't imagine the family would object if you wanted it. The house has been vacant for nearly 2 years." Ellie crossed the room and ran her finger along the smooth curve of the handset. Despite the overall dustiness of the abandoned farmhouse, the telephone was immaculate. No cobwebs, no grime in the finger holes of the rotary dial. Even the cord, coiled neatly between base and handset, looked new. "Does it still work?" she asked. Marjorie shrugged. "I doubt it. The line was probably disconnected years ago." Ellie lifted the receiver to her ear, expecting silence. Instead, she heard the steady hum of a dial tone. "It's still connected," she said, surprised. "That's odd." Marjorie frowned. The utilities were supposed to be shut off. Must be an oversight by the phone company. "I'll take it," Ellie said suddenly. "The phone." Marjorie looked confused. "The house." I'll take the house." Marjorie's expression shifted from confusion to barely concealed delight. The farmhouse had been a difficult property to move, too remote for most buyers, too run down for the asking price. But Ellie had fallen in love with it the moment they turned onto the long gravel driveway. The two-story white clapboard structure with its wraparound porch and black shutters was exactly the kind of place she dreamed of finding when she decided to leave the city. "Well, that's wonderful news," Marjorie gushed, already pulling paperwork from her leather portfolio. "Of course, you'll want to have an inspection done, and there's the matter of—" "No inspection," Ellie interrupted. "I want it as is, and I can pay cash." Marjorie's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. "That would certainly simplify things," she said carefully. "But are you sure? This house is over 100 years old, and it's been sitting empty for quite some time. There could be structural issues, plumbing problems." "I'm sure," Ellie said firmly, replacing the telephone receiver in its cradle. "Draw up the papers. I want to move in as soon as possible." 6 weeks later, Ellie carried the last box from her car into what was now officially her home. The late October air had a bite to it, and dry leaves skittered across the porch as she closed the front door behind her. She'd spent the previous 3 weekends driving out from the city to clean, make minor repairs, and prepare the house for her permanent arrival. The telephone remained exactly where it had been on her first visit, despite her having rearranged most of the other furnishings she decided to keep. Something about its presence in that specific spot felt right, as if it belonged there just as much as the wide-planked heart pine floors or the cast-iron radiators that hissed and clanked when the ancient boiler was running. Ellie had called the phone company to update the service to her name, only to be told that no active line was registered to the address. When she'd explained that the phone had a dial tone, the customer service representative suggested it might be connected to a neighboring property's line by mistake. Ellie had left it at that, not wanting to lose the working connection, especially given the spotty cell service in the area. That first night in her new home was both exhilarating and unsettling. The familiar sounds of the city, distant sirens, the hum of traffic, the occasional shout from the street below her former apartment were replaced by unfamiliar creaks and groans as the old house settled. The wind whispered around the eaves and rattled the loose pane in the bathroom window. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote called to its pack, the haunting sound carrying clearly through the darkness. Ellie lay awake in her new bedroom, listening to these sounds and reminding herself that this was what she had wanted: solitude, quiet, a retreat from the constant noise and pressure of urban life. After her mother's death and the bitter end of her engagement, the farmhouse represented a fresh start, a place to heal and rebuild. She had almost drifted off to sleep when the telephone rang. The sound jolted her fully awake. A proper, old-fashioned ring that echoed through the quiet house. Ellie fumbled for her phone on the nightstand before realizing the sound was coming from downstairs. The antique telephone was ringing. She glanced at the digital clock. 11:47 p.m. Who would be calling at this hour? Perhaps it was Marjorie, checking to see if she'd settled in. Or maybe her brother David, though he usually texted rather than called. Ellie made her way downstairs in the dark, guided by the intermittent ring of the telephone and the faint moonlight streaming through uncurtained windows. The hardwood floors were cold beneath her bare feet. The black telephone sat in its place by the window, its ring seeming to grow more insistent with each repetition. Ellie hesitated before picking up the receiver, suddenly aware of how vulnerable she was. A woman alone in a remote farmhouse, about to speak to an unknown caller in the middle of the night. "Hello," she said cautiously, pressing the receiver to her ear. Static filled the line, a soft hiss punctuated by occasional pops and clicks. Then a voice emerged from the interference, distant and faint, as if the caller was very far away or speaking through several layers of fabric. "Is anyone there?" The voice was female, young, with an odd, flat quality to it. "Can anyone hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you," Ellie replied. "Who is this?" "More static then." "Oh, thank God. Please, I need help. I'm at the old Whitmer place on Crooked Creek Road. There's someone outside. They've been trying to get in for hours." Ellie's grip tightened on the receiver. The Whitmer place? But that's... She trailed off, realization dawning. The farmhouse she had purchased had once belonged to the Whitmer family. She was standing in the old Whitmer place right now. "Hello," the voice called, more urgent now. "Are you still there? Please, I need you to call the sheriff. I can't get to a phone, and they're going to break through the door soon." "This is the Whitmer house," Ellie said slowly. "I'm in it right now. There's no one trying to break in." Silence stretched across the line, broken only by the persistent static. When the voice returned, it was quieter, confused. "That's not possible. I'm in the Whitmer house. I'm in the kitchen. The phone is mounted on the wall next to the pantry door." A chill ran down Ellie's spine. The kitchen in her house had been modernized in the 1970s, with no evidence of a wall-mounted telephone. But the real estate listing had included old photographs of the interior from decades earlier, and she vaguely recalled seeing a black telephone on the kitchen wall in one of them. "What's your name?" Ellie asked, her mouth dry. "Alice," the voice replied. "Alice Whitmer. My father owns this farm." "Who are you? Why are you saying you're in my house?" Ellie's mind raced. Alice Whitmer. The name was familiar from her research into the property's history. Alice had been the daughter of Harold and Margaret Whitmer, who had owned the farm from the 1930s until the early 1960s. "Alice," Ellie said carefully. "What year is it where you are?" "What kind of question is that?" The voice sounded frightened now, brittle with tension. "It's 1952. October 29th, 1952. Please, you need to help me. They're at the windows now. October 29th, 1952. Exactly 73 years ago, almost to the hour. Who's trying to get in, Alice? What do they want?" "I don't know," Alice whispered. "They came after dark. 3 of them. They've been calling my name, saying they just want to talk to me. But Dad and Mom are in town for the night, and I know I shouldn't open the door to strangers." A pause. Their voices sound wrong, like they're talking through something. In the background of the call, Ellie could now make out faint sounds beyond the static, rhythmic thumping, like someone pounding on a door or window, and distant voices too indistinct to understand. "Alice, listen to me," Ellie said, her heart racing. "I'm going to help you, but I need to understand what's happening. This is going to sound crazy, but I think we're speaking across time somehow. I'm in your house, but in the year 2025. A sharp crack sounded through the receiver, breaking glass. "They're coming in." Alice's voice rose in panic. "The kitchen window. Oh God, I see them now." "They're not." Her words cut off abruptly. replaced by a scream that raised the hair on the back of Ellie's neck. "Alice!" Ellie shouted into the phone. "Alice, get out of the house. Run!" The only response was static, growing louder until it was almost deafening. Then the line went dead. Ellie stood frozen, the receiver still pressed to her ear, listening to the silence. Slowly, she returned it to its cradle, her hand shaking. What had just happened? Had she really spoken to Alice Whitmer across a gap of more than 7 decades? Or had it been some kind of elaborate prank call? Perhaps someone from town who knew the history of the house and wanted to frighten the new owner? But the caller had known about the old telephone location in the kitchen, and the terror in her voice had seemed genuine. Ellie pulled out her smartphone and searched for Alice Whitmer Crooked Creek with trembling fingers. The rural internet service was slow, but eventually results appeared. She clicked on the first link, a digitized newspaper article from the local historical society's collection. The headline made her sink into the nearest chair. "Local girl missing from farmhouse. Foul play suspected." The article, dated October 30th, 1952, described how 17-year-old Alice Whitmer had vanished from her family home on Crooked Creek Road while her parents were attending an overnight church retreat in the neighboring town. Signs of a disturbance were found in the kitchen, including a broken window and overturned furniture. Blood on the kitchen floor indicated violence, but no body was discovered. The sheriff's department was investigating. A follow-up article dated 2 weeks later reported that despite an extensive search of the surrounding woods and fields, no trace of Alice had been found. The case remained unsolved. Ellie barely slept that night, her mind filled with images of a terrified young woman alone in this very house, facing intruders with unknown intentions. Had Alice somehow reached across time in her moment of desperation, connecting with the one person who might understand? Another woman alone in the same house. Decades later, the next day, Ellie drove into town and visited the local historical society. The elderly volunteer who greeted her was delighted to have someone interested in the Whitmer case. "Oh my, that was before my time. But it was quite the sensation around here," she said, pulling out a folder of newspaper clippings and photographs. Alice was such a pretty girl. Honor student. Was going to be the first in her family to attend college. Ellie examined a black and white photograph of Alice, a serious-faced young woman with dark hair pulled back from her face, wearing a light-colored blouse with a Peter Pan collar. She looked directly at the camera with an intensity that seemed to transcend the decades. Was anyone ever arrested for her disappearance? Ellie asked. The volunteer shook her head, never to find out what happened to her. Some folks thought she might have run off with a boy her parents didn't approve of, but most believed something more sinister occurred. There were rumors. She trailed off, glancing around as if to ensure no one else was listening. "What kind of rumors?" Ellie prompted. "Well," the woman lowered her voice. "There were whispers about a group that used to meet out in the woods behind what people called the Witcher's Hollow. Some said they practiced dark rituals, called themselves the Listeners, or some such nonsense. Just local superstition, I'm sure, but after Alice disappeared, no one ever admitted to being part of that group again." "The Listeners," Ellie repeated. The name sent an unexpected chill through her. Did anyone ever make a connection between them and Alice's disappearance? Sheriff questioned a few young men from town who were rumored to be involved, but nothing came of it. No evidence, you see. and respectable families backed their sons' alibis. She sighed. Different times back then. Things got swept under the rug more easily. As Ellie prepared to leave, the volunteer asked, "Why the interest in the Whitmer case? Working on a book or something?" "Actually, I just bought the old Whitmer place," Ellie admitted. "I'm trying to learn its history." The woman's expression changed subtly. "Did you now? Brave girl. That house has stood empty more often than not over the years. Folks around here say it's unlucky." She leaned closer. "They say on the anniversary of her disappearance, you can hear Alice Whitmer calling for help." That night, Ellie found herself watching the telephone, half expecting it to ring again, but it remained silent, the house around her creaking and settling as the temperature dropped outside. She spent the next few days unpacking and settling in, trying to dismiss the strange phone call as either a vivid dream or an elaborate prank. But her eyes kept returning to the black telephone, sitting innocuously on the small table by the window. On her fourth night in the house, Ellie woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m. She lay still, trying to identify what had disturbed her sleep. The house was quiet except for the soft patter of rain against the windows. Then she heard it, the subtle creak of a floorboard downstairs, the sound a person might make, trying to move quietly through an unfamiliar house. Ellie's heart began to pound. She reached for her phone, but the screen showed no signal. Rural service was unreliable at the best of times, and the storm must have made it worse. Another creak, this one closer to the staircase. Moving as silently as possible, Ellie slipped out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat she'd brought from her apartment in the city, a precaution she'd never expected to need. She crept to her bedroom door and listened. Footsteps on the stairs now, slow and deliberate, not bothering to hide their presence anymore. Ellie considered her options. She could lock her bedroom door, but the old hardware wouldn't hold against a determined intruder. She could try to escape through a window, but her bedroom was on the second floor with no easy way down. Or she could confront whoever was coming up those stairs, wielding the bat and hoping the element of surprise would work in her favor. Before she could decide, a voice called out female, young, with a strangely flat quality. "Ellie? Are you up there, Ellie?" The voice was familiar. It was the same voice she'd heard on the telephone, Alice Whitmer's voice. But that was impossible. "I know you're awake." The voice continued as the footsteps reached the top of the stairs. "I heard you moving around. Don't be afraid. I just want to talk." Ellie's grip tightened on the bat. "Who are you?" she called out, trying to keep her voice steady. "How did you get into my house?" "This was my house first," the voice replied, closer now. "I've been trying to come home for so long, and then you answered when I called. You opened the connection." The doorknob to Ellie's bedroom began to turn slowly. "Stop," Ellie shouted, raising the bat. "Don't come in or I'll call the police." The voice laughed softly. "With what phone? Your cell has no signal, and the landline, well, that line doesn't connect to what you think it does." The door swung open. Standing in the doorway was a figure that resembled the photograph Ellie had seen at the Historical Society. A young woman with dark hair and a light-colored blouse. But the similarity ended there. This figure was blurred at the edges, as if viewed through smudged glass, and where her eyes should have been were only dark, empty sockets. "You're not Alice," Ellie whispered, backing away until she hit the wall. The figure tilted its head. I was Alice. For a while, it moved into the room with a strange, gliding motion. But the listeners needed a vessel, you see, a way to cross over. Alice was perfect, young, healthy, alone in this house of power. The listeners, Ellie repeated, remembering what the Historical Society volunteer had told her. The group from the woods. The figure nodded. They'd been trying for decades to find a way through, a tear in the veil. This house sits on a thin spot between worlds. The Whitmers didn't know that when they built it, of course, but others did. Others who had been waiting for generations. Ellie's mind raced. None of this made sense, and yet the figure before her was undeniably real, or at least appeared to be. What do you want from me? The same thing we wanted from Alice. A vessel. A way across. The figure drifted closer. The times have changed. Methods have improved. We don't need to be so messy anymore. Ellie glanced around the room nervously. Who else is here? As if in answer, the telephone downstairs began to ring. The same old-fashioned ring that had summoned her nights before. The figure that had been Alice smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous and sharp. They're calling, just as they called on that night in 1952, just as they've been calling every night since, waiting for someone to answer. It extended a hand toward Ellie, the fingers too long, the joints bending in impossible ways. Will you answer, Ellie? Will you invite them in? The telephone continued to ring, insistent and echoing through the old house. No, Ellie said firmly, raising the bat higher. Whatever you are, whatever really happened to Alice, I'm not going to be part of it. Get out of my house. The figure's smile widened unnaturally. Your house? No, Ellie. This has never been your house. You were called here, just as Alice was called to the telephone that night. Some part of you heard us whispering, even before you saw this place. And Ellie realized with a sickening jolt that it was right. Her sudden decision to leave the city, her immediate and inexplicable attachment to this specific house, her insistence on buying it without an inspection. None of those had been rational choices. It was as if something had been guiding her, drawing her to this remote farmhouse with its innocent-looking black telephone. The ringing stopped abruptly in the sudden silence. Ellie could hear other sounds from downstairs, the front door opening, footsteps in the hallway, multiple sets this time, voices murmuring in a language she didn't recognize. They're here, the Alice thing said, its form becoming more solid, more present. The circle is complete. After all these years, the listeners will finally cross over fully. Ellie lunged for the bedroom door, intending to slam it shut and lock it, but the figure moved with impossible speed, grabbing her wrist with a hand that felt like ice water solidified into flesh. Don't resist, it whispered, its breath smelling of earth and decay. It will be easier if you don't resist. Alice fought, and it damaged the process. We had to leave so much of ourselves behind. Footsteps on the stairs again, heavier this time, the murmuring voices growing louder. In desperation, Ellie swung the bat with her free hand, connecting solidly with the figure's head. It made no sound of pain, but its grip loosened enough for Ellie to wrench free. She darted past it and ran for the stairs, nearly colliding with what was coming up. 3 figures ascended toward her, dressed in dark clothing that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the scant light. Their faces were obscured by hoods, but what little she could see beneath them wasn't human. Too angular, too symmetrical, with skin that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury. Ellie turned and ran back toward her bedroom, slamming the door behind her and wedging a chair under the doorknob. The Alice thing was gone, but the window now stood open, cold rain blowing in and soaking the hardwood floor. Without hesitation, Ellie climbed through the window onto the sloped roof of the porch below. The shingles were slick with rain, making her footing treacherous as she edged toward the corner where a large oak tree grew close to the house. Behind her, she heard the bedroom door splinter as something heavy crashed against it. The distance to the nearest branch seemed impossible, but the alternative, facing whatever was breaking through her door, was unthinkable. Ellie gathered herself and leaped, arms outstretched toward the rain-slicked branch. Her hands closed around rough bark, her body swinging wildly beneath her. For a moment, she thought the branch would hold. Then came the sickening crack of wood giving way. Ellie fell, the ground rushing up to meet her with brutal force. Pain exploded through her left ankle and hip as she landed awkwardly, trying to roll with the impact. For several seconds, she lay stunned, the cold rain washing over her face. A voice called her name from the porch roof. Not the Alice thing this time, but one of the hooded figures, its inhumanly smooth face now fully visible as it pushed back its covering. Ellie. It called again, its mouth not moving despite the sound emerging from it. You cannot escape what was set in motion decades before your birth. This crossing has been prepared for generations. Fighting through the pain, Ellie forced herself to her feet. Her ankle protested sharply, but it bore her weight. She limped toward her car, fumbling in her pajama pocket for the key fob. Behind her, the hooded figures were descending from the porch roof with inhuman grace, moving with a fluid coordination that suggested a single consciousness controlling multiple bodies. The car's locks clicked open. Ellie threw herself into the driver's seat and started the engine. Through the rain-streaked windshield, she could see all three figures now standing in a perfect triangle formation in the driveway, blocking her path. The Alice thing stood at an upstairs window, watching. Ellie shifted into drive and floored the accelerator. The car leapt forward, tires spinning on the wet gravel before finding purchase. The hooded figures made no attempt to move from her path, standing motionless as the vehicle bore down on them. At the last possible second, Ellie closed her eyes, unable to watch the impact. It never came. The car passed through the space where the figures had stood, encountering no resistance. In her rearview mirror, Ellie saw them still standing in the same formation, watching her departure. They hadn't moved. They hadn't needed to. Her hands shaking on the steering wheel, Ellie navigated the dark country roads, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the farmhouse. Rain lashed at the windshield, and twice the car hydroplaned on curves, nearly sending her into the ditch. She had no destination in mind beyond away, but when she saw the lights of a gas station at a rural crossroads, she pulled in, desperate for the presence of other human beings. The clerk looked up with mild interest as she limped in, soaking wet and dressed in pajamas. "You okay, ma'am?" he asked, setting aside his magazine. "I need to use your phone," Ellie said, her voice sounding strange to her own ears. "My cell doesn't have service." He pointed to an old-fashioned payphone near the restrooms, a rarity in the age of mobile communications. "That still works. Need quarters." Ellie shook her head, having spotted a few in her car's cup holder. She limped to the phone and dropped in the coins, then dialed her brother's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. On the fourth ring, it connected. "Hello." David's voice was thick with sleep. "David, it's Ellie." She fought to keep her voice steady. "I need help. Something's happened at the house. Something. I can't explain it, but I need to get away from here." "Ellie," his confusion was evident. "What time is it? Are you okay?" "No," she admitted. "I'm not okay. Can I come to your place? Just for a little while." "Of course," he said, sounding more alert now. "Where are you? Do you need me to come get you?" "I'm about an hour from the city. I can drive. I needed to hear your voice, to make sure you were real." The words sounded crazy even as she spoke them. "I'm real," he assured her, concern evident. "And whatever's going on, we'll figure it out. Just drive safely, okay? Call me when you're close." After hanging up, Ellie leaned her forehead against the cool metal of the payphone, taking deep breaths. The normality of her brother's voice had helped ground her. Whatever had happened at the farmhouse, hallucination, home invasion, or something far more impossible, she was away from it now. She was safe. As she turned to leave, the payphone rang. The sound froze her in place. It couldn't be David calling back. He didn't have this number. The clerk looked up from his magazine, equally surprised. "That thing hardly ever rings," he commented. "Don't even know it had an incoming line." The phone continued to ring, shrill and insistent in the quiet of the night. "Aren't you going to answer it?" the clerk asked when Ellie made no move toward the phone. "Might be for you." It was for her. Somehow, Ellie knew with absolute certainty that if she lifted that receiver, she would hear the flat, distorted voice of the thing that had once been Alice Whitmer, or perhaps one of the listeners, calling to her across some impossible connection that had nothing to do with telephone lines or cellular towers. "No," she said firmly. "It's not for me." She limped back to her car and drove away, the sound of the ringing payphone following her in memory even after she was miles down the road. Ellie never returned to the farmhouse on Crooked Creek Road. She sent movers to collect her belongings, with strict instructions not to take the black Bakelite telephone by the window. The property was sold at a loss to a developer who eventually tore down the original structure to build vacation cabins, none of which remained occupied for long. Years later, Ellie would still wake sometimes in the dark of night, certain she could hear the distant sound of an old-fashioned telephone ringing. On those nights, she would lie awake until dawn, her modern smartphone unplugged and powered down beside her, knowing that some calls should never be answered, especially those that crossed the boundaries between worlds, between times, between what is and what waits patiently in the spaces between reality. For the listeners are always calling, their voices carrying across impossible distances. And sometimes, in the quiet hours when the veil grows thin, someone answers. The patient in room 5. The night shift at Crescent Valley Memorial Hospital was typically quiet. Located in a small town surrounded by miles of dense forest, the hospital rarely saw emergencies beyond the occasional car accident on the winding mountain roads or a farmer with a machinery injury. Most nights, Nurse Meredith Carter spent her hours checking on the handful of patients, updating charts, and occasionally chatting with the other night staff, usually just one other nurse, an orderly, and a doctor on call who was often asleep in the break room. This night began like any other. Meredith arrived at 11 p.m., coffee in hand, and received the handoff report from the evening nurse. For patients total, an elderly man recovering from pneumonia in room 1, a middle-aged woman with complications from diabetes in room 2, a teenager with a concussion from football practice in room 3, and a new admission in room 5. A John Doe found unconscious at the edge of the forest that afternoon, suffering from exposure and dehydration, but stable. Room 4. Meredith asked, noticing the skip in numbering. Still out of commission after the water damage last month. The evening nurse replied, gathering her belongings. John Doe is quiet, hasn't regained consciousness yet, but vitals are good. Dr. Winters ordered labs and a tox screen. Results should be in by morning. Meredith nodded and settled in at the nurse's station. The first few hours passed uneventfully as she made her rounds, checking each patient and documenting their status. When she entered room 5, she got her first look at John Doe. He was thin, too thin really, with pale skin stretched taut across sharp cheekbones. Dark hair hung limp across his forehead. The hospital gown seemed to swallow his frame. Various monitors beeped softly beside the bed, confirming what the evening nurse had said. Stable, but unconscious. Something about him struck Meredith as odd, though she couldn't quite place what it was. Perhaps it was the perfect stillness with which he lay, not the restless sleep of most unconscious patients, but an absolute immobility. Or maybe it was the lack of personal effects, no wallet, no phone, not even a distinctive article of clothing to help identify him. Just a man who had appeared at the forest's edge, as if materialized from the trees themselves. Meredith checked his fluid, made a note on his chart, and left the room. As she pulled the door closed behind her, she could have sworn she heard a soft exhalation, almost like a sigh of relief. She paused, listening, but the only sounds were the hum of the medical equipment and the distant conversation of the orderly and the other nurse at the station. At 2 a.m., Meredith made another set of rounds. The pneumonia patient needed help to the bathroom. The woman with diabetes complained of nausea and received an antiemetic. The teenager with the concussion was sleeping soundly. All normal, all routine. When she reached room 5, she found the door slightly ajar, though she was certain she had closed it completely earlier. Probably the orderly had checked on him and not pulled it fully shut. John Doe remained as she had left him, still, silent, monitors beeping steadily. Except, had his head been turned slightly to the right before? Meredith couldn't recall for certain. She approached the bed and checked his vital signs manually, confirming what the monitors displayed. Heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, all within normal limits. As she leaned over to check his pupil's response to light, she noticed something unusual. Though his chest rose and fell with regular breaths, she couldn't feel any air coming from his nose or mouth. She held her hand closer, just above his lips. Nothing, not even the slightest exhalation. A chill ran down her spine. She reached for the call button to summon Dr. Winters, but before she could press it, John Doe's eyes snapped open. Meredith gasped and stepped back involuntarily. His eyes were alert, too alert for someone just waking from deep unconsciousness. And the irises, they were an unusual color, a pale amber that seemed almost reflective in the dim hospital lighting. "Hello," he said, his voice surprisingly strong and clear. "Where am I?" It took Meredith a moment to collect herself. You're at Crescent Valley Memorial Hospital. You were found unconscious in the woods yesterday afternoon." He nodded slowly, as if this information confirmed something he already knew. "And my belongings? I'm afraid you didn't have any when you were brought in," Meredith explained. "No wallet or identification. Can you tell me your name?" He seemed to consider this question carefully, his unusual eyes focusing on some middle distance. "Daniel," he finally said. "Daniel Gray." The hesitation was slight but noticeable. Meredith made a note on his chart. "Mr. Gray, do you remember what happened to you? How you ended up in the woods?" "I was hiking," he replied smoothly. "I must have become dehydrated and collapsed. Foolish of me to go alone without sufficient water." His articulation was precise, almost formal. Not what she would expect from someone recently unconscious and still receiving for fluids. "I'll let Dr. Winters know you're awake," Meredith said, moving toward the door. "He'll want to examine you." "That won't be necessary." Daniel's voice had an odd quality to it now, almost melodic. "I'm feeling much better. I'd like to be discharged." Meredith shook her head. "I'm afraid that's not possible right now. You were severely dehydrated, possibly hypothermic. Dr. Winters will need to evaluate you first, and that won't be until morning." Something flickered across Daniel's face, a brief expression that Meredith couldn't quite identify. Disappointment? Anger? It was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a pleasant smile that didn't quite reach his amber eyes. "Of course," he said. "I understand hospital protocol. I'll wait for the doctor." Meredith nodded and left the room, making sure to close the door completely behind her. She immediately went to the nurse's station and called Dr. Winters, who was dozing in the break room. "The John Doe in room 5 is awake and alert," she reported when he answered. "He's giving his name as Daniel Gray. Something seems off about him." "Off how?" Dr. Winters asked, his voice groggy with sleep. Meredith hesitated. Her concerns were based more on instinct than any concrete medical observation. "He woke up very suddenly and is extremely lucid. No confusion, no disorientation, and he's asking to be discharged immediately." "Not unusual for someone coming out of dehydration," Dr. Winters replied. "The brain can snap back to clarity quite quickly once fluids are restored. Keep monitoring him, and I'll see him during morning rounds unless his condition changes." "There's one more thing," Meredith added. "When I was checking his breathing, I couldn't feel any air coming from his nose or mouth, even though his chest was moving and the monitors showed normal respiration." That got the doctor's attention. "Check his oxygen saturation levels more frequently, and make sure the equipment is functioning properly. If his sats drop below 95%, call me immediately." Meredith agreed and hung up. She updated the other night nurse, Lisa, about the now conscious patient and continued her duties, but she found her thoughts returning to room 5 and its strange occupant throughout the next hour. At 3:30 a.m., she decided to check on Daniel Gray again. The corridor was dimly lit, most rooms dark as patients slept. As she approached room 5, she noticed the door was ajar again. She was certain she had closed it firmly after her last visit. Before she could push it open, she heard voices from within. Daniel Gray's distinctive, formal tones and another voice, softer and higher pitched. Meredith paused. According to the census, They had only 4 patients on the floor tonight, and none should be up wandering the halls, especially not in this wing. Not much time, the unfamiliar voice was saying. The forest can only hold the pathway open until dawn. I'm aware, came Daniel's reply, but they have my clothing. I can't leave in this state. We could bring you something from the trees. No, it wouldn't be sufficient. I need what they took from me. Meredith frowned. Who was he talking to? And what did they mean about the forest holding a pathway open? She gently pushed the door wider and stepped into the room. Daniel Gray was alone, sitting upright in bed. The 4 line had been disconnected, the needle removed so carefully that not a drop of blood had spilled. The monitors were still attached, beeping steadily, but he had powered off the display screens. Mr. Gray? Meredith said sharply. Who are you talking to? He turned to her, those amber eyes seeming to glow in the dim light. Just thinking aloud, nurse. A habit of mine. His smile was pleasant, but something about it raised the hair on the back of Meredith's neck. Her eyes scanned the room. The bathroom door was open, the small space clearly empty. The window was sealed shut, as were all windows on the patient floors. There was nowhere a visitor could have hidden in the small room. You shouldn't disconnect your 4, she said, focusing on the concrete problem before her. And the monitors need to stay on. I feel much better now, Daniel replied. The fluids have done their work. As I mentioned earlier, I'd like to be discharged. That's not possible until the doctor sees you in the morning. Meredith approached the 4 pole, preparing to reinsert the line. I need to reconnect this. As she reached for his arm, Daniel caught her wrist. His grip was gentle but unnaturally cold, as if his body temperature was far below normal. Yet when she had checked his vitals earlier, they had been within standard range. Please don't, he said softly. I don't need it anymore. Meredith pulled her hand free, the sense of unease growing stronger. Mr. Gray, as your nurse, I have to insist. Hospital policy requires. Your hospital policies don't apply to me, he interrupted, his voice taking on that strange, melodic quality again. I'm not what you think I am. The room suddenly felt colder. Meredith took an involuntary step back. What do you mean? Daniel Gray tilted his head slightly, studying her with those unsettling amber eyes. You're observant. You noticed I wasn't breathing properly. That's because I don't breathe as you do. I absorb what I need directly through my skin. Meredith's mind raced through possible explanations: delusion, psychiatric disorder, effects of some unknown substance still in his system. Mr. Gray, I think you might be experiencing some confusion. It's common after. I'm not confused, Meredith Carter, he said. Using her name, though, she had never introduced herself. I know exactly what and where I am. The question is whether you'll help me leave this place, or if I'll need to find another way. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. How do you know my name? He smiled again, and this time his lips parted enough to reveal teeth that seemed just slightly too sharp. I know many things. The trees whisper to me. They've been watching this hospital for a long time. Watching you. Meredith backed toward the door. I'm going to get Dr. Winters. He won't believe you, Daniel said calmly. Humans rarely believe what contradicts their understanding of the world. But you're different, aren't you? You sense things others don't. It's why you chose the night shift. where the veil between worlds thins more easily. His words struck uncomfortably close to something Meredith had felt but never articulated. A lifetime of noticing things others missed, of sensing presences and energies that defied rational explanation. It was part of what made her an excellent nurse, this heightened awareness, but also what made her uneasy in certain places, like forests at dusk. "What are you?" she whispered, surprising herself with the question. Not who, but what. Daniel's expression softened. "I am a guardian of the borderlands between your world and the deep forest realms. A sentinel. I was pursuing something that crossed over where it shouldn't have. Something dangerous. But I was injured in the chase and became stranded." Meredith's rational mind rebelled against his words, yet some deeper instinct recognized truth in them. "What were you chasing?" "You call them shadow people in your folklore. Entities that appear in peripheral vision. Dark figures that vanish when directly observed. But they are very real, and when they cross into your world uninvited, they feed on human fear and suffering." Daniel's voice had taken on an urgent quality. "One has entered your hospital. I can sense it moving through the walls." "That's impossible," Meredith said automatically, though even as she spoke, she recalled odd shadows glimpsed from the corner of her eye during night shifts, unexplained cold spots in certain corridors. The persistent problems with room for that maintenance could never quite resolve. "Is it?" Daniel challenged. "Haven't you felt something watching you during your rounds? Haven't you heard movements in empty rooms? The shadow has been here for months, growing stronger. It's why I was drawn to this place." Before Meredith could respond, the lights in the room flickered briefly. Down the hall, she heard the faint sound of a door closing. "It knows I'm here," Daniel said quietly. "It knows I've come to send it back. I need my belongings, Meredith. My true clothing. Without it, I'm weakened, bound by your world's physical limitations." "Your clothing was just a hospital gown," Meredith said. "You were naked when they found you, apart from some kind of leathery wrap around your torso. It's probably in storage with the rest of the patient belongings." Daniel's eyes brightened. "Yes, that leathery wrap is what I need. It's not leather at all, but a second skin of sorts. With it, I can move between worlds and confront the shadow properly." The lights flickered again, longer this time, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Meredith could see her breath forming clouds in the air. "It's coming," Daniel said, rising from the bed. Without the fore and monitoring equipment, he moved with surprising grace. "You need to get my skin from storage. Quickly." Meredith hesitated, caught between professional duty and the growing certainty that something truly abnormal was happening. Before she could decide, a sound from the hallway caught her attention, a low, rattling moan unlike anything she'd heard before. Daniel moved to the door and peered out. "It's near room 4, he whispered, "the thin place in your hospital where it first broke through." Despite every rational argument against it, Meredith found herself beginning to believe him. Too many unexplained incidents over the years, too many strange sensations and glimpses of something not quite right, all centered around that particular room. "If I help you," she said slowly, "you'll remove this shadow thing, make the hospital safe." Daniel nodded. "I'll send it back to its own realm and seal the breach. But we must hurry. My kind can only remain in your world until dawn without our protective skin. The moaning sound came again, closer now. Meredith made her decision. Patient belongings are in a storage room near the ER. Follow me, but stay out of sight. If anyone asks, I'll say you're a new orderly. They moved quietly through the dimly lit corridors, avoiding the nurse's station where Lisa was updating charts. As they passed room 4, Meredith noticed black liquid seeping from beneath the closed door. Not water, but something thicker, more viscous. Daniel pulled her past quickly, his cold hand guiding her elbow. "Don't look directly at it," he murmured. "Direct observation gives it power in this realm." They reached the elevator, which descended slowly to the ground floor. The ER was quiet tonight, just one nurse monitoring a patient with a minor laceration. Meredith led Daniel to a door marked storage and used her key card to unlock it. Inside, metal shelves held clear plastic bags containing patient belongings, each labeled with a name or, in Daniel's case, John Doe and the date. Meredith quickly located the correct bag and handed it to him. Inside was not clothing as she had expected, but what appeared to be a large piece of mottled, grayish material with a texture like suede but a pattern more resembling tree bark. It seemed to shift slightly within the bag, as if somehow alive. Daniel opened the bag with reverent care and removed the strange garment. Up close, Meredith could see that it was indeed a kind of second skin, with what looked like roots or tendrils along its edges. "Turn away," Daniel instructed gently. "The binding process is not for human eyes." Meredith faced the wall, but could still hear a rustling sound behind her, followed by a soft sigh that seemed to reverberate through the small storage room. The air filled with an earthy scent, like forest soil after rain. "You may look now," Daniel said, his voice noticeably different, deeper, more resonant, with that musical quality now fully present in each syllable. When Meredith turned, she nearly gasped aloud. Daniel Gray was transformed. The hospital gown lay discarded on the floor, but he was not naked. The strange skin covered him from neck to ankles, fitting so perfectly it might have been part of him. And perhaps it was, for his amber eyes now glowed with an inner light, and his features had subtly shifted, cheekbones higher, jawline sharper, ears slightly pointed at the tips. "This is your true form," Meredith whispered. "One of them," Daniel replied. "The one closest to human, which I can maintain in your realm. Now we must hurry. The shadow will have sensed my restoration and will try to flee or hide." They returned to the elevator, which seemed reluctant to respond to the call button. When it finally arrived, the interior lights flickered continuously as they ascended. "It's interfering with the electrical systems," Daniel explained. "A defensive tactic." As the doors opened on the patient floor, they were met with darkness. All the corridor lights had gone out, leaving only the faint glow of emergency exit signs at either end of the hallway. "Where's Lisa?" Meredith whispered, noticing the empty nurse's station. "Close to me," Daniel instructed, his glowing eyes providing just enough light to navigate the darkened corridor. "The shadow will try to separate us." They moved cautiously toward room 4, where the black liquid had now spread across the linoleum in a widening pool. The moaning sound had changed to a high-pitched keening that made Meredith's teeth ache. "The other patients," she suddenly remembered. "We need to check on them." "The shadow doesn't want them," Daniel assured her. "Not yet. It wants to stop me first. As they approached room 4, the door swung open of its own accord. Inside, what had once been a patient room now appeared to be an endlessly deep vertical shaft, with walls of writhing black liquid. The keening sound emanated from its depths. Daniel turned to Meredith. "This is the breach. The shadow has been widening it for months, preparing for others of its kind to cross over. I need to close it and drive the entity back through." "How?" Meredith asked, her voice barely audible over the keening. "By naming it and binding it." Daniel's form seemed to grow larger, his skin now glowing with the same inner light as his eyes. "But I need an anchor to this world while I work. Someone to hold me here, so I don't get pulled through myself." "What do I do?" "Hold on to me," he said, extending his hand. "No matter what happens, no matter what you see or hear, don't let go until I tell you." Meredith took his hand, which was still cold, but now thrummed with a strange energy that traveled up her arm and settled in her chest. Daniel turned toward the impossible void that had replaced room 4 and began to speak in a language Meredith had never heard, fluid and musical, with sounds no human throat should be able to produce. The keening from the void grew louder, more frantic. The black liquid on the walls began to coalesce into a vaguely humanoid shape, tall and thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. It had no face, just a darker concentration of shadow where features should be. Daniel's chanting increased in volume and intensity. The air around them vibrated with each syllable. His skin glowed brighter, sending tendrils of light toward the shadow creature, which writhed and twisted as if in pain. Meredith felt a pulling sensation, as if Daniel might be torn from her grasp. She tightened her hold, planting her feet firmly on the floor. The cold energy flowing from his hand was almost unbearable now, but she refused to let go. The shadow lunged suddenly, reaching for them with elongated fingers that seemed more like claws. Daniel raised his free hand in a swift, cutting motion and spoke a single word that rang like a bell in the corridor. The shadow froze mid-lunge, trembling violently. Daniel spoke again, each word seemingly heavier than the last, forcing the shadow to retreat step by step toward the void. As it neared the threshold, it made one final, desperate attempt to escape, dividing itself into multiple smaller shadows that scattered across the walls and ceiling. "Hold fast," Daniel called to Meredith as he raised both arms, dragging her forward with his movement. His skin blazed now with blinding light that shot out in all directions, capturing each fragment of shadow and pulling them back together into a single writhing mass. With a final, thunderous word, Daniel thrust both hands toward the void. The shadow creature was flung backward into the depths, its keening fading as it fell. Daniel turned to Meredith, his eyes wild. "Now pull," he commanded. "Pull me back with all your strength." Meredith braced herself against the doorframe and pulled with every ounce of her strength. Daniel's form seemed caught between the void and the hospital corridor, stretched between worlds. For a terrible moment, she thought she would lose her grip, but then something gave way, and Daniel tumbled backward into the hallway with her. The void in room 4 began to collapse upon itself, the black liquid receding rapidly. Daniel dragged himself to his knees and spoke a final incantation, his voice hoarse with effort. The doorway shimmered, and suddenly room 4 was just room 4 again, empty, with water-damaged walls and stripped beds, but ordinary. Silence fell over the corridor. Slowly, the lights flickered back on, revealing Lisa slumped at the nurse's station, apparently asleep. Down the hall, one of the patients called out for water. Normal hospital sounds resuming as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Meredith helped Daniel to his feet. He looked exhausted, his glow dim but still present beneath his skin. "It's done," he said quietly. "The breach is sealed. The shadow is returned to its realm." "Will it come back?" Meredith asked. "Not here. Not for many years." Daniel's amber eyes studied her face. "You have witnessed things few humans ever see. Your world will look different to you now." Meredith nodded slowly. "What happens to you? Will you stay?" A sad smile crossed his face. "I cannot. Dawn approaches, and the pathway back to my realm will close. I must return to the forest before the sun rises." "But you're injured," Meredith protested, noticing for the first time a tear in his second skin, leaking a luminous silvery substance rather than blood. "The forest will heal me," he assured her. "It is where I draw my strength." Together, they made their way through the quiet hospital. Lisa remained asleep, and the other patients were undisturbed by the night's events. At the hospital's rear entrance, Meredith swiped her key card to let them out into the pre-dawn darkness. The forest loomed beyond the parking lot, a solid wall of ancient trees. The air was cold and clear, stars still visible in the gradually lightening sky. "Thank you," Daniel said, turning to Meredith. "Few would have helped as you did, with such courage and trust." "Will I ever see you again?" The question surprised her even as she asked it. "Perhaps. I am bound to these woods, and you to this place of healing. Our paths may cross again." He hesitated, then reached out to touch her forehead gently. "A gift for your aid. When you walk in wild places, the sentinels will know you as a friend." His touch left a brief tingling sensation, then faded. Daniel stepped away, moving toward the tree lane. As he reached the first trees, his form seemed to blur and shift. The second skin rippled and changed, spreading to cover his head and face. In the dim light, Meredith could barely make out his new shape, taller, more slender, with limbs that blended seamlessly with the branches around him. He turned once more to look at her, amber eyes glowing from a face that was no longer remotely human, and raised a hand in farewell. Then he stepped between two ancient oaks and vanished, leaving only a faint luminescence that quickly faded among the trees. Meredith stood in the cold morning air until the first rays of sunlight touched the hospital roof. When she finally turned back inside, she felt irrevocably changed, as if she had briefly stepped into another world and returned with new eyes. The remainder of her shift passed in a dreamlike state. Lisa had no memory of the night's events, believing she had simply dozed off during a quiet period. The patients were stable, including the elderly man in room 1, whose pneumonia showed marked improvement. Room 4 remained empty, though maintenance reported that the water damage appeared to have dried up overnight, like magic. As Meredith prepared to hand over to the day shift, she checked the patient's census one last time. There was no record of a John Doe or Daniel Gray in room 5. When she went to investigate, the room was empty, the bed neatly made, with no indication anyone had occupied it. "Strange," she murmured to herself. "I could have sworn we had a patient in 5 last night." But as she walked to her car under the bright morning sun, Meredith knew it had been real. The forest at the edge of the hospital grounds somehow looked more alive to her now, more aware. And when the wind rustled through the branches, she could almost hear whispers, voices at the threshold between worlds, speaking of shadows and sentinels and pathways through the ancient trees. She would listen for those voices more carefully now, and on her night shifts, when the veil thinned and the shadows lengthened, she would watch for Amber Eyes among the trees, a guardian at the borderlands, keeping watch over both his world and hers. Beneath the lighthouse stood on a rocky promontory, its weathered white tower stark against the darkening sky. For generations, it had guided ships safely past the treacherous reef that had claimed countless vessels in the days before its beam swept the waters. Most residents of the small coastal town of Port Merrow rarely gave it much thought anymore. It was simply part of the landscape, as constant as the tides. I had been fascinated by it since childhood. My grandmother had been the daughter of one of the last lighthouse keepers before automation made the position obsolete in the late 1980s. Her stories of growing up in the keeper's cottage, falling asleep to the rhythm of the rotating beam and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks below, had captured my imagination. Now, at 32, I found myself back in Port Merrow after 15 years away. My grandmother had passed, leaving me the small house where she had lived since retiring from teaching at the local elementary school. I had no real plan beyond sorting through her belongings and deciding whether to sell the property or keep it as a summer home. My job as a freelance graphic designer allowed me to work from anywhere with an internet connection, and after a bitter divorce, I had few ties to the city I'd called home for the past decade. On my third evening in town, I walked to the harbor, where a few fishing boats bobbed gently in the protected waters. The October air was crisp, carrying the scent of salt and decaying seaweed. As dusk settled over the water, the lighthouse beam activated, sweeping across the horizon in its steady rhythm. "Beautiful sight, isn't it?" a voice said beside me. I turned to find an elderly man in a worn canvas jacket, his white beard neatly trimmed, eyes fixed on the distant lighthouse. "It is," I agreed. "My grandmother used to tell me stories about living there as a girl. Her father was one of the keepers." The man's weathered face creased with interest. "You must be Eleanor Sullivan's granddaughter. I heard you'd come back to town." He extended a hand. "Martin Cahill. I knew your grandmother from the Historical Society." We shook hands, his grip surprisingly firm for his apparent age. "Did you know my great-grandfather as well?" I asked. "John Sullivan." A curious expression flickered across Martin's face, something between caution and concern. "Not personally. He was before my time, but I've heard stories." He seemed to choose his next words carefully. "The lighthouse has a complicated history." "How so?" Martin glanced around, as if ensuring we were alone on the pier. "Not everyone who served as keeper had an easy time of it. Isolation can do strange things to a person's mind, especially in a place with so many incidents." "Incidents?" I repeated. "You mean shipwrecks, among other things." He nodded toward a weathered building near the harbor master's office. "I volunteer at the Maritime Museum on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Stop by sometime if you're interested in the full history. Not all of it makes it into the tourist brochures." Before I could press him further, Martin excused himself, claiming he needed to get home before the temperature dropped further. I remained at the harbor a while longer, watching the hypnotic sweep of the lighthouse beam, wondering what stories lay behind Martin's cryptic comments. The next morning, I found myself researching the lighthouse online. The official history was straightforward enough. Constructed in 1879, continuously staffed until 1987 when automated systems took over. Now maintained by the Coast Guard with limited public tours during summer months. Nothing particularly unusual or ominous. I dug deeper, searching local newspaper archives and historical records. Scattered among routine reports of maintenance and keeper appointments were darker tales. 3 keepers who had disappeared without explanation over the decades. Rumors of strange sounds reported by assistants and recurring mechanical failures that engineers could never fully explain. Most intriguing was a brief item from 1963, during my great-grandfather's tenure. Lighthouse keeper Sullivan reports unusual activity in waters near reef. The article contained no details about the nature of this unusual activity, only a quote from the Coast Guard stating that no vessels had reported anything out of the ordinary in the area. I was still pondering this when I remembered a key my grandmother had given me years ago. For the lighthouse storage, she had said, family papers mostly. Nothing valuable but our history. I had assumed she meant storage in the Lighthouse Museum, but now I wondered if there might be actual family documents still kept at the lighthouse itself. That afternoon, I drove to the narrow road leading to the promontory. A metal gate blocked vehicle access, with a sign indicating that the lighthouse was closed to visitors until May. I parked and continued on foot, following the winding path up to the base of the tower. The keeper's cottage, a modest stone building connected to the lighthouse base, appeared well maintained but shuttered for the off-season. I tried the key in the cottage door without success, then moved to the lighthouse itself. To my surprise, the key slipped into the heavy iron lock and turned with a satisfying click. Inside, the air was cool and damp, smelling of stone and metal. A circular staircase wound upward toward the lantern room. At the base of the stairs, a small door led to what appeared to be a storage area, exactly what I was looking for. This lock also accepted my key. The room beyond was small, with metal shelves holding maintenance supplies and equipment. In one corner, however, stood an old sea chest, its wood darkened with age. Stenciled on the side was Sullivan. My heart quickened as I knelt beside it. The chest wasn't locked, though the hinges protested as I lifted the heavy lid. Inside lay several bound journals, stacks of yellowed papers, and a small wooden box. I lifted out the topmost journal, noting the date range on its cover, 1962 to 1964, spanning part of my great-grandfather's time as keeper. Footsteps on the stone floor outside the storage room made me freeze. The lighthouse was supposed to be closed to visitors, and I suddenly realized I was technically trespassing, family connection or not. "Hello," a woman's voice called. "Someone in there?" "Yes," I answered, reluctantly closing the journal and standing. "I'm just..." A Coast Guard officer appeared in the doorway, her expression shifting from suspicion to confusion. "How did you get in here? The lighthouse is closed to the public." I explained about my great-grandfather and showed her the key. "I was hoping to look through some family papers," I added, gesturing to the sea chest. My grandmother mentioned there were records stored here. The officer's stance relaxed slightly. You should have checked in with the harbor master first. But since you're here, Lieutenant Rebecca Hayes. She offered her hand. We shook, and I introduced myself. Sullivan, she repeated thoughtfully. I know that name from logs. Your great-grandfather had the longest tenure of any keeper here. Nearly 20 years, if I remember correctly. That's right. I'm trying to learn more about his time here. My grandmother told stories, but she was young when they lived in the cottage, and I suspect she didn't know everything. Lieutenant Hayes glanced at the sea chest, then back at me. We're scheduled for a maintenance inspection today. I need to check the lantern room and electrical systems. Take an hour with those papers if you want, but everything needs to stay on the premises. I thanked her, surprised by her accommodation. Family history matters, she said simply. Just sign the visitor log before you leave. She headed up the spiral staircase, her footsteps echoing in the tower. I returned to the journals, selecting the one I had started to examine and several others covering my great-grandfather's later years at the lighthouse. Settling on the floor with my back against the wall, I began to read. The early entries were routine records of weather conditions, ships passing, and maintenance tasks. My great-grandfather's handwriting was precise and methodical, his observations detailed without being flowery. Occasionally, he mentioned my grandmother. Eleanor spotted a pod of dolphins this morning, or Eleanor helping Martha with lighthouse keeping lessons today. About halfway through the first journal, the entries began to change subtly. References appeared to unusual phosphorescence in the water near the reef. Far too bright for normal bioluminescence, he noted. Pattern seems almost deliberate, like signals. My skin prickled as I remembered the newspaper item I had found. I continued reading, watching as the entries grew increasingly preoccupied with the lights in the water. My great-grandfather began spending nights observing them from the lantern room, logging patterns and durations. He wrote about sounds, too, singing or calling from the direction of the reef, most audible during storms. The Coast Guard had investigated twice, according to the journal, but had found nothing unusual. One entry, dated March 1963, read, CG suggests fatigue causing hallucinations. Recommended additional keeper for night shifts. They don't understand. I'm not hallucinating. Something is out there watching, responding to our light. I shifted uncomfortably, glancing toward the staircase, where I could still hear Lieutenant Hayes moving above. The rational part of my mind suggested that isolation and responsibility had indeed taken a toll on my great-grandfather's mental state, a common enough occurrence among lighthouse keepers historically. Yet his observations were accorded with such precision, such clarity of detail. It didn't read like the journal of a man losing his grip on reality. I moved to a later journal, dated 1970 to 1972. The entries here were darker, more troubled. My great-grandfather wrote about dreams in which he was called to the water, about waking to find himself standing on the rocks below the lighthouse with no memory of how he got there. He described a growing conviction that the lights in the water were trying to communicate specifically with him, that they had been waiting for someone who could understand them. Most disturbing was an entry from February 1971. Found Eleanor sleepwalking last night. She was trying to leave the cottage, heading toward the path down to the reef. When I woke her, she said she heard someone calling her name, her mother's voice, though Martha has been gone 3 years now. I fear what is focused on me is now turning its attention to my child. Must convince Eleanor's aunt to take her inland to school. The journal confirmed what my grandmother had told me, that she had left the lighthouse at 14 to live with her aunt in the next county, returning only for summer visits. What she hadn't mentioned was her sleepwalking or her father's fears. The final journal I examined covered 1978 to 1980, near the end of my great-grandfather's tenure. The handwriting had changed, becoming shakier, though the observations remained detailed. He wrote less about the lights in the water and more about what he had come to believe was beneath the water, a presence, ancient and patient, that had been there long before the lighthouse was built. It sleeps most of the time, he wrote in January 1980, but the light and sound of ships passing nearby disturb it. The lighthouse was built to prevent shipwrecks, but I've come to understand its true purpose differently. We are not protecting the ships from the reef. We are keeping the ships away from what lives among the reef. His final entry, dated March 15th, 1980, chilled me to the bone. It has shown me what lies beneath, not just here, but everywhere beneath the thin crust of what we think we know. There are ancient things in the deep places of the world, older than humanity, older than light itself. They sleep, they wait, sometimes they watch, and occasionally they call to those of us who can hear. I have resisted for so many years, but I am tired now. So tired. When the tide is at its lowest tonight, I will answer. 3 days after that entry, according to newspaper archives, John Sullivan disappeared during his night shift. The assistant keeper reported finding the lantern room empty. The door to the gallery opened despite a fierce storm. No trace of my great-grandfather was ever found, though the official report ruled it an accidental drowning. I closed the journal, my hands trembling slightly. Outside, the day had darkened as clouds moved in from the sea, promising another storm. Lieutenant Hayes's footsteps descended the spiral staircase. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked, appearing in the doorway. I carefully replaced the journals in the sea chest. Some of it, my great-grandfather seems to have experienced unusual things during his time here. Hayes nodded slowly. Lighthouse keeping was a solitary profession. The isolation affected different people in different ways. She paused. Although, yes, I prompted when she hesitated. Your great-grandfather wasn't the only keeper to report strange phenomena around the reef. We still get occasional reports from fishing vessels about unusual lights or sounds in that area. Most can be explained by natural phenomena. Bioluminescent organisms are common here, and sound carries oddly over water, especially during certain atmospheric conditions. But some can't be explained? I asked. She shrugged. I'm a Coast Guard officer. We deal in facts, in concrete realities, but the sea has always kept secrets. She gestured to the chest. Will you be wanting to come back to go through the rest? I nodded, if that's allowed. Check with the harbor master for official permission, but I don't see why not. Family records like these are important. She hesitated again. Just if you come back, try to do so during daylight hours, and don't go near the reef path. Those rocks can be treacherous, especially if the weather turns. I thanked her and followed her out, signing the visitor log as requested. As we emerged from the lighthouse, the wind had picked up considerably, carrying a fine mist of sea spray. In the distance, Dark clouds gathered on the horizon. Storm coming in fast. Hayes noted. You should head back to town. I nodded, but found myself reluctant to leave, my eyes drawn to the pathway that wound down from the promontory to the shoreline near the reef. Is that the path my great-grandfather would have taken to reach the reef? Hayes followed my gaze. Yes, though it's not maintained anymore. Too dangerous. Her expression grew serious. Miss Sullivan, whatever you read in those journals, your great-grandfather was by all accounts an excellent lighthouse keeper. But 20 years of solitude and responsibility can weigh heavily on a person's mind. You think he imagined it all? The lights, the sounds. I think the human mind seeks patterns, explanations. The sea at night can play tricks on the senses. She turned to lock the lighthouse door. Head back before the storm hits. The road gets slick quickly. I did as she suggested, driving back to my grandmother's house as the first heavy raindrops began to fall. By evening, the storm had intensified, wind howling around the eaves and rain lashing against the windows. Despite the weather, or perhaps because of it, I found myself drawn to my grandmother's attic, searching through boxes of family memorabilia. In a dusty photo album, I found what I was looking for, pictures of my great-grandfather at the lighthouse. He stood tall and serious beside the tower, dark hair already graying, though he couldn't have been older than 40 when the photo was taken. Another showed him with my young grandmother on the gallery outside the lantern room, both squinting into bright sunlight. The final photograph gave me pause. My great-grandfather stood alone on the rocks near the reef at low tide. Unlike the other photos, he wasn't looking at the camera but out to sea, his posture tense, vigilant. Something about his expression, a mixture of fear and fascination, sent a shiver through me. I turned the photo over. Written in my grandmother's neat handwriting was, "Dad at the Watching Place, 1968. The Watching Place. Had that been his name for that particular spot near the reef? And what had he been watching for? Sleep came fitfully that night, my dreams filled with images of lights moving beneath dark water and a voice calling my name from very far away. I woke several times, convinced I had heard something tapping at my bedroom window, though I knew it was just the branch of an old oak tree bending in the storm winds. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a sky of perfect clarity and a sea that glittered in the autumn sunlight. I made my decision over breakfast. I would return to the lighthouse, properly this time, with permission from the harbor master. The remaining journals and papers might shed more light on my great-grandfather's experiences and ultimate fate. The harbor master was a brusque woman named Helen Morgan, whose family had been part of Port Marrow for generations. When I explained my connection to the lighthouse and my desire to examine the family papers, her expression softened. "John Sullivan's granddaughter," she said, leaning back in her creaking office chair. "I remember when they found the tower empty. I was just a girl then, but it was big news in a small town like this. My father helped with the search. Did people think it was really an accident?" I asked. The official report seemed sparse on details. Helen's weathered face grew thoughtful. Opinions were divided. Some said he'd grown careless after so many years. Others thought, well, there were rumors. What kind of rumors? That he'd been acting strangely in those last months, coming into town less and less. When he did appear, he seemed distracted, would sometimes stop mid-conversation as if listening to something no one else could hear. She sighed. Small towns love their ghost stories, and the lighthouse has collected its share over the years. But John Sullivan was respected here. Whatever happened that night, it was a loss for the community. She wrote out a permission slip for me to access the lighthouse. Martin Cahill has a key. He opens the place for authorized visitors. You can find him at the Maritime Museum most days. I thanked her and headed to the museum, a small building packed with nautical artifacts, ship models, and displays about local maritime history. Martin was cataloging items in a display case, but looked up with recognition when I entered. Back again, he observed, and asking questions about the lighthouse, I hear. News traveled fast in Port Marrow. I visited yesterday, I admitted. Read some of my great-grandfather's journals. Martin's eyes sharpened with interest. And what did you make of John Sullivan's accounts? The directness of his question surprised me. You know about what he wrote? Some. Your grandmother shared certain passages with the Historical Society after his disappearance. Most were dismissed as the imaginings of an isolated man, but a few of U.S. He trailed off, then continued more carefully. Let's say some of us in Port Marrow have our own experiences with the reef and what might dwell near it. A chill ran through me despite the warmth of the small museum. Lieutenant Hayes said there have been other reports over the years. Hayes, Martin snorted. Coast Guard tries to rationalize everything. Bioluminescence, acoustic anomalies, scientific explanations for things science doesn't fully understand. He studied me for a moment, but you've read the journals. You know there's more to it. I don't know what to believe, I said honestly. My great-grandfather seemed convinced something was out there, something aware, something that could influence people somehow. But that sounds impossible, supernatural. Martin finished for me. The line between the two is thinner than most people care to admit, especially here. He reached beneath the counter and produced an old book bound in faded leather. Local history unpublished. Accounts dating back to the indigenous people who first lived in this area, through the earliest European settlers to the present day. He opened it carefully to a marked page. Before the lighthouse, ships wrecked on the reef with unusual frequency. Most believed it was simply due to the reef's position and the difficult currents, but some survivors told strange stories. Lights that seemed to beckon them closer to shore. Sounds like singing that lured them off safe channels. I thought of my great-grandfather's journal entries about phosphorescence that moved in patterns like signals. The Abenaki people who first lived here had legends about the reef, Martin continued. They called it the dwelling place of the deep ones and avoided fishing near it, especially at night. He turned another page. When the lighthouse was built, the wrecks stopped almost entirely. But over the years, every keeper reported something unusual. Lights in the water, sounds on stormy nights, dreams of being called into the depths. Are you saying something actually lives down there? I asked, struggling to keep skepticism from my voice. Martin closed the book gently. I'm saying your great-grandfather was neither the first nor the last to sense that something in that place is not quite what it seems. Something ancient, patient, and occasionally interested in us. He slid the harbor master's permission slip across the counter toward him. You want to go back and read the rest of the journals?" It wasn't a question, but I nodded. "I'll take you," he said, reaching for a jacket hanging on a nearby hook. "Just let me close up here. The lighthouse shouldn't be visited alone, especially by a Sullivan." "What does that mean?" I asked sharply. Martin's expression was sympathetic but solemn. "Some locals believe that whatever dwells near the reef, it formed an attachment to your great-grandfather, that it called to him specifically, night after night, year after year, and when he finally answered that call, it wasn't finished with his bloodline. My grandmother's sudden departure to live with her aunt took on a new, disturbing dimension. Had my great-grandfather sent her away, not just for education, but out of fear for her safety? That's just superstition," I said, trying to convince myself as much as him. "Perhaps," Martin conceded, "but I knew Eleanor well enough to know she never spent a night in Port Marrow after her father disappeared. Even when visiting, she always left before sunset. She never explained why, but she never broke that rule either." I remember my grandmother's occasional visits to my childhood home, how she had always insisted on leaving before dark if she couldn't stay overnight. I had assumed it was simple caution about driving at night, but now I wondered if there had been another reason. The drive to the lighthouse was silent, each of us lost in thought. The sea was calm today, sunlight glinting off its surface like scattered diamonds. The lighthouse stood proud against the blue sky, no longer ominous as it had seemed during yesterday's approaching storm. Martin used his key to let us in, the door opening with the same heavy click I remembered from the day before. The interior was cool and shadowed after the brightness outside. "I'll wait in the keeper's cottage," Martin said. "Take your time with the journals, but come find me when you're finished. Don't linger after sunset, and whatever you read or feel, don't go down to the reef alone." I nodded, unsettled by his repeated warnings, but determined to continue my research. In the storage room, I opened the sea chest again and selected several journals I hadn't examined yet, along with the small wooden box I had noticed previously. The journals from my great-grandfather's middle years at the lighthouse documented an evolving relationship with whatever he perceived in the waters near the reef. Initial fear had given way to curiosity, then to something closer to communication. He wrote about patterns in the lights that he began to recognize, sequences that repeated night after night until he acknowledged them with his own signal using a handheld lamp. "It learns," he wrote in 1974. "It adapts its signals when I respond differently. This is not mindless bioluminescence or random natural phenomena. There's intelligence behind these displays, even if it's intelligence of a kind I cannot fully comprehend." Most unsettling were the dreams he recounted, increasingly vivid experiences of descending into dark waters, of seeing structures built of stone and coral in impossible geometries, of encountering beings that defied description with human language, but communicated through images planted directly into his mind. "They have been here since before the continents took their current shape," he wrote after one such dream. "They have watched species rise and fall, civilizations build and crumble. To them, we are momentary, our entire history a brief chapter in an endless chronicle. Yet they are curious about us, about our consciousness so different from their own." I set aside the journal, disturbed by the growing conviction in my great-grandfather's words. Whatever skepticism he might have started with had long since disappeared by this point in his tenure. I turned my attention to the wooden box. It was small, about 6 inches square, with a simple sliding lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a stone unlike any I had seen before, roughly the size of a large egg but flattened on one side. Its color a deep green with veins of what looked like silver running through it. When I tilted the box, the stone caught the light strangely, seeming to glow from within for a brief moment. Tucked beside it was a folded note in my great-grandfather's handwriting, found on the strand below the reef, March 1975. Unlike any local rock formation, warm to the touch even after hours in cold water. When held, produce a sensation of hearing distant voices or music. E showed strong reaction. Sleepwalking resumed after contact. Stone now kept secured in lead-lined box except for observation. I hesitated, then carefully lifted the stone from its velvet bed. It was indeed warm, noticeably warmer than the ambient air of a storage room. Its surface was smooth, but not quite like polished stone, more organic somehow, as if it had been shaped by something other than geological processes or human tools. As I held it, a curious sensation washed over me. Not quite sound, not quite feeling, but something between the two. A rhythmic pulsing that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly against my mind. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was deeply unsettling, like recognizing words in a language I had never studied. I nearly dropped the stone when a knock at the door broke my concentration. Martin stood in the doorway, his expression concerned. "Everything all right? You've been in here over 2 hours." Had it really been that long? I glanced at my watch, shocked to see it was already late afternoon. The sun would be setting within the hour. I lost track of time, I said, carefully returning the stone to its box and sliding the lid closed. The pulsing sensation faded immediately. "Find anything significant?" Martin asked, eyeing the box and journals. I hesitated, then showed him the stone and its accompanying note. His expression grew grave as he read my great-grandfather's words. "I've heard rumors of objects found near the reef, things that don't belong, that have properties science can't easily explain, but I've never seen one." He made no move to touch the box. "Did you feel anything when you held it?" "Kind of pulsing," I admitted. "Almost like hearing something through bone conduction rather than through your ears. Did my grandmother know about this?" "If she did, she never mentioned it to the Historical Society." Martin glanced toward the small windows of the storage room, where the quality of light had changed, taking on the golden hue of approaching sunset. "We should leave soon. The path gets treacherous in poor light." I packed away the journals, but something made me hesitate over the box containing the stone. Before I could analyze my own actions, I slipped it into my jacket pocket. I told myself I would return it tomorrow after studying it more carefully, perhaps photographing it to show to a geologist. The sun was setting as we emerged from the lighthouse, painting the sky in dramatic streaks of orange and pink. The wind had picked up again, carrying the tang of salt and the distant sound of waves breaking against the reef. As Martin locked the door, I found my gaze drawn to the path leading down to the shoreline, the path my great-grandfather must have taken on his final night at the lighthouse. In the fading light, I could just make out where it wound between rocky outcroppings before descending to a narrow strand near the water's edge. They never found any trace of him. I said quietly. Not even remains. Martin followed my gaze. The currents are strong here. If you went into the water. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. But had he gone into the water accidentally, as the official report suggested, or deliberately, as his final journal entry hinted? Or had there been another possibility, one too outlandish to consider in the light of day? We walked back to Martin's car in silence. As we reached it, I paused, looking back at the lighthouse, now silhouetted against the darkening sky. "I'd like to come again tomorrow," I said. "There are still journals I haven't read." Martin studied me for a moment before nodding. "I'll meet you here at 10. Not earlier, not later." His tone made it clear this was non-negotiable. That night, the dreams came more vividly than before. I stood on the rocks near the reef, the lighthouse beam sweeping overhead in its regular rhythm. The tide was unusually low, revealing sections of the reef normally hidden beneath the waves. Among the dark, wet rocks, lights pulsed and shifted in patterns that almost made sense, almost formed words in a visual language just beyond my comprehension. A voice called my name, not audible, but felt, the same pulsing sensation I had experienced when holding the strange stone. It drew me forward, toward the water's edge where the reef disappeared beneath the surface. The sea opened before me, not as an impenetrable darkness, but as a series of descending levels, each illuminated by that same pulsing light. I could see structures below, vast and ancient, built according to principles of geometry that made my mind struggle to process their dimensions and angles. And there were beings moving among those structures, nothing like the merfolk of fairy tales, or even the sea monsters of maritime legends. They were fluid and solid simultaneously, their forms shifting between states in a way my human perception couldn't properly interpret. Yet somehow, I understood they were aware of me, watching with senses entirely unlike vision. One approached, rising toward the surface where I stood. As it neared, I felt rather than heard its communication, images and sensations flooding my consciousness. Ancient knowledge, invitation, recognition, and suddenly I understood what my great-grandfather had meant in his final entry. They had been calling to him for years, showing him glimpses of what existed beneath the surface of reality as humans understood it. And eventually he had answered that call, not out of defeat or madness, but out of a terrible, wonderful curiosity about what lay beyond the limitations of human experience. I woke with a gasp, my heart racing. Sheets tangled around me as if I had been thrashing in my sleep. The room was dark except for a faint, pulsing glow coming from my jacket, hanging over a chair. The stone, even through the wooden box and the fabric of my jacket, it was glowing with a soft, greenish light that brightened and dimmed in a steady rhythm. My phone showed 3:17 a.m., what sailors had long called the dead of night. Outside, the wind had risen again, carrying the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. And beneath that familiar sound, something else, a faint melody at the very threshold of hearing, a song without words that seemed to call directly to something deep and ancient within me. Almost without conscious decision, I found myself dressing, the stone's box clutched in my hand. Its pulsing had synchronized with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat had synchronized with it. Either way, they now moved as one, creating a sense of rightness, of connection to something larger and older than myself. The lighthouse beam swept across my window as I gazed out toward the promontory. Tonight, I knew with inexplicable certainty the tide would be at its lowest ebb, revealing parts of the reef that were almost never exposed. Tonight, like the night my great-grandfather had disappeared, the boundary between worlds would be at its thinnest. I should call someone, I thought distantly. Martin or Lieutenant Hayes, or even the harbor master. I should tell them about the stone, about the dreams, about the terrible, wonderful understanding that was blooming in my mind. But the pulsing of the stone filled my thoughts, driving away such practical considerations. Instead, I found myself walking through the quiet streets of Port Marrow, drawn inexorably toward the path to the lighthouse, not to the tower itself, but to the rocky strand below, where the reef extended into the dark waters of the Atlantic. The night was clear, stars painfully bright in the black vault of sky. The lighthouse beams swept its regular arc, briefly illuminating my path before plunging it back into darkness. The stone in my hand pulsed stronger now, its glow bright enough to cast shadows as I made my way down the steep, narrow trail to the water's edge. As I had seen in my dream, the tide was extraordinarily low, revealing sections of the reef I suspected were rarely, if ever, exposed to air. The stone's pulsing quickened as I picked my way across slippery rocks toward the outermost accessible point. There, at the very edge where land met sea, I stopped. The water before me was black except where the lighthouse beam momentarily illuminated small patches of waves. I stood motionless, the stone warm and alive in my hand, waiting for something. The first lights appeared just beyond the exposed reef, small points of bioluminescent blue-green, rising from the depths like curious eyes. They moved in patterns that now seemed almost readable to me, forming complex sequences that repeated with variations. Signals, communication. I found myself responding instinctively, raising the stone which now glowed brilliantly, its pulsing matched to the rhythm of the lights in the water. A conversation without words, an exchange older than language itself. The lights multiplied, rising toward the surface in greater numbers, until the water seemed alive with their cold fire. And beneath them, visible now in the illumination they provided, I could make out shapes moving in the depths, forms that shifted and changed as they approached, simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. A voice spoke my name, not aloud, but directly into my mind. The same voice from my dreams, ancient and patient and curious. "They've been waiting," it said, and with a shock, I realized it was my great-grandfather's voice. Not as I remembered it from childhood, but as it might sound now, transformed by decades in the company of entities beyond human understanding. "Grandfather," I whispered, my voice nearly lost in the sound of waves against rock. "They recognized you," the voice continued, "through the bloodline, through the stone. They've been waiting for another Sullivan to hear their call." The lights in the water pulsed in patterns that now seemed almost like welcome, like recognition. I took a step closer to the water's edge, drawn by a curiosity that overwhelmed caution. "What are they?" I asked, though I was no longer sure if I was speaking aloud or merely thinking the words. "Older than humanity," came the reply. "Watchers from the deep places. Collectors of knowledge, of experience, of consciousness. They remember the world before our kind walked upright, before mammals ruled the land, and they will remember long after our brief moment has passed." "And you, what happened to you?" A sense of amusement colored the response. I answered their invitation. I learned their ways. I became something neither fully human nor fully of their kind, but a bridge between worlds. They took you, I said, a last flicker of human fear rising through the stone's hypnotic influence. No, I chose to go, as others have chosen before me, across millennia, as you may choose now. The water before me seemed to part, revealing a descending path of softly glowing steps that led down into depths that should have been impenetrable darkness, but were instead illuminated by that same cold, living light. The beings I had glimpsed moved more clearly now along this pathway, their forms becoming more distinct as they neared the surface, not quite solid, not quite liquid, existing in a state that defied conventional matter. The stone in my hand pulsed in perfect synchronicity with their movements, with my heartbeat, with the rhythm of the waves themselves. One step forward, and I would begin a journey beyond anything human experience had prepared me for. They offer knowledge, my great-grandfather's voice explained, understanding of realities beyond human perception, extension of consciousness beyond a single lifetime. But the cost is high. You can never fully return to your former life, your former self. I stood poised at the threshold, caught between wonder and terror, between human limitations and the promise of transcendence. The stone seemed to vibrate now with eagerness, with anticipation. A sudden flash of light broke across my vision, not the regular sweep of the lighthouse beam, but a focused, directed beam, a flashlight, moving rapidly down the path from the promontory. "Hello? Is someone down there?" A voice called, human, concerned, cutting through the trance-like state that had enveloped me. The beings in the water receded slightly, the glowing pathway dimming, but not disappearing entirely. My great-grandfather's voice spoke once more, tinged with what might have been regret or might have been simple acceptance. "Choose carefully, child of my blood. The invitation remains open, but once accepted, cannot be revoked." The flashlight drew closer, revealing Lieutenant Hayes making her way carefully down the treacherous path, another figure following behind her. "Miss Sullivan," she called. "Is that you?" The spell broken. I looked down at the stone in my hand, still pulsing but fainter now. The cold reality of my situation crashed over me, standing at the edge of the reef in the middle of the night, following visions and voices that defied rational explanation. "Here," I called back, my voice hoarse. "I'm here." Hayes reached me first, her Coast Guard training evident in the sure way she navigated the slippery rocks. Behind her came Martin Cahill, his face lined with concern and something that might have been understanding. "What are you doing out here?" Hayes demanded, her flashlight beam playing over me, then shifting to the water beyond. "It's dangerous to be on these rocks at night, especially alone." How could I explain what had drawn me here? The dreams, the stone, the voices from the water? I couldn't sleep. I wanted to see the place where my great-grandfather disappeared. Hayes frowned, clearly skeptical, but Martin's expression showed a deeper comprehension. "The stone," he said quietly, "you brought out of the lighthouse." I nodded, opening my hand to reveal the now dimly glowing object. Hayes stared at it with professional suspicion. "What is that? Some kind of electronic device?" "It was my great-grandfather's," I said, not directly answering her question. "I found it among his things at the lighthouse." Martin stepped closer, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "You heard them calling, didn't you?" Just as he did, I nodded again, relief washing through me that someone at least partially understood. "The harbor master called me when she saw lights moving on the reef path," Hayes explained. "I contacted Martin since he knows you were researching your family history." Her tone softened slightly. "This isn't the first time someone's been drawn to this spot at night. Usually tourists caught up in local legends, but occasionally—" She didn't finish, but her implication was clear. Occasionally someone like me, someone connected to the lighthouse, to its history, to whatever dwelled near the reef. "Let's get you back to solid ground," Martin said gently. "The tide will be turning soon. This isn't a safe place when the water starts coming in." I allowed them to lead me back up the path, away from the water's edge where lights still pulsed beneath the surface. The stone in my hand grew cooler with each step I took toward land, its glow fading until it was just a strange green rock veined with silver. At the top of the path, looking back toward the reef, now partially hidden by darkness, I made my decision. Not tonight, perhaps not ever, but I would keep the stone, continue reading the journals, try to understand what my great-grandfather had discovered during his years watching the waters, because the beings beneath the lighthouse were patient. They had waited for him for 20 years. They had waited for me for decades more. They could wait longer if necessary. And in the meantime, I would learn everything I could about what dwelled beneath the light that was meant to guide ships safely past dangers, both known and unknown, dangers that had existed long before the first human eyes gazed upon the sea, and would remain long after the last lighthouse beam had gone dark.